What's happening? Let's get fired up. We're gonna take some motherfuckers down. We're gonna be pointing out some shit that maybe only 3 people will watch, but this will hang forever. And I'm gonna start, because I need to, with a disclaimer. Because I'm sure gonna be using some other people's shit today, that's for sure. Come on in! The dark arc has begun. Why? Because by popular demand, everybody wanted to see what kind of shitty asshole I could be. And believe it or not, it doesn't even matter how hard I try. It never works out well. I am simply not built to be an asshole. I'm too nice, I'm too kind. But by kind, I've also learned that I'm pretty perfunctory, which means, disclaimer, if your fifis get hurt, if you've been throwing mud, if you've got a bad take, if you can't defend your actions and I've let you go with it, tonight's the last day that ever existed. And if I love you, if I care about you, you won't be in harm's way at all, because there's about 8 people on YouTube so far that I can count. I can literally count 8 people. Disclaimer. Some people gonna get fucked with, and some people gonna laugh along with me. And copyright disclaimer, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute, but might otherwise be infringing to some fifi-ass bitch motherfuckers who love to throw mud but never know how to take it because they're 9th grade dropout asses, their stay at home, never done anything, their lack of accomplishment, lack of any point of view that isn't myopic to sell to an audience is about to, well, experience a little tiny viewer with a few viewers that, well, they're monster. And when you forget that I don't care about the rest of that shit, it's easy to forget why I'm here.
One of the most important collective illusions we've ever discovered has to do with the way that people define a successful life. It turns out that the vast majority of the American public believes that most people in the country care about wealth, status, power, when in fact, the opposite is true.
Fuck yeah, it's true.
The vast majority of the American public are focused on a more personal fulfillment orientation.
Forget the American public, the rest of the world. If you haven't been there, I know there's at least one of you here that has seen a good portion of the world. You know, people don't give a fuck about money. They don't give a fuck about your clout. They don't give a fuck about how many viewers you have. They don't give a fuck about how strongly you support your men's rights association or your women's rights association or how dark-skinned or light-skinned you are. They don't give a fuck. They don't want anything to do with it. Why? They're just trying to live their lives. Why? Because there's more out there. There's something better. There's something more important than just that nonsense. That nonsense, by the way, is a pattern of subversion, disenfranchisement, and selling you a bill of fucking goods that you just bought into if you are literally just hanging out in that. If you're sitting in that fucking shit mire, that's on you. Don't sit there. You're better than that. I know you are. You can defend it all day long about what side you feel like you're on or what community you're in, but let me just give you the real. There's only one community. It's outside the video, because there is none. It's a show. And if you don't like that, tell me. You can see the call in. And then be ready to defend yourself, because imagination needs some fucking defense. I won't allow anybody to just steamroll anymore, because today I stopped playing nice guy. See, I don't have a reason anymore. I really don't. And that's both personal and professional. some of us keep moving. And I was only meant to be here for a short period of time anyways. I was only paid for 6 weeks. It's been 8 months. And the reason I stayed was because I saw that there were some problems out here and people believing a whole bunch of PSYOP bullshit. And by PSYOP, I literally mean urban warfare. I literally mean the subversion of the American public to fight amongst themselves so we don't pay attention to an invading army. Now, if you don't want to hear that, I'm sorry. That's the fear factor that I am about on the meta. Because I pay attention to what's fucking happening on the world stage at all times. Because that is what is important. Not who's fighting amongst who for $62. If that's what's important to you, I'm sorry. Lift your head up, my friends. Come out of the muck and mire, take my hand or someone's next to you, step up into the sunlight, and recognize that all of these arguments are there to betray you, to get you to send your money to people who don't really care about your well-being. And to be honest, if they aren't creating art, I would ask you, what are you paying for? Go buy a painting. Go out there into the world and find somebody who needs the money. Go give it to Mike TV. He's fucking homeless. We'll talk about that too. If he wants to join, he's more than welcome. We can address him recording me without my permission on the phone. Green Goblin. Yeah, no, it's a rough one tonight. Yeah, now we're going to talk about a lot of things, which, by the way, wire fraud is a thing we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about interstate laws even at some point. We can talk about, international laws and Interpol too, and how they don't like any of the things going on. IC3 is not stoked on any of what YouTube is allowed. And if you didn't know, what I came here for was a Reuters report that's already been filed. You may have seen some of the effects of what it has done to a certain YouTuber out there amongst a whole community, much less little redheaded twatty. Now, I get to give away a bunch of my secrets, and I was given the call this morning. So let's get at it. Do you know who you are? Because I know who I am. I'm AronMSound, and I'm wondering, are any of you ready? I hope you are. It's time, my friends. Oh yeah, shots fucking big time fired.
But our kids are paying.
There's a nuclear bomb coming. It was already fired about a week ago. Oh yeah. No. I'm opening it up. If anybody wants to address me, I'm just going to talk about it. I mean, I can bring receipts, but I don't really need to, honestly. Most of the things I'm going to point out are pretty self-evident, but I'm gonna spend a lot of time looking at things, obviously. Yeah. No. Let's start here, though.
Incredible price because they do not understand that this is an illusion. They try to chase fame because they believe that's what other people will recognize as success.
Straight up.
So if we do nothing about collect illusions now, our silence will virtually guarantee that our children and our grandchildren will have this view as their private opinion.
And how easily that's molded into young minds, by the way. How easily we saw that we could hand a young mind an electronic device and they would focus in on a tiny area of social interest. And then that tiny area of social interest could be fed repeated information, false or not, disprovable or not. Those young minds would consume and make real. And look at where we are. And I quote from a 12-year-old that is now 25. They didn't know it was real. They didn't know you could go see it. They didn't know you could be there. Talking about YouTubers. Talking about Mr. Guitar Man. Talking about epic rap battles. Talking about, the Gregory brothers. Talking about what YouTube was built around. Creativity, positivity, a really good place to be. Well, guess what happens when you leave a bunch of kids with no oversight? They become adults who are kids. And then they start fighting amongst themselves, like in the VCs or in the chat rooms of video games.
collective illusions for over 100 years. And up until the last, say, 20 years, you could have probably counted on 2 hands and 2 feet the number of serious societal and collective illusions that had existed. Since then, that number has exploded. They affect society as a whole, but we are all part of creating and sustaining the illusions. Even when we fundamentally end up disagreeing, a truthful disagreement is always better than a collective illusion.
A truthful disagreement is always better than a collective illusion. Hello, everybody. I'm AronMSound. I'd like to welcome you this evening to Look Up, the show where I interject myself into a conversation and take it someplace that nobody wants it to go. And tonight, I leave the period there. So after some time and some waiting, I was given a confirmation this morning that I was allowed to speak generally freely about my work. Not only that, but about my background, and also, hello, Lita Caproni, and about how I feel about the subjects, because Provo Planet, what's happening? I'm so glad to see you. Good to see you. Because I have finally been able to break free of the clearances that I had basically held up until this point. What does that mean? It means that I signed a bunch of paperwork that said I couldn't talk about something that I was doing. What does that have to do? Oh, you all know it. You all heard what I was allowed to talk about. But now I can talk a little more freely. See, for the past, what should have been 6 weeks, but is now 8 months, I've been studying the urban warfare impact on YouTube's streets. In the sectors, there are many mirrors. I've attempted to connect these mirrors. I've attempted to get them to burgeon themselves out into something else. I've attempted to twist them. I've attempted to infiltrate and influence. I've been in the VCs. I've been interrupted. I've been confronted. I've had people attempt to record me without my authorization, without my knowledge, which, by the way, is a crime. There's lots of crimes out here on YouTube. From people committing general larceny of stealing money that folks have donated, which is fucking horrendous, especially when it comes to like about health issues and shit like that, to people actually getting shot in certain sectors or robbed. You know about that stuff in the spaceship sector? You know about the negligence of people's family, children, at large. Why? To make a point to the audience for valor's sake or views, whether it be, Op and her, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on their names, but it's Op and the woman she was taking care of who was mentally disabled, and them abusing her and having to have the police remove them. To Speakeasy not calling me for 2 days and blaming a lie that Angela told them on some association to me just because I know her and she came through me, which is, by the way, that's insane. Then let's talk about the apologizing at the end for a misunderstanding, and then several days later coming up on a panel that was really for Junbi and getting upset because we weren't talking about the topic he wanted to cover. That's the comparative of weird things going on. Nobody is fucking innocent. To Mike TV, who unfortunately, and by the way, if you can help him, please do. He is homeless right now. He is looking for donations, although there are curious things like the $3,000 he needed for the lawyer before to get his channel back, which now is $3,000 for the apartment. I'd like to actually talk to him about that because I wonder what that convenience number is really about. Is that about the lawyer, or is that about I don't know. We can go through that. I'm not going to attack anybody. That's the other thing. The difference with me and the difference with a person that gives a damn, that actually is looking for information, is I'm going to ask you a tough question, but if you don't answer it, I'm going to say, I don't have any interest to talk to you unless you're going to answer the fucking question. And even when somebody has answered the question, you don't like the question or the answer, in normal life, it's a tell when you respond badly. When you don't try to work things out. When you're the person who doesn't make the call or unfriend somebody out of nowhere without the other person knowing why. That's the stuff that makes the difference in the character. So what have I been doing? Well, my background is in understanding people at large, the society, and how people move to safety. My understanding is about how to impact and affect people at large. With color, audio, I infiltrate the mind. Now, right now, you don't see anything moving. One, that's a happenstance and my computer's needing a restart. Two, it's because tonight I'm not trying to hypnotize you. I'm not letting you into the polyscopic hypnotization. I'm not telling you about the secrets of the universe. I'm not telling you any of that stuff. We're getting base. So let's also talk about how I've received this weird experience of parasocial allowances that are so important in a moment to some, which are disingenuous at all times, and trust that I keep barriers. The character is a barrier. True. There's 3 people who actually are my, let's say, colleagues. I've handed my phone number out to very few, and even then, I draw very distinct lines because of that parasocial interaction. You have to show me you're trustworthy as a human in normal life, much less here online where there's a degree of separation. So it is immediately a tell to me when you're willing to just give up friendship, or somebody wants you to give up friendship, or wants you to give in to them. That's generally the tell of a con man. Now, what does con man really mean? It means confidence. The term con man is short for confidence game. And I might not be the person to play with about that stuff. Let's be honest, part of the reason why I was asked to look at some of this isn't just because of my creative background, isn't just because of my production management, isn't just because of my fixerdom. And if you want to know what a fixer is, we fix shit and stuff and things. AKA, I don't have any fucking limitation. So now, enough of my bloviating about that. What's really up? Well, we talked about how Princella talks about brain chemicals without... Oh yeah, no, resto chesto. I got the okay today. Ain't no more NDA. There's certain things I ain't never gonna share because then I would professionally not be able to do certain things. But I am happy to talk about what I've been up to. I've been happy to talk about the fact that one of the biggest scammers on the internet, much less the world, is about to go to prison for a long fucking time. After that, we have slowly disintegrated the entire platform surrounding them. And the person who actually paid for and detained, they're on the run. I still laugh that they confronted me in the DGG, all alone, myself, playing disco music in the music room, which, by the way, how strange was it that 2 days later, that disco room was filled with DGGers? Nobody playing music, of course, but still, how weird. Maybe there was some connection. I think I said something at the time. But if you don't think that was chronicled, which, by the way, in what I do, I collect the information, I hand it off to somebody else who was unbiased, who wasn't there. And they, along with 5 others out here, there's 5 others. And none of them were allowed to be face forward because none of them had a YouTube channel before then. None of them had the tell. None of them had the hide. Now, when it comes to confidence games, one of the greatest pieces of work about gathering evidence, gathering information, is about gaining the confidence of those around you because you're earnest, because you're honest, because you're unsuspecting, maybe goofy. Oh, this would have been, Resto, this would have been April. Yeah. I don't know about recently. I haven't, I jumped off of Discord about 2 months ago. Just didn't have a need for it any longer. It wasn't part of anything I was doing. One of the reasons why I don't do big subscriber pushes or anything like that. It's because what's important here is the influence of other streamers. I think I've said it before, but tonight I got to just basically say it. That's been kind of the thing all along. That's one of the reasons why I was reached out to. That's one of the reasons why I was such a good pick, apparently. At least. Okay, I'll say it in my eyes. Because, frankly, I have gone further and deeper as far as I can tell. I had more interactions. And now that most of the work is done, and by the way, that reporting will continue on, but it's gotten so dark. It's gotten so real. And it's really important that I explain to you that if you are currently embedded in a group of folks that do nothing but fight, who do nothing but fight at each other, who don't find positive creative outlets, who aren't looking to bring each other up, you're being affected by the disenfranchisement pipeline. That pipeline is a dangerous thing. That is part of the subset groups like QAnon. That is the part of the extreme left or right. It's part of any extreme. Now, I know some of this is catharsis. Trust me, that is important. I know. But when you become so embedded that you don't really have an in-group beyond that, that is when people like myself get concerned. That's what's been written about. The easy temptation of falling into an in-group that plays to all of the worst of a person. Why? Sometimes it's fun. Hell, I was just over at Daryl's, and I'll throw peanuts at any of the fuckers who have fucked with me in any way, shape, or form. And I've been nice so far. How many tickets you sold? How many albums? How many of those albums were picked up by a major distributor? How many of those major distributors handed it off to a national or international, like Warner Brothers, Universal, Sony? Independent? Sub Pop? Anyhow, the question is accountability. How many people actually have it? How many people have the actual background to talk about the things that they talk about? How many people really care about their audience and yet they're not? They don't. Or instead of caring, they're turning it into a cult, or they're turning it into something that has more to do with ego than it has to do with solving issues and problems, or maybe they've become more like the problem themselves. Princella, 1,400 people watching at any given time. And yet, let's see if I can actually even bring up any, I've brought her stuff up before. Yet she's talking about things that don't even make sense. When I say don't make sense, I mean, she says that testosterone comes from the amygdala. No, that's not true. That was disproven. I have that video. Actually, I can bring it up right now. It's just, we've already seen it. I've shared it like 4 times, for God's sakes. Helen Fisher is the one who found where love and pain and several other drives come from in our brain, where the chemistry comes from. And when she talks about testosterone and estrogen, she doesn't talk about them coming from the amygdala, not even an area that's close to that. So, boom, that's wrong. So that would generally mean the rest of her principles and concepts are wrong. Okay, but let's talk about them. Men are not generally aggressive. I know plenty of men are creative. Men created the word love. Men and women are equal. And here's another thing. ERA. That was in the 80s. Where the fuck does anybody like Pearl or anybody, any of the Red Pill crew, any of that fucking Rollo Tomasi, Myron Gaines, even Tree of fucking Life. And by the way, Alex, KWF, take that fucking picture down, you nerd. Be a nerd, be proud of it. You'll get more that way, but you don't need it because you got a girlfriend. Although, I gotta say, Tree, although, hey, it's not fair what she said. That's not a green card thing. Yeah, it makes it questionable. Why is it always somebody from out of the country? This live would have gotten very well. This is the person I'm attempting to bring over here. Oh, well, bring them all in. Bring them all in. I don't give a fuck tonight. I'm going to address anything and everything, whatever you want. By the way, oh, Lita, you want me to tell him who the imaginary person was? The imaginary person was Lita. Although Lita didn't say any of the things that Jelly said they said. That was all you running off on a witch hunt, like I said. That's even funnier about that. When it breaks down, Lita and I sitting here laughing the whole time at you. Hilarious. Stupid. And even after we told you repeatedly, and she told you repeatedly in your chat, it was more important to chase after. It was more important to chase after a ghost and use my name as a negative point because you didn't have, and I could actually point out the numbers, you didn't have the arc for anything at that moment. And I think you were surprised that some of us who had told you what we were going to do that you had ignored, that you hadn't returned the phone calls about, that you hadn't looked at the emails or texts about on Discord, that some of us were working undercover and that the community strikes. Oh, Lita's very real. Lita and Lizard Tree, you're one of my first viewers. You could be an alien sitting there. I don't know any different, but honestly, I trust you more than some of the fucking people I've sat on panels with. Just frankly. Yeah, Lita is a ghost. She's my CIA agent. And that's the comedy of that. It's so absurd. It was the tell of the whole thing, but all right, cool on you, fucking nutbag. Let's talk about some of that stuff, about the mental issues that seem to be pervading most of this. Yeah, no, Lita, no, you're real, but you know, ghosts are real. I have fucking pictures and video, and I saw a full floater in front of me at the Wilshire E-Bell. That shit was crazy. I allow you too, Lizard Tree. You make a difference every single day. Yeah, by the way, that's a whole, that was a moment. Speaking of which, okay, so this is another thing. For all your favorite YouTubers, all these talkers and scammers and $50 million with the underlying technology, fucking streamers. Which, by the way, Resto, if you're still here, I would love for you to help me figure out how Destiny made an underlying technology out of a cookie cutter website that I took apart very easily. How he got $50 million for underlying technology that didn't seem to exist. And I would have to gather that that underlying technology must have been the bot program I found. Now, yeah, man. So there was this weird thing going on when he started working for Kick, where he had to stop using his pass-through on his website, and then he sold what was called underlying technology. Now, to me, that's a tell of what was going on. And there are more apt programmers than myself looking at that, by the way. And have been for a minute. And trust, antitrust suits and all kinds of stuff will come down the line at some point. For some of these folks. I don't know, it's not my world. I just know you can't make $50 million off a cookie cutter website, no matter how many people you have visiting. Selling that, you'd have to have some sales or something. There'd have to be something there, but calling it underlying technology, it would have to have been a give me. There has to be something there. And when I say has to be, it's because $50 million is an exorbitant amount of money. Resto? You tell me, would you pay $50 million for the GGG website? Because frankly, I don't believe it has the same kind of impact as something you did. That's for damn sure. Because I mean, I know that his personality, Budwin, might have been an excuse. We could actually even call it that. I give it that, by the way. Because there could have been something there. But, you know, money laundering, man, you are in my mind, bro. Yeah, that's actually the pass-through bot and the addition of viewers and such is the question of whether or not that's what was going on. Steak is in on it. Oh, yeah. They're the ones who bought the technology. They're the ones who chose that platform. And if you, there's also observations of viewership during that period that the number of viewers started to decline and rise in a normal roll, meaning that there was a normal turnstile effect, that, as we would call it, meaning that there's never one person that leaves and one person that goes in. There's always 3 people leaving and 4 people coming in, and 1 person leaving and 5 people going, and 1 person coming in, and there's an in and out. And when you don't see that, folks, even on the small, and I challenge you, go look at the real channels like Y-Files. Y-Files is a great example of this, where there may be 40,000 people watching, but that number never stays static. It'll go 37, 35, 32, and you can watch it not roll. But when a number is static for hours upon hours upon hours, oh man, Mike is debating Dark Lake. Oh Jesus, if that's not horrible. So Mike TV is homeless right now, by the way. That's nothing to laugh about. He made a bunch of bad decisions, from his own words. And I'm sorry to jump over here, but I'll tie it back. It's about obvious bad decisions. It's about the impact and effect on others without giving a damn. It's about the long-term effects on the people around you. It's on the effects of how the algorithm picks up these programs and shoves them into people's faces that are younger than you or younger than me, and influences both the political dynamic, the social dynamic. There's so many impacts on the psychological face of the world. Now, you may be saying, oh, Aaron, you're being kind of hyperbolic in that, but I'm not. Greg, chat like backup. Alex deserves what Tree just giving him. Now, I agree on a certain level, Greg. I agree, and good to see you. Thanks for being here, Greg. By the way, that's your backup? It's hilarious, by the way, Greg. Hold on a second. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't know, this is Greg late at night. Highly entertaining. Little Kiwi, but that's okay. You're okay. I'll add you as a moderator anyway. Put a branch out to you guys. It's standard mod. Come on in. I don't have any sound effects, so wow, 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 wow. My computer is still restarting on the other side. What's up, Greg? Welcome on into the mod squad. I do agree, by the way, not to jump. I just jumped really completely. Alex deserves a lot of shit. I don't think all the terms of what she said was true, but that's the whole thing I was trying to tell people. There are certain people out here that are just characters. Now, some have characters with intent, and some are just characters to get you enticed to argue. And when it comes to certain characters, they're even more despicable, and that they'll tell you they believe in what they're saying, but they really don't. They just have a number sign. They have a job to get to. They have an interest in dissuading you from your own best interests. Why? Because negativity, keeping you confused, keeping you lonely, keeping you angry at someone, that's the game. That's the whole of the YouTube streets. And although some might see it as fun drama, over time, this does affect people's psychology. And we see it. Not only do the folks here on YouTube, a lot of streamers and a lot of the viewers, have psychological issues that they should get therapy for or find friends for, but we have very specific subset groups here on YouTube that nobody in the wider world knows about except for the 200 million people that are constantly involved with the streaming circuit. That's concerning because that's a worldwide number right there. Now, when I say it's concerning, it's only as concerning as the impact or effect that those people have on the outside world, which we're just starting to see now. Now, there are a number of issues with people like Andy Taint being brought down, or Pearly Things being brought to light, and the anti-19th Amendment, which, by the way, if you didn't know, the anti-19th Amendment push is from Phyllis Schlafly, and that is associated to the anti-civil rights movement, meaning that anybody who, and I'm going to put this right out there, anybody who's pushing the anti-19th Amendment is also pushing the end to civil rights. It's the same group of people, and if you didn't know where it comes from, you may not know that there's groups like Cambridge Analytica, who would undo our entire government, who would undo our entire social atmosphere. Yes, Lizardtree, it doesn't just wear on us, it wears on the social capital of the nation. Berserk! I don't know you. You're an audience. I trust that you have agency and understanding and a sensibility, but I can't see you. I know some of you because we speak on a chat, or I know some of you because we have been on a panel, but I don't actually know you. As far as I can tell, you're just a head up here, and I would urge the audience to do the same. Because when you aren't recognizing that these people are a show, there's a larger problem. And that's one of the things that seems like the group has found. So there was 5 others. Do you know who they are? Because I don't. 5 other people doing background research, gathering and embedded. 5 other people in amongst the sectors, all across YouTube. Worldwide. Have you run across them? Did you know who they were? Unlikely. Oh, there's another group now working at something a little larger. I don't have anything to do with that, thankfully, anymore. Now, it doesn't mean I'm going to go off YouTube, although I am likely to start scaling back. Yeah, I know, Lita. That's because I accidentally identified the one that I was pretty sure of. I was like, what? No way! But that's because, you know, her name. And I think, didn't she identify herself as well? She wasn't supposed to. Anyways, point being, thank you, Lizardtree. I appreciate you. Yeah, I have other opportunities coming up that I should take. Liar! Liar! Lita liar! Oh, hey, the computer finally woke back up. Look at that. Let's see if it works right off the bat, though. Probably not, huh? All right. So let's talk about some of this shit flinging. Want to start with Mike TV? Mike TV. I saw an incredible mirror in the actions and groups surrounding Speakeasy. And I had seen Speakeasy do some great work when it came to his first run at the Jimbo and Ernie's Shell story. I was absolutely wowed by that. I got to give it full credit, and I definitely sent it to my colleagues so they could take a look at it, because there's definitely more to that story. In any case, beyond just the characters, I could literally, one for one, match characters. The attackers, respondents. I could take both of the shows and break it apart and be like, oh yeah, they both use the same kind of breakdowns, they both use the same kind of quipping, different style of approach, 2 different people, but yeah, when it came to production and when it came to the breakdown of psychology, when it came to the approach, damn near the same. So I said to myself, this might be a good way to wipe out a whole bunch of problems. Let's see. This tends to be a thing because 2 of the same puts things out of phase, or they repel. Now, I was very clear with Mike about what this was going to be. I was not clear with Easy that this would be anything. I told him the roundabout things that you would, and that I wasn't sure of Mike as well, which is true. there were things that I'd found out that suggested to me that Mike was not all that he was cracked up to be, and that he'd started behaving kind of oddly. Yeah. And I wanted someone who didn't know him, who wasn't talking to him on the phone, who wasn't on his panels quipping, having fun, being a jackass. Which, by the way, this will be the one thing that you notice. I will always call myself a jackass when I'm being a jackass for fun. I will always say I'm a troll. I'm always going to say I'm quipping. I'm always going to say I'm being a motherfucker when I'm being a motherfucker, because that's what grown-ass people do. They don't point fingers at others while they know that they're just poking and poking. By the way, that's the tell of a bully comparative to someone who's not a bully. Does the bully basically will never admit that they are poking back or undermining or telling people that they shouldn't go to your channel. Now, I gotta say, as someone who has a couple different businesses under one limited partnership, folks are really lucky that I am not petty or punitive, reductive, or retaliatory. I got bigger fish to fry. I've been fighting a battle with LA County for fucking 5.5 years. In fact, if I continue on YouTube at all, that's probably what I'm going to start covering. I haven't gotten full permission yet, let's just say, but it's definitely something I'm going to end up covering, because it's clear that the homeless and the housing crisis is a manufactured issue caused by redlining laws and obstructive ordinances left over from redlining. And I can see that it affects people across the country, but here in Los Angeles County, it actually has a number we can put to it, and we can show you how derelict houses built by individuals are preferred in some situations over the divisions built on top of gas lines that get people sick, where 1 out of 5 houses is actually inspected. Unlike a house like mine that's been inspected and inspected and inspected, and I may or may not be $133,000 over my bottom line. Who's this? Hold on a second. Sorry, I'm blind. Remoralization, who's this? Give me 1 second.
How you doing?
Good. Who's this? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with you.
I'm not either. It's my first time coming on YouTube, and I have 0 followers, but I'm looking for a call-in show to talk to somebody, and you kind of just hit the nail on the head about the homeless problem.
Oh man, I'm so glad you called then. Yeah, because it's funny. This is a totally different kind of show for me tonight. I just want to make sure, can people in the audience hear you? If you wouldn't mind saying check 1, 2, just to make sure the StreamYard is actually...
Check.
Oh,
check
yeah,
1,
I can
2.
see it. Good deal. Thank you. And Lizard Troop was saying you had homes blow up there in Dallas. Well, yeah, I am definitely about to start covering both the homeless issues and also the manufactured housing scarcity, how that works, the laws, the ordinances. What's your name? I'm sorry, I my screen over on that side's tiny, so let me try to see if I can pull this up on the other side. Hold on.
My name is Remoralization, and that is the goal here, is to remoralize.
Nice, man. I like that idea. I gotta be honest with you, I'm not a very religious person, but I am a person of great faith, just so you know, if you ever go through my videos.
Oh, I'm the same. I'm a sun worshiper. I don't believe in the Abrahamic religions, but I do see quite complex things at work right now, like BlackRock and Vanguard buying up a lot of the housing.
Oh, yeah.
And that's causing a lot of that homelessness. Like they want to prop up housing prices. They don't want another market crash like 2008.
Yes.
So
and I can show you that.
Better for them to have.
Yes, absolutely. No, that is something that is prevalent in my own neighborhood. A house down the street on a house where the average price of the home is $400,000, which is very low for Los Angeles County. A house just got put up with some ordinance issues on it. It just got returned to the bank, actually, but they were trying to sell it for $830,000.
It's kind of crazy there in LA. I hadn't been there till just recently, recently in September, and like a lot of really nice bungalows, a lot of like
Oh yeah.
housing that's really beautiful that anyone could live in, but it's kind of been turned into a nightmare. And then you have people smoking like fentanyl on the streets, smoking crack, all these kinds of things in Koreatown there, where Koreatown, there's no reason it shouldn't be like a metropolis, like a beautiful place to live.
Well, you know what the deal in Koreatown is that 5th Street, Skid Row, was built. You can look in the actual history of LA's building and safety and their designation of areas, but that goes back to pre-Depression. Skid Row, 5th Street was designated as that. They expected all the services to be down there. They expected the mission to be down there. They put all of those things down there, and it has only just grown out of that spot. And it, unfortunately, Koreatown, now something about Koreatown that most people don't know is Koreatown has not always been Koreatown. Koreatown used to be part of Chinatown. And like the movie Chinatown, back in the day, it was much larger. It took up most of Hollywood and East LA. So there's Koreatown.
So Chinatown with Jack Nicholson takes place like in the original area.
Yes, absolutely. And a lot of people, the flood at the beginning of Chinatown, the movie, that actually doesn't happen to Chinese people. That happens to Hispanic and Black people. And it happens when and I expect to actually at some point write something about this. There's been some coverage about this historically, but it's called the oh my gosh, it's just around the corner. St. Francis Dam collapsed in 1928, flooding out almost 1,000 homes in Newhall and Val Verde, then known as Pleasantville, which was basically where black wealth stayed in Los Angeles County. It's a hidden area, and almost all of the homes in Pleasantville, now Val Verde, were washed away. And amongst those homes, washed away were all the paperwork of those people, and LA County basically made it so you had to prove your property was buildable and that you had the paperwork for it. Most of those people didn't, so plots of property like Bruce's Beach or Jack's Beach and several other places got taken from wealthy families and changed the landscape, that's for certain, and also changed this town.
Well, there's a very similar thing that just happened in Maui with all the fires there. People in Maui, essentially their houses burned down, and now if even they do have the paperwork, they can't really afford to rebuild, and the insurance isn't really covering it because of certain circumstances. So this is maybe a planned thing.
Yeah, I think that there's definitely some kind of knowledge when it comes to planning these motions of wealth. I think that when it comes down to there's some planning, and then a lot of capitulation to ease and land grabs, which is a very real thing, by the way, Lizard Tree. There is, land claiming or land claim jumping is an actual very real thing. When I tried to buy a piece of property early on next to mine that turned out to not be owned by the person selling it to me. And then they tried to rent it to me. So that's a very real thing. And it wasn't until I called them out on it that they disappeared. Since then, that's been fixed, but people really do land grab.
Are you born and raised in California there in LA?
Yeah, I'm a Valley boy. I'm born and raised in Los Angeles. I was an actor growing up.
So you've seen some drastic change.
Extreme change, yeah. I remember when there was, this is actually a funny thing we say in LA. I remember when there was orange groves everywhere. That's for real. I remember before a lot of the highways are out there, although I'm not that old. I'm 49 now. I'm turning 50 this year. Now I guess I'm getting old. But
like a lot of the architecture and the housing was probably built in the 60s, so even though you're pretty young, it wouldn't have been that old for you when you were like a young kid growing up there.
Absolutely.
And then just to see that not a lot has changed, like even driving around or going around LA, it has a very 60s aesthetic to it as well.
Yeah, there's some places in LA you can see that the 70s and 60s houses have the stucco has never changed. And I could actually drive a person around LA and be like 80s, 90s, 70s, 60s. Yeah, all the good stuff. All the real good stuff is the Spanish style that goes back to the 40s and 30s out there in Wilshire and off the boulevards and such. Although there are some really astonishing places in the Spanish style that go back to the teens and 20s. LA houses are overpriced by almost $400,000 in general. And we're talking about a used home that has been sold multiple times. And if a home sold for $200,000 in 1994, it's selling for millions now. And that's kind of an issue when it comes to the fact that those homes haven't been upgraded to that point. It's still the 2x4s from original, you know. I mean, there's all kinds of things that I think about when it's, you know, I'm sitting in the house, in the studio in the house that I built, and I'm thinking about how I'm going to feel about this place in 40 or 50 years, you know, if I'm still here. And I would think that if you're going to spend that kind of money, you wouldn't want to spend it on something that has been there forever, unless it's absolutely built like a rock, and that's just not the case in LA County. A lot of things, especially out of the late 70s, weren't built that well because of the building standards.
Okay, I kind of like got the idea, because I'm from Canada, where the weather and like nature really encroaches on any housing or construction.
Yeah.
I kind of got the feeling that LA doesn't have too drastic of weather. You guys don't really have hurricanes and anything like that. So like, as long as things are built to standard, they should be able to survive.
Yeah, generally. Earthquakes, though, earthquakes do take their toll. And there's a number of things that, like the earthquake of 94, that's what ends up happening is 72, what is it, 72, 94. There's these moments where like massive earthquakes happened, and if your house was built before or like was there during that time, that's the question that comes into play. And also if it's really old. But that said, it's really about the quality of the building. So some of the older ones are way better than any of the things we got in the last 25 years. And the wildfires, there's a thing there too. But still, all that told, the price of the insurance, the price of the build, the price of the, most importantly, here's the thing that I was pointing out before, the price of actually, as an individual, building your home is not mostly in the home. Strangely enough, there's almost as many fees and costs in the corrections that the county will give you. They'll raise the price of your home. That's what I experienced. That's what I've experienced so far, to be honest with you, is that as you're going through this stuff, every one of the corrections they give you is, they don't really care about how it impacts you. They don't care about how it impacts your property. And I've experienced like them basically redesigning the value and or the style of my property on a number of occasions. And when I say, hey, that's not what I want, they don't care. And if I don't do it,
yeah, I've even heard of people in LA there who have to get a tree removed, or there's some kind of dispute with them and their neighbor in a tree, and that tree can be valued at like hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions. So to take it out, you'd owe money, and to leave it there, you can't get insured.
Yes, there's all kinds of stuff like that that are literally the ordinance or the practices of LA County that cause these things to occur. Much less I don't want to get into the super details of it, but let's just say that there are a lot of practices that would be considered unethical in any other business, like requiring people to get certain things installed and then not allowing them to complete, which costs that person several $1,000s in fines with a company contract that they had to sign to have whatever it was installed. I'm not going to mention what it is, but that happened to me. For real. I spent $11,000.
And does it come down to like permits, or what is it exactly?
In this case, it comes down to other items on the house that I can't quite complete until I get authorization to build it.
Okay, so it's a catch-22.
Yes. So they won't allow me to finish the other thing that cost me more money because they wouldn't allow me to finish it, because they won't allow me yet to finish something else. It's more than, it's a catch-22, plus it's also, I think they call it double jeopardy, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I used to work in construction, and I used to do painting or taping drywall. Mm-hmm. And sometimes you're kind of like deadlocked, waiting for the electrician to do one thing, the plumber to do the other thing. So you can't do your job, and then someone else is waiting on you to get your thing finished so that they can hop in and and get what they need to do done. And I don't know if there's like my kind of curiosity is this a conspiracy, not a conspiracy theory, but like an actual concerted effort by the people who are contractors, or at a higher level the people who give out permits, things like that. Because in reality, everyone would move to LA given the opportunity or the option. And if they don't deadlock things or kind of make it more difficult, then there's just a huge flood. And other states don't want that. Other countries don't want that. And you have such a massive population there in California. Here in Canada, 80% of the population lives within like 50 kilometers of the border.
That's true. That's true. Well, whereabouts do you live up in Canada, if you don't mind me asking? You can general province. You don't have to say the city.
I live in Alberta, so it's about
cool.
It's kind of like the Texas of Canada. People would say, yeah, it's a very oil-rich country, part of the country, and we actually fund a lot of Canada, which is frustrating.
No doubt, because you guys don't have a lot of Alberta. I don't think people know is like central Canada generally, or not completely central. It's pretty central. Yeah. And it's a lot more like above Wyoming, for those that don't know. And the land is a lot more open, and it's not as there are some beautiful Alberta itself. What's the name of the main city in Alberta?
There's Calgary, and there's
Calgary. Thank you. Calgary is a beautiful city. That's one place I've been to that's beautiful. And man, I'm blanking on the other spaces, but I'm a big fan of Montreal, a big fan of Toronto, obviously, and Victoria. I would move to Victoria in a hot second, although that's not about Alberta.
I used to live in Victoria.
Oh, really?
If we're talking about homelessness, like that is one that it's clear as day. So what happened with that was
true.
Essentially, they had the Vancouver Olympics, and during that time, they gave everyone a ferry ticket, and the ferry ticket probably back then cost $14. I think it's like $15 or $16 now. Yeah. But they gave every single homeless person a relocation ticket to get them out of Vancouver so that they wouldn't be on film or like coloring the way that Vancouver presents as a city. And then those people, they don't have money to ever come back. So now they're kind of stuck on the island, in a very California type situation where it's a temperate rainforest. So why would they ever leave? And now, because of government programs and different facilities that they offer these people, they're there forever. They're going to stay. But it's very much the same problem that California is having with open drug use, a lot of degradation. And so that's kind of where I'm coming from with the remoralization is like, we can say things are bad, but we got to also see a way out of it. And I think the way out of it would be to this is one idea, but California at one point, there was tons of people who didn't have any actual housing, but they were housed within vehicles, and they all drove VW vans.
Yeah, true.
And that was a thing in the 70s, 60s, 70s. And why can't we have another company come about that just produces a standard vehicle that can also house you as well? It would feed into the it would feed into the fuel industry and the manufacturing, and this is something that we could get other states manufacturing these vehicles.
You want to hear the reason? In LA, this didn't work for the during COVID and right before there was a big problem with the homeless crisis. It had come to just a huge kind of a culmination, in that Lake Balboa in particular had a massive group of people, almost 1,500 people living down in the park, basically. And a good portion of them had caravans and all kinds of things, motorhomes. And motorhomes were parked along the streets and stuff like that. And a number of groups started saying, why don't we build, areas in the parks where these motorhomes can go and they can dump and, you can put security there, yada, yada. And then that's also where basically the argument to that came up with, well, that's what motorhome parks are for. And the people that pushed it off the docket to talk about were the people who own the motorhome parks in Los Angeles. So so like you can't win to win for a good idea. That's why we only have one little range of tiny houses here. Which
and they're doing the same thing in Texas, right? They'll build tiny houses, but they got to be out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah. Yeah, and nobody wants them in their neighborhood, despite the fact that, like, there's a great little example of how it really doesn't matter. Santa Monica, there's an area in Santa Monica that's a very wealthy neighborhood that fought against the homeless shelter that was going to go in. It was like this $7 million complex, and everybody was freaking out. They didn't want it in their neighborhood. They didn't want it next to them. This is a decade later, no complaints. People appreciate that it's pretty. They never see the homeless there. They don't. It actually is apparently a good thing for the neighborhood, and housing prices haven't plummeted. All of these arguments that tend to happen are just self-serving a lot of the time, or somebody wants to make $1 off of it. And, you know, man, what I find the answer to be is what you were saying. I think we need to give people options and cut that ordinance shit out to the point of being realistic about it. There can't be 7,000 steps to building a home. There needs to be a limitation of county oversight to just the safety aspect and not the actual, like, indiscriminate choice of what you're building with. Or there's a whole bunch of things that there has to be options to give people, and they don't give them. And a lot of it has to do, I think, man, with the fact that there's people like you and I who are not loud enough. And it's greed, Lizard Tree. Correct. It's absolutely greed.
Yeah, I definitely see that being the case. I don't know what the answer is to it, because people want to keep things kind of just like, not status quo necessarily, but they want to keep them on the level. And if you start letting this happen, if you had nomadic communities, it would like generate wealth and contribute to the community, because you'd have an influx of people coming in and out, kind of like a tourist town.
True.
Like Victoria or the mountains or anything like that. But then you don't have any like status quo, you have no normalcy. And I think the people who have the real money want basically predictability.
Yes. Well, they more than that, I believe. I think they want predictability and control. Because if they can limit...
Yeah, control, absolutely.
You know, yeah, I mean, and by control, I don't mean like, you know, folks often picture when I say things like control or stuff, there's some, you know, greater than entity. No, it's such a seeping down process that it has more to do with authority and well, manufactured scarcity. If you can manufacture the scarcity, you can control the flux or the groups or the people, you know. Oh man, I hesitate to share this story, but I now know it is possible for county people to have friends elsewhere and try to mess with an individual's life other ways to get it so that they're uncomfortable building their home. So it is not
like gang stalking, or what exactly are you speaking?
It's a services thing. It has more to do with denial of service stuff, where like another agency calls you and says they're not going to service you for something that is outside of their purview, and they use some language that has nothing to do with them, you know? So it's a tell. I mean, that was the weirdest thing about it. It got handled very quickly, and turned out it may be some federal laws were broken in the process. So I don't want to talk about it too much, but it's like, not on mine, but like literally like some wild shit where it has us all a little shocked, everybody on my side, that it went down that way. Like,
absolutely.
You know what? They did what?
So are the Freemasons like a pretty big presence within LA there, as far as building?
Not as far as building. As far as the town, yeah, they are an echelon of the security system without question, but they're not the height.
Yeah, because that's like a very interesting thing about North America in general, like including Canada and United States and maybe some of Mexico as well. Because you go to a place like Banff National Park, the first building you see when you pulled in is a Mason's Lodge, and anyone who wants to work, whether you're a tiling guy, you're a bricklayer, you're a taper, a painter, electrician, plumber, you kind of have to work alongside these people,
yeah,
or else they won't work alongside you. And so it's not something so insidious as like, oh, somebody's driving the bus and they're picking who comes on. I almost think nobody's driving the bus. It's just the people who are on the bus are making the calls of who else can get on the bus.
That is exactly it. Now, I've had that exact experience, asking at one point for months Who's the boss? Show me the boss. Let me talk to the boss. Who's in charge? And, give me 1 second. This is the look that I got. Sorry. It was pretty wild often. It took them a while to find a boss. And then when they finally did find a boss, that wasn't the boss. That was even weirder.
Yeah, no one's driving the bus, and that's the thing is like you could get together a great contracting crew, somebody who checks every box, but they're still not gonna just let you have free range going building like affordable housing and selling that housing, because then someone along the way, whether it's a bank or a real estate company, isn't going to let the price of houses just fall right through and let things become affordable.
And that's the bigger problem right now. We can't level it out without destroying a market. So it's almost it's not unsolvable, but part of one of the things that I think I've done is show that you can build a home for under $500,000. I don't think they're very happy about that. And I get, that's what I get the sense of, although there's no reason why they shouldn't be happy with me doing that on private land. There should be no reason why they should be even concerned about me.
So did you go with like a kit house, or did you build off of like simple plans? Or?
No. I manufactured home on foundation. Made it really easy. Like tried to make it easy.
Just set down installation.
Yeah, and it's a nice one. It's not something that you look at and be like, oh, that's a double wide by any means. It's one of them fancy ones. But that said, you would think, and I've come to find out that I did have a stick built. Which, by the way, for the audience, the technical term is stick-built, when you have a house that's just like built with wood and framing. And when you have a manufactured home, it's built in a warehouse and then brought to site to spec. So it's really, and actually, I have 2x6s. So like I got a sturdy house on more piers than I should have, all kinds of stuff, So yeah, no lattice work under the house for me. I'll real foundation and such. But yeah, sometimes comes.
So you're good in case there's a big one.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness, am I? It was ridiculous how many piers they made me end up putting up, and that was another whole thing. I experienced. Let me think about this properly. So I have seen where if in the process somebody different shows up with a different idea than the last person, that can actually add to the cost of your house exponentially, because they might come with different corrections. They might come with a different point of view, add that to the notes, and then next thing you know, you're getting a second set of corrections after the first one. And it's one of those things where at each stage, I definitely have seen where an individual they want an individual to go buy a house from a developer, which most people can't afford in Los Angeles, because I'll put it to you this way, the low price houses in the closest neighborhood to here, outside of this very rural, very low income area, which by the way, I gotta say, add in my own take on this one. I think it's on purpose that this is low income here, from historical sake, from viewpoint, but just over the ridge, the closest and lowest cost house is $850,000, which is why they tried to sell the house down the street for 800 something, 30 something. And many are coming to Texas, and my family went to Texas. All of my family except for my mom, basically. My dad went to Texas. So the answers, and what are you gonna? By the way, do you have a channel that we can? Go ahead and put your channel in the chat if you want. Get some shubs. Sub up. By the way, we support creative. My pleasure, of course.
It is interesting you say Texas, though, because that's somewhere where, like, you see a lot of people. You meet people from Texas, and they say, "Oh, well, you don't want to move here," and then their reasoning is usually, "Well, the ocean's murky. You're better off in Florida or somewhere like that." But it's like everyone wants to live on the coast, right?
Yeah. Well, it's just the weather. Come on, man. I mean, like, you don't have to shovel snow anywhere, and oh man,
yeah,
hold on a second.
Agree.
Got to make you a mod. My bad. Hold on a second. Everybody's a mod here, by the way. That way, when the trolls actually do show up, I don't have to worry about the chat. They can play with the
fair enough.
Trolls like mice. And welcome on into the
Yeah, I
mods
just
club.
think there's like a better future ahead of us. Well, thank you, Aaron. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Yeah, there's a better future ahead of us, right? Like, we can go back to having options, and I think that's like you hit the nail on the head there. If we had options, like if you wanted to build kind of the VW van and be able to be nomadic to some degree and travel around, and then on the other hand have kind of like a prefab house that's set down on a foundation, and everything can be just like certified. If safety is a concern, I see no reason why we can't have a rigorous process, and then from there on out you're kind of free.
Yeah, there shouldn't be. No, I agree with that 100%. I think that once plans have been looked at, they should treat it like they do the developments in Los Angeles County, where 1 in 5 of those homes is actually inspected, from what I've come to find. And now maybe there might be more vigorous inspections on some of those developments. Oh, yeah, he should be able to post the link to his channel. Yeah, there needs to be options. And by the way, I don't know if you know this, but in LA County, you can't go get a motorhome and pull it up on your property. You have to get what's called a TCO, and to allow the TCO, temporary, I'm sorry, it's temporary, yeah, I can't remember what the title is in total. I know it's called a TCO. They basically say that you have to get permission every 90 days from the county to live on your own property in a mobile home.
Yeah, that's just insane to me. Like you said, double wide, it's like I would be fine living in a single wide or double wide trailer, but then even to do that, it's like $100,000 or $120,000 here in Alberta at this point. Like you're better off just getting a mortgage and actually being able to have some equity and have something in the future, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like the repairs that you'll need to do on that single or double wide, like those things get totally destroyed if you rent it out.
Yeah.
Have anyone else living in it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's that, and also when you don't have it like on foundation and it's just sitting out there as a trailer, it's more exposed to the elements. There's all sorts of other things that go on with it that cause problems that honestly, one of the things that LA had for a while that they don't allow anymore is that you were able to pull like a trailer up and put it, take it off the wheels. And that was a thing that you could do for a long time. But they stopped allowing that about 10 years ago when they went up to one of these what used to be a hippieville. And it's like one of these canyons that nobody ever visits. And there was a fire over the ridge. And the first houses that burned along the way were all the old trailers on the 40 by 40 plots that people bought in the 60s. And after those plots were burnt, they no longer allowed people to own 40 by 40 and 20 by 20 or whatever they were plots. It was just big enough to pull up a motorhome on, or a double, or single wide. Yeah, the choices are taken away. You're limited to either you've got to have $80,000 in your hands plus, or good luck, you're renting.
Yeah, and what is $80,000 at this point? That's the craziest part of it all. But there's something actually like what you described is very similar to what happened at lakes in Canada here. We have tons of lakes, and people used to be able to have like 20 by 20 lots, and then fire code is the reasoning, exactly like you described, that no longer is the case, and some people were grandfathered in and able to still build one or two cabins on their lots on very tight lots. Like, you know, I don't think that's even a concern, even though that's the reasoning here. But there's something both the United States and Canada have a ton of as well, and that's golf courses. And maybe the county should be donating a golf course to the community that can no longer be a golf course, but we can create the sprinkler lines, and then everyone can kind of like, you know, nomadically go tent and live and have that where the homeless are allocated to, and basically make it so that like homelessness is not an option. Nomadic lifestyle is kind of what you will become. And if you want to go do whatever you want on that piece of land, that small plot, beautiful greenery, then go ahead, do it. Like, there's no reason we can't come up with alternatives. And that was a huge thing in Victoria where people were camping in the park. Well, the park is there because people all around the park live in apartments and they don't have yards. So that is their yard. So there needs to be an alternative.
Yeah, because no matter what, you are displacing someone if you're taking up public space. And that's a problem when it comes to the homeless, because nobody wants to push somebody who doesn't have a home out of a space that they find. No, I mean, really, truly, I feel very strongly about that. Like, okay, couple doors down from me, couple of plots down from me, about a year and a half ago, a gentleman believed he had been sold the plot. And he pulled up a double wide and put it up on some blocks and just didn't know that he was doing anything wrong. And he started, building the infrastructure around it, trying to do the right thing. And instead of working with him to make it work, he was 100% not just obstructed, but they destroyed this person's life. And by the end, he was living in his van. And then they made him obliterate the house. They razed the entire property. At one point, they threatened to take his animals and children. And I only know this because the entirety of the process, I have pictures somewhere, was of that conversation about his children, about the animals, about what was happening to the house. It was happening on notes on the fence on his house in front of the property. And so everybody in the neighborhood was very clear. And then, of course, one of my representatives from the county asked me if I knew what was going on with that person at one point. And I didn't, they hadn't made contact with any of us. And everybody in my neighborhood knows each other, by the way. But one of the most horrifying things, that despite the fact that none of us were very happy that that house got pulled up the way it did, and it was kind of a messy house, it was just a mess. None of us wanted him gone, None of us wanted him destroyed. None of us wanted him homeless. And the way the county came out and dealt with that poor man, this one morning when it was finally all done, they brought law enforcement, they brought every, the power company, the water company, the whole bunch of people, and they descended on his home as if they were a raid. And there was enough noise that many of us came out in the street, which in my neighborhood, it's quiet out here. I live in the boonies, so, it was clear people were yelling, and we walked out, and there's all these people surrounding this one dude, just trying to defend the fact that he spent every dime he had, and now they want him to ignore that and walk away. And
so how did it end for him?
He ended up living in his van until not long ago under some trees in the center of town.
And that's too bad, because living in a van should be a choice, not like a necessity, right?
Yeah. There's actually that's like a better outcome than Killdozer, if you've heard of him. No, what happened there?
So Killdozer, I think his name was Marvin Heemeyer, and essentially he bought some land, and there was a sewage issue where whoever had come up with the sewage disposal, I guess the means of disposing of sewage previously, hadn't properly installed it, and then when he went ahead to try to actually install proper sewage, they wouldn't let him, right? He kind of got stonewalled.
Oh, you're talking about the machinist who built the tank.
Yeah.
Oh, tell the story, please. Oh, yeah, this is amazing, folks, if you don't know the story.
Yeah, just basically Marvin Heemeyer, he built a tank, and he was I think it was an auto body shop or something along those lines on the property, and he took a bulldozer and welded it with 2-3-inch plate steel, and welded himself actually inside of the tank, and then had it full of gas. There was a self home-built tank, which was really just a bulldozer, and then he took out 5 or 6 buildings, just bulldozing buildings around town before eventually the police were on him, and sadly he was done after that. But that's the alternative that happens, which is really scary, is people might start flipping because they really don't see any way out. And at least for your story, the guy, he had a van. get something to do, something to live in. But some people, they have everything taken away.
Yes.
And then they don't see a way out. And that's like the most terrible thing about it is the people who are taking it from them have so much that they could give or forego to like avoid these problems.
I don't know if you can see it
right there.
Yeah, but this is him.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Taking out the store that belonged to the folks who stopped him from building the sewer pipe because they own the property next door. And this is the other thing I remember about this is when I watched the documentary on this, apparently he had spent years trying to purchase the property easement rights so that he could put the septic line in, and it was a larger company and people that worked around him that he had been friends with that undermined him and ended up causing him to go bankrupt. So he lost the property and was literally living in the garage of the property that he had formerly owned. He was angry.
Yeah, and I just don't understand it, right? Like that's kind of what we were saying before is like no one's driving the bus, but everyone on the bus are making it more difficult to also be on that bus, and there's no reason for it, right? Well, and this is what like the worst case scenario is of this.
Yeah, strangely and luckily, Lizardtree, there was I don't believe anybody was hurt except for him. He took his own life inside of the machine. Yeah, there seems to be some disconnect of the people who are involved in this, and I think it's both disconnect, it's laissez-faire, because county tends to be, or people involved with, municipal stuff tend to get, I guess, used to dealing with public people being upset, or the public being upset with them. But one of the things I've definitely found is that there's a lack of humanity involved with it, man. I mean, that's one of the things that I'm always astonished at is like that there's actually not more of this because of I mean, I was told I didn't even deserve to live here at one point.
Hey, and the first step is putting light on it, right? So I think that's like really good that we're able to even talk about this.
True.
It's the end of the hour here, so I gotta take off, but I want to say, Aaron, thank you very much for having me on here, and I'll be back another day.
Remoralization, you're more than welcome any day to come on back. I'm not always covering this kind of stuff. In fact, you happened to right turn me on a night I was just about to unleash all bloody hell on a bunch of folks who've been just basically fucking around on YouTube, because I'm about to start covering all the homeless stuff and the housing crisis. So I appreciate you just like taking me on that right turn right away. It's very helpful, actually, and I appreciate it.
Hey, absolutely. I'll keep my eyes peeled. Well,
righteous, man.
Have a great day, and
you too.
Praise Raw.
Yeah, praise Raw for sure. Love that. Right on. Have a great night, man. Very cool. Well, yeah, if you guys aren't already, make sure to sub up to Remoralization. That's rad. I'm gonna actually, hold on a second. Can I copy that without actually opening up the page? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Copy Schlink address. Let me see here. All right, I'm gonna go to the Schlink address. And Kavi, that's Control V for those of you that don't know. Anyhow, yeah, LA County, do better. Full stop. Oh, I'm number 2. Hey, I'm subscriber number 2. And I love that you got mushrooms on the page, man. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to your content when it comes. Yeah. Speaking of doing wrong, if you think that you're battle worthy, I hope you're as strong as LA County. Because I've been winning the whole time of that, even though they've slowed me to a fucking crawl. They slowed me so hard. They have made sure this is the longest possible build for this kind of environment. It's been pretty amazing, actually. I'm not going to lie. It has taken everybody on my team back. Yeah. Anyhow, let's get back on topic. And what is that topic? Well, my friends, unfortunately, it's about fuck shit. Yeah! Who did it, Mark Sobon? Let's go. What's going on? I didn't get to say hello to you. What's happening? I miss song. Song gang. Yeah, it's a very long build. It should have taken 8 months. I'll just be frank with you all. The county ran out the timing of my federal loan. Which I'm not some wealthy person. I would have never been able to afford this if a USDA RD hadn't assisted me with the process and made sure that I was able to get that loan for the right amount of money to build. But even then, fuck shit Monday. Yes, indeed. Even then, I still ended up $133,000 over budget, over the original budget. I'm still $400,000 off of the closest cost of a home, which I'm proud of, and I have more space and it's cooler at some point when I get everything done and all the canopies are up and the garage is finished and everything is done. I'll actually start doing IRL from the other spaces because it's all designed to be a production space, basically. Although I did design the outside to be an outdoor office because I hate working inside. That said, I do have opportunities coming my way. And I'm trying to debate whether or not I should cut back, include, or how do I work this deal so that my creative energy still goes here. Because I really do love performing. I love being here. I love talking about this stuff. I wouldn't have been here this long. Unless I hadn't felt like I had some obligation in some ways to at least influence creative energy based off of what I was seeing, what I had experienced, why I had been brought on. Oh, thank you, Lizard Tree. I definitely won't try to jump off. But that said, there are opportunities coming. And now that I was released from what could otherwise be called an NDA over the subject, I can talk about the fact that, yeah, if I've been in your fucking chat and I've been on your page and I was like totally involved with you accepting WIC TV, it's because I followed the QAnon story to you. It's because I followed fuck shittery to you. It's because someone really bad came through your place and you hosted them. It's because I followed a subject to you. And then I likely followed you. Yeah. Let's talk about QAnon. What do you know and what do you don't know? Well, I know that red and black are the signifying dog whistles of QAnon, and you should be aware of that. So if you are repping those things and you actually mean to be repping something like, what is it, Real, or, something else, two-toning or something of that nature, or you should probably clarify. Because otherwise, someone like me is going to see you as an object or subject of intention. And one of the greater problems with the YouTube streets is the fact that there are people who are portraying out messages and not being honest with you about their beliefs. Like, would you believe someone that didn't believe in space? Would you believe that same person if they then committed to flat Earth while they tell you how important their community is to them? Is that a false assumption or correlation? Or is that something that can connect when it comes to someone's character? That they might hide a portion of their character from their audience on purpose so that the audience doesn't turn away. Now, I'm thankful. I've never had to hide my character. I think I've pretty much been straight out. But I know that there's others who do. And, for instance, let's talk about Princella. Princella, do I need to pull up video for people, or am I keeping you on? Princella, talks about male engagement with women as if men are some other species. Well, I would say stop repeating Jim Crow era racist ass fucking copy out the How to Train Slaves book. That's fucking horrifying that it keeps getting repeated out of her mouth, amongst many others. Now, I haven't studied Sinji much, but I hear that the divestment language is not too dissimilar. And I'd say that there's plenty of white women and women of all different backgrounds doing the same bullshit, playing games with their counterparts, and men too. Let's talk about Alex. PWF. Now, mind you, dude's a great moderator. I do appreciate when that person moderates. I can't talk shit about that. In fact, I'll always give accommodation where it is deserved. But equally as so, and this might be why people don't tend to like me very much, because they'll call me a fence sitter for having more than one opinion, which, by the way, is normal. You can see someone and not like them and still like some of the things they do. If you don't understand that, first off, log the fuck off, moron. You clearly need to learn more about life. And if you're in your 30s, oh yeah, definitely log off. And probably we should be concerned about the fact that you have a license and some of you have kids. For real. That's real, by the way. Talk about Aaron speaking to you. That's real. When I share with my neighbors some of the shit that I am an independent, 100%. I always will be. I've always said I represent me. And most people don't want to ever accept me into their group anyways. That's how it tends to be with me. One of the things that is a tell is that most people on YouTube in the drama world, the fuck shittery, the scam artistry of confidence and then screaming anger to make someone your opponent to raise money is possibly one of the lowest forms of soap opera entertainment I've ever seen in my life. Before I saw it there, I honestly thought that was a Pakistan and India thing only. It's way more entertaining when they do it. One, because it's half in Hindi and half in English. Yeah, none of us should accept a label. We are who we want to be. And the community at large here, it's YouTube. There is no fucking community. You may feel camaraderie because you're on a VC with someone, but please, I urge you to get some reality. Your friends are those people you see. Your friends are those people you can rely on. Your friends are those who show up. Your friends are not just people you talk to. They can be friendly. You can make friends. And I think Easy was going to cover the different association levels, which all right. We can go through that, but come on. How old are most of the people in that crowd? They're in their 40s? Some in their 50s? Some older? Very few kids. It's not like it's Destiny where there's a bunch of fucking 16-year-olds playing like they're 21, or they're 33 and they wish they were still 16 edgelording while playing fucking Fortnite. By the way, the reason I call Destiny a smurf is because that's a derogative term for someone playing Star Fox, Star Fox, who would basically set up somewhere to easily kill other people as they poured it in. It's a cheap way to win, which is why he would come in 5th on a regular basis, and why he was disliked amongst that community, why he wasn't a real competitive player for very long. That's where Destiny comes from. Stephen Kenneth Bennell II, the Deuce. Your future fascist leader, if he can do anything about it. How many people know liberals that hang a gun rack on their wall, by the way? That's the new thing. And does it bother anybody that, he's playing a video game with a gun rack on the wall while ignoring people and then arguing about the worst subjects possible with the most insane takes until just recently? Maybe it's because all that money finally got him scared straight, because there's something to lose. I don't know. You tell me. But yeah, I got to tell you, some of the things that I found out about the connections between people and the connections that people have, they don't even realize who the people are here on YouTube, are the stunning findings for me. Just like how the associations between Pearly Things early on and the Daily Wire, and still to this day, the Daily Wire and Pearly Things, and that association to Andy Tate, and how the red pill community has actively used the metaphor of Matrix backwards to confuse a vulnerable population of lonely people and get them to commit to the most angry, disillusioned positions when love is open to all. When there is a chance for everybody, when everybody, not just some, everybody has a chance to love. It's just a matter of whether or not you put yourself out there. And that's a different conversation. But let's go back to the dating fuckers. If they're online, they have to sell you a course. It's a scam. You want me to say it again? If they're online and they need to teach you dating and they feel that they're a dating pro, it's a scam. Period. People who want to learn how to date, have friends, introduce them to others, go out with others, learn social aptitudes, and get out of the house. But when you're paying somebody to tell you how to be a human, how to learn how to human, you're making the mistake. If they're not a therapist, if they aren't actually like a doctor or spent time studying mental attitudes and behaviors, how people interact interpersonally, please, I urge you, stop sending them fucking money. You don't have it. Trust me. YouTube is not a wealthy endeavor for people, and it's literally sending money to folks who have no lives and no accomplishments other than sitting here pretending that viewers mean more than viewers because they call it clout. Now, I don't know if you know what the word clout means, but let's look it up, because I think this is hilarious. By the way, this is one of the funniest things about the term clout and how stupid, moronic, and absolutely indignantly self-absorbed, childish, edgelordy fucktard most of the people on YouTube tend to sound. And I mean, like, oh, some of the most popular channels. Like, how many insufferable pieces of shit do we have out there in the world that are being validated because they simply are stuck playing video games and going to watch fucking Avalon or whatever his fucktard name is, or all of these horrible channels with horrible Hassan Abi, 48,000 clout, potentially gets dollars, ergo destiny. In their minds, yeah, absolutely. But the truth is clout means nothing. Clout means nothing. From somebody who is monetized with 64 subs, that clout means nothing. I had 100,000 views before I had 100 subs. For real. And I've only crept past that because I'm not interested personally in what y'all would call clout, because I know the secret to that. Clout is when people invest their interest into you and they have vested interests of their own. Meaning that clout is when you are important to other important people. When your take is important to other important people. And important, well, that's perspective, that's subjective. Let's say impactful. When you influence those who influence others, that's clout. When you can open a door because you're there, that's clout. Viewers aren't clout, except in the mind of children who think it's so impressive. I've never really cared about the growth. And there's a like, you know, hey, what's happening, Songwang? Good to see you back. Thank you for coming back. And there's a likability factor in there, but that likability factor in YouTube world, based off of the demo that I have found and studied over the past 8-9 months, that was handed to me initially, take a look at these groups. And here's 3 subjects. See what happens with them and just follow whoever they encounter. If they're speaking about X, Y, and Z. And by the way, you know, I'm not even addressing the Chud Logic fucking incel group, who literally, they are adults who do nothing but think it's funny, like Mantis, or when Rude originally showed up with Mantis. I'm thankful, by the way, that Rude Mudcrab has like leveled that out. He apologized for his behavior, and he recognized that he was not giving off the image he wanted to, whatever that be. I appreciate that he did that. By the way, that means a lot more than most anybody else has done that I've heard on YouTube. And meanwhile, other people kept fighting that fight past that, by the way, which I think is another thing that's a tell about that. Because here's what was really upsetting folks in that situation at some point, I believe. You can think of too many unlikable people with clout. Maybe Money Mayweather. I don't know who that is, but you know, there's so many. Meanwhile, there's so many great actual voices that have huge followings. Reckless Ben. Want to talk about accomplishments? He just got McCamey Manor shut down. Before that, he outed a cult. Before that, he outed Scientology. That's real. That dude's in his early 20s. And he has hundreds of thousands and is also associated to an even bigger channel. That's clout. Because I'll open the door for that motherfucker any day. Why? Because that's admirable. It's accomplishment. It's changing the landscape. When you're not changing the landscape and you're just repeating what somebody else did, or you're taking somebody else's idea and running off with it as your own because you don't want to involve them, let me just warn you about what happens when that happens. And I got a real funny tale about this one. So I was doing design on a major program show. 3 acts touring, average size stadium, 20,000, or amphitheater. Somewhere between 15 to 20. Average stages, 80 feet deep by 120 feet wide, including wings. Average hang height is somewhere between 80 and 65 feet. Now, that 20 feet is a wide variance. And that can impact how much rigging and how much lighting and how much weight. And if you don't know how to push the stage in and out and shrink or scale and build a project with that in mind from the get-go, once you've scoped out your venues, there being about 35 with the possible addition of 3 or 4 more, and then a European tour afterwards where we'd have to rescale the same product and put it into a container so that it fit, or 2 containers, hopefully 1, and ship it over and hope that it would fit into Trans Am's trucks. These are the logic systems that we use when we're building large projects. So when you don't have the person that helped define that project, and somebody else comes in along the way and tells everybody that that was just a bunch of bullshit and they can do better, I'm going to tell you this right now. Always go for the authority. Always go for the person who built the project. Always go for the designer. Always go for those who come in with the plan and can tell you all the details of the plan, because the guy who comes in halfway through and says, oh, I can do this, even though they have no accomplishment to show you they can, that dude's going to cost you an extra $3 million. Cost you in overrun on time and union fees. That could total up to 40 grand, at least on any one night. Man, there's so many things. Oh yeah, put you behind schedule by 10 hours so that you show up so late that you miss a show and have to make it up. There's all kinds of things that these people can do when they convince you that somebody who started the process with you isn't as important and they can handle it. In fact, that's the dude you dead on. That's the dude you go, okay, hang back, let's see how this goes. And you let the processes through. Now on YouTube, apparently, the thing to do is pick up someone's idea, shit on it, and then take it and run on it. Or shit on them, and then take their idea and run. Okay. But I want you to remember, those ideas, if you don't know how to build the structure, if you don't know how to build the plan, if you don't know how to build the show, if you don't know how to build whatever it was that you stole, or the idea that you took, or even if it was good, it's already DOA. Happy to talk about the undefeated boxer Floyd Money Mayweather. Oh, that guy. Yeah. Yeah, true. Floyd Mayweather. Yeah, unlikable guy. A heavy blow. Clout. A heavy blow with a hand or hard object as the noun. Influence or power, especially in politics or business. A piece of cloth or clothing. A target used in long distance shooting. So clout doesn't mean viewers. Clout doesn't mean subscribers. Clout doesn't mean any of that shit. Clouted him on the head. I'm going to start using it like that. Oh, man, I'm going to clout you if you don't shut up. Ha! That's a good one. I'm going to clout you. All right, let's go back. All right. What would you like to hear about? Which of the fuckeries would you like to hear? Would you like to hear about tracking Pearly? Would you like to hear about my interactions? Oh yeah, I never finished the story about Mike. So Mike was told that he needed to lighten up. I literally talked to him on the phone. He needed to lighten up because the audience was turning against him on the night that he faced E-Black on Speakeasy. And I brought him over there because I figured that both of them could bring two different audiences together and we could zero out a lot of the problems by introducing people together and creating a new atmosphere. I sold that to Easy and I sold that idea to Mike. Now, you can go back and watch that video. I know it still exists out there. It might be members only, but it still exists. And you can see the pain of trying to let these two No, I'm sorry, Alita. May the flow be with you. Oh, I'm just going to keep... I think I'm just going to keep running this on a loop here. Hold on a second. So this is kind of what we're doing tonight. Oh, what happened there? Oh, it's doing that thing again. Excuse me, folks. Sorry. Give me 1 second. There we go. Anyhow. So, show goes off. He and E-Black are not seeing eye to eye. And instead of seeming sympathetic or empathetic or understanding, Mike keeps doubling down and becoming more and more fervent and making less and less sense. And basically... And, yeah, I hope, I'm sorry, there's like nothing a man can say except, damn, can I get you some? You want me to leave the room? No? Okay. Yes? No? Okay. Hey! People posting free software on Reddit. Fun. I need to find some of that. Come on. Although I'd be concerned about taking stuff off of Reddit. Actually, when I think about it, where was I in my history? Hold on a second. Here we are. There it is. Put that on the loop here. There we go. Yeah, that's more the vibe. That's what we're looking for. All right, so E-Black, total nonsense all night long. Talking about his ex-wife, not his current wife. He tried to deny that just recently and then put it on me as the onus to disprove him. It was like, by the way, hey, Easy and Nicolina and fucking everybody else, which, by the way, traders, I'm glad you're on your meds. Thank goodness for it. Please stay healthy. Stay positive. You seem to be doing better. rapper, wherever you are. By the way, I hope you're okay. Last time we saw you, you seem to be doing better as well. And thank you for that. And to anybody who hates on people just because they don't agree with them, grow the fuck up. It's a chat. It's a TV show. You don't know who's watching a TV show. The fuck is wrong with half of you people, by the way? All right. Now I've gotten past that. Yeah, Lita enjoys traders. People think she's funny. I don't. I know some things and found some shit that are fucking horrible, but she seems to be trying to get past that. I think, right? That's what, you know. Seeing two people that I really like, I won't like her, but see, I'm not going to dislike you. I'm not going to stop talking to you because you like traders. That's childish, petty, fucking nightmarish bullshit. Also, hey, Lita, did you ever get kicked out of that, community? Did they ever find out that you were the person who didn't say what Jelly said on that show and didn't tell me? In the end, yeah, she did own her shit. Although on that show, she was given into it, which that fucked it all up. Oh, you're talking about traders. She owned her shit. Actually, I saw that video. She did own her shit. But I actually sent it to Lita. I'm like, holy Jesus, the meds have kicked in. And by the way, when I said that in chat that one day, on the day that Nicolino went away, that should have told everybody. I was up at fucking, like, 7 a.m. or something like that, 8 a.m. after a night of streaming on Constance has something to say. And I dropped a bunch of bombshells that then proven to be true by the person who attacked me for a bunch. And of course she did, because I got her to come out her hole. That was the whole point. I lit a fire in a hole, and sure enough, she comes out with her ass on fire. By the way, that's a tell, folks. That's a fucking tell. If it's not real, you don't care. You just go, doesn't matter how bad a suggestion it is. Prove it. I didn't have to prove it. She knew it was true. Moby, you know, for the people watching it, it's high excitement because they're so involved in it. But this is the thing I'm pointing out. And good to see you, by the way. Anybody else, and Lita loves to tell me about that conversation. Every time she watches, she's like, what's going on? Why is this happening? You have to be so in-depth involved in it that you're actually in the boring that community. It's just weird. Yeah, it is. Calling it a community, calling any group a community when you're online is weird. And I even know, I said, and I agreed unwittingly. I would say unwittingly. I didn't think I was just standing at that moment. By the way, which I was glazing him. Willie Mack. He was saying, "Well, it is a community now." Yeah, I see that. I don't know if I agree that it is. That makes it because you want it to be. It's not a healthy community. It's not a real community. It doesn't exist in real life. It just exists in the ether. And if one person can say something like, yeah, I don't want this person in my community, and everybody in that community, quote unquote, that group of people, that in-group, that cult, that tribe, that clique, decides to follow whatever that person says, then away you go. That's a problem. Lita Caproni! Holy shit! I must have said something right this evening. What's going on, Lita? How you feeling?
Said something wrong.
Oh, did I?
Yes.
What did I say wrong? Oh, you're just gonna hang on it? You're just gonna hang on?
You do not need to give condolences or sympathy about my womanly issue right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. Let me correct this, folks. Endure. Where's the knife? Oh my God. Endure. Sorry.
hold on, let me mute my television.
This is how you know Lita's a badass. She'll call up and tell me, don't fucking talk about that shit.
I have you on my TV. The camera looks great.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
The black and white helps the fact that I gave myself a gnarly ass gas shaving today. Nobody can see it because I'm hiding it very carefully. Have you noticed I've never lifted my head the entire? Oh, there it is. There it is.
Hold on. I'm looking at the TV. I'm not even looking at. Nope, I didn't notice it. I didn't notice it.
See, wait.
I still don't notice the difference in Michael Jackson's voice.
See, that's ridiculous, though. How can you not have? He talked like this. Oh, Michael. And in that video, he's like, "And Michael Jackson is gonna They didn't think." There's even that moment where he's like, "They thought." Or wait, Randy, don't interrupt. Wait, Randy, don't interrupt me. Hold on a second. That's the best though. Hold on. Did I get rid of it? No. Oh no, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Sorry. This is what we're talking about, folks. We're arguing about. I sent her something. I said his voice. Oh, shit.
Come in.
See, that's his low voice. Do not interrupt me, Randy. Oh, Lita X. Did she? Oh yeah, she got door knocked on. Okay, the other video we were talking about. Oh, Aaron, how did I find Mike TV and Easy and the rest? Okay, so I found Mike TV because I was following the Pearly Things scenario, and there were two channels that were also in the chat. And actually, the reason I went to the Pearly Things channel that day was not for Pearly, but rather for Nick Fuentes, and whose associations to the management, and how that management associates to some really nefarious characters is really some of the background of what I was interested in. It also happened to be that I was covering the fact that Nick Fuentes was supporting Putin regime language and propaganda. And literally on that podcast says Putin's a great guy. And oh, okay. Are you all out of bubble gum? I have some here, but if you don't want it, it's fine. Yeah, the other Jackson 5 were all like, "Hey, aren't I famous too?"
Cut the crap. Cut the crap. All right, I'm gonna drop down and let you continue.
All right. You can't hear the difference in his voice there, though, Lita. I'm sorry.
All right. I'll stay up for a minute. I'll stay up. I'll be muted.
Hold on a second. Didn't you hear this?
No. Dad, play it again.
Hold on. It's right at the end there, and it's not just this video. It's he doesn't have a really low voice. It's not like Barry White, like they say. It's just not the.
Where's that post?
It's just not that high voice. Oh shit! Sorry. Do not interrupt me. Oh, why do I keep? Oh, because it's like a second long. That's why. Sorry. Do you hear that shit? Do not interrupt me, Randy.
Okay. You know what it is?
What?
You know what it is? I was expecting to hear like that mythical voice that everybody talks about, which is why I didn't hear a difference, because this is the voice that I hear all the time when he's talking. Yeah. No, the voice, the joke that they say about him being really low, that's not really a thing. Though there is some Studio 54 footage of him in the office when he's waiting for something, before the club opens up, and he is talking in a strangely low voice, like, I don't know, but it's not much lower than that one. The other video, though, hold on a second, I'll bring up the other one. He starts higher. Michael Jackson, Sony. By the way, audience, we are on a full left turn. We'll come back to the stories I was telling. Sorry. Sorry, guys.
It's okay. It happens. I'm not forgotten. Mike TV, following from Pearly Things. So we're waiting for that to show up, which apparently, something went wrong. Hold on. Come on, meow. I had gone over there because Jason Black had kicked me off his channel when I couldn't cam up quickly enough. So Mike TV was my second interest. He was one of the other people on the channel that day who was voicing concerns. And I went to his channel, and I recognized a catharsis and a party atmosphere and something different than anything else I had found. And really, truly, was one of the few channels that I didn't feel like was, at the time, solely grifting. If anything, he had been pointing out in a very solid way receipts on grifters, and his viewership was up in the 1200s at the time, on average. It is Jason Black's fault, 100%. If he had let me stay on there, I would have been on Black's panel. And this would all be very different, actually. This would all be very different. Some of the subjects would not have been found. And yeah, it wasn't until the Anton Daniels, not the Anton Daniels, the lawyer that came after him, that it became questionable. And I don't just mean like the legal issues. I knew about that stuff right away. I had a whole little dossier on it. I knew exactly what it was. I could even say that I was infiltrated. Somebody DDoS'd me and then snagged from my, at that point, a distribution computer, a file I put there. It was the only file. And it's funny, they seemed to only take Mike's information. They didn't take my information because I put something salacious in there about me. Like fucking horrifyingly true salacious. Some fucked up shit about my life. That although it's not actually like true, it's just one of those things that like, sometimes we have some bad shit happen in our life and on paper it looks horrible. Till you hear the whole story, then it's like, oh, okay, so that's not really true. What's that? No, it's not. They wish it was true, but it sounds horrible. That's my co-host, Lita. She might or might not be having a hard period. I'm sorry, but I'm not supposed to mention that. Sorry.
At least I'm not knocked up.
That's true. Good for you. What are you trying to flex?
Good for me. Yeah.
Is that what
it's a woman thing?
It's a woman thing.
Speaking womanese right now.
Are you? Is that what it was? Was that what that was? You tried to?
Yes.
She's stabbing. By the way, she's stabbing at me, audience. You don't know that. She's stabbing at me right now.
Yes, being a woman.
Slick. You think you're fucking slick. Anyway. Yeah, the Mike TV thing was a happenstance, and there was a lot of good people there, and it was fun and funny, and he was doing solid work at the get-go. And I in looking around at the other environments that I was studying, he really did have an altruistic sense, and I didn't get a sense that there was another side, I gotta be honest, until he started wanting to hire people for his business. That's really where I started to question stuff, and he asked me to do some work for him, and some of the behaviors I experienced with him offline started questioning me, making me question things, but they weren't in the forefront. Which is why I approached Easy and said, I don't know 100% about the whole story of this, and it'd be beneficial if somebody who was unbiased, who wasn't involved in all of this, actually questioned the scenario and looked at it all. And the bigger tip off of that, in addition to that, was the fact that there were way bigger players attacking Mike. That Easy never addressed, that Easy never got to, that he never had the fucking site to go after big fucking channels, that he could have. I still don't know why. Instead, he became friends with E Black to a degree, or at least friends. He became friendly with E Black, and Mike became the enemy. Now, there's a reason Mike was an asshat, but so was E Black. But Mike's indiscretion made it impossible for anyone to like him, and then neither of them would be the grown-ass man to just put a fig leaf, and they all had these reasons of why, and then it became like why the white people wanted him to, and then which was fucking disgusting bigot fucking shit on any end. And let's talk about that. let me make something very clear that was said to me offline, and that way I won't mention who said it to me. But somebody once said to me, asked me, why I felt the need to defend all black people. You want to hear that again? Someone asked me why I had the need to defend all black people. Did I think that black people couldn't defend themselves? About the fact that I was asked to go check out if there was some reason why some locution was used. And this went on, and I was addressing this, by the way, after the Jelly affair, after it was just like, okay, y'all are wild. It was after my show when people would come in the chat just like crazy, which we can run back, and you know, Lizard Tree has had some of the best takes. Lizard Tree, my mom is a sweaty mess. Oh no. Chin hairs. I understand the chin hairs. Anytime, Lita, you know you're always welcome. She's allowed to stab. She's feeling rough right now. Yeah, there was a lot of opportunity in the connection of the two parties. Both of them could have benefited. It's the kind of thing I do on the professional level. It's the kind of thing that I'm actually known for, is being the great connector of seeing two parties. Now, I cannot control what those parties do. I can only help to put them together. And it doesn't always work. And I don't know if you guys remember this, but at the end of the day, I was like, well, that's disappointing. Now, where the hair turned on all this at the end of the night is when I went over to Mike's channel. It was all about race and white people. And how that white guy set him up. And I, quote unquote, I set him up. In fact, he even said that to me at one point. And that's crazy. I set them up for a win, both sides. I don't think anybody won. And I think I said that then. And it was disappointing. Because everybody could have had something better and joined a bunch of community, you know. I'll use the term there. Because when you take two groups and put them together, that actually makes community. No way, StreamYard is finally a fucking app? Holy shit! Oh my god, what's going on with the, Come on. Come on, meow. Oh, I gotta restart that probably. Hold on. I don't have my sound effect for that. StreamYard is finally a fucking app. Good God almighty, thank God. It's so stupid. Speaking of stupid. Alex, that picture looks nothing fucking like you in real life. Please, PWF, if you're ever listening, or anybody who knows him, please tell him it's so stupid. It's so weird. It's awkward. Dating advisors, they bring out what's good in you. They don't tell you that there's one way about anything or any monolithic event. And people who are actually proper dating advisors, they find the excellence in a person. They find the match. And by the way, the real dating experts are matchmakers. And there's very few of them that are good. Oh, Moby, well, we had an issue because I had confronted somebody named Rude Mudcrab. We solved that issue, essentially. They had said something they didn't realize had come off in such a bigoted manner, as it had, and it was brought to me under that light. Now, it turns out that there were multiple instances of this stuff going down, including trolling, and it had to do with the fact that Rude was dating somebody who had influenced him to go take part in that. Now, he took full responsibility for doing so. Give him full credit, accommodation, and he deserves that for saying it. Now, he knew it wasn't coming off the right way. That said, what is not commendable, it has nothing to do with him, is the responses of everybody around him trying to protect him after he already said he had done what he did. Now, the lack of understanding for the fact that the N-bomb is any other form, meaning like turn someone's name into kind of the N-bomb, still the N-bomb. That's a thing, and it's amazing how I'll say this, other white people just didn't understand it, and how a lot of the conversation in the first couple of months of this show, when I started actually doing streaming, was telling white people, hey, you really shouldn't use the N-bomb in any format and don't reference it, because it makes people upset, and it's just fucking smarter to not use it. How hard is it to avoid using a word, Stephen Kenneth Bennell? Oh, not that hard, because you don't use it anymore. Anyways, so what it came down to was addressing somebody. We had a kind of a scene out of it, and the person who had brought it to my attention essentially brought it back up after it had been handled. A couple months, actually. I think 2 months in total after it had been handled. She did it outside my purview, and she did it by adding that problem to a new problem where she basically made up some shit. She called into a show and started out with a bunch of accusation or accusatory language, real accusatory language, and which, by the way, there was some confusion over when you ask a question of somebody. Did you use this word? And then, oh, that's accusing someone. No, it's not. And that's some other funny shit. It's like, boy, the witch hunt of like, you can't ask somebody that's accusing. No, and as somebody who never used, there was another whole tell of like, I never used the word racist. I would use the word bigotry. Everybody was like, oh, he's not racist. He's not racist. Well, stop saying that about him. That's what, in PR, in fixing, when somebody's using a term that basically makes them the target, we tell people stop using that term around them, and we'll squash it in the news. We'll squash it in the reporting. We'll squash it. We'll ask, can you use another phrase or term? And in most cases, people will, because it's easy, especially when it's not true, like in that case. The difference between a bigoted set of language and a lack of understanding of the perception of it and actually being a racist is fucking totally different, and they knew that too. The cynicism was that of, I don't know, child, frankly. But it was also convenient. It was convenient for people to get angry. It was convenient for people to have someone to lash out at, because at that moment, they knew they were already beating somebody else. They knew that they were already down, so anybody was open to that. And I say this because, so this person, Angela, Jelly, this video's up, goes on somebody else. I don't think the video of her doing this is up, but, and I didn't really review much of it other than the first few minutes, because it wasn't necessary. What was said in the first few minutes was unforgivable shit, and then it's like, yo, are you fucking kidding me? And here's the surrounding context. She calls in the show, makes accusatory statements, utilizing information that she had just randomly talked about with Lita. She misrepresented that information. Why? We still don't know. Facts. Easy and Nicolina and others like it, because those aren't alone. There are so many sectors that feed anger, pain, no solution, and no end to it, with the guise that there's some happy place. Well, how often do you see people crying? How often do you see trauma? How often do you see drama? Accusatory behavior, finger pointing. I mean, that's what people seem to be interested here on YouTube. You forgot your friend to drop in tonight, and now you're pissed because you're good. Because now you're pissed because you don't get to spend quality time on my panel? What? No content. The same he said, she said. Yeah, it's not content. They all call it content, but content is a funny term. It's not entertainment. Let's go back to what this is supposed to be. It's supposed to be entertainment. I mean, if you're entertained by Maury Povich, maybe then it's entertainment. Yeah, Lizard Tree, they basically blamed me. And let me get to that point. So, Jelly had the conversation with Dave, and apparently when that went down over the course of a couple hours, I spoke to Jelly that afternoon after that, not knowing, and she never mentioned it. She never fucking mentioned it that day. She mentioned that she had been on She mentioned she'd been on another panel, but she didn't mention what had been talked about or how it went down or what was going on. They needed to blame someone. That's correct. And stupidly so. They blamed the one person who wouldn't ever be involved in any of that bullshit. Have no need. Don't want to. Don't know about it. Not the focus of my show. Not the focus of my life. Not the focus of my interests. Not the way I do business. I walk away from fuckers like that. Quick. And anybody in that scenario found out. I just fucking walk away. I don't meander around the dead body. So, somehow, a third person, unknown, who gave her that information was brought into this because they had interrogated her to the point of saying that there was somebody else she got that information from, or they assumed it. And I'm still not sure how that came up. I'm going to say there's a combination of the both. A little misrepresentation and a little just assumption based off of people who felt like there needed to be someone because they were so caught up in the Nicolina drama. Which, by the way, Nicolina, you're 5'2" by 5'2". Pick your chin up off the fucking table, you pig. And by the way, yeah, you may be related to law enforcement, but Internal Affairs knows that. Okay? Take it from somebody who made sure they did. Don't fucking peep. I'll stick my fucking hand so far up, you'll be my puppet. How's that new computer treating you? Anyhow. Yeah, I mean, in the end, because they were both unhappy with how... Well, okay, hold on. Let me go back. Because there's a piece of this that y'all don't recognize, which is two things. Jealousy, because I dropped a bomb before somebody else got to. Oh yeah, Nick is going after traitors now. And, by the way, McKenna, are you here? Are you watching in the clouds, McKenna? Come on in. Let's out some people. Let's fucking go to town. So, there's also McKenna, who, for a very long time, fed easy information. Now, she's one of the mean girls. She started the mean girls from... she and several others who will not be named ever all shared with me pertinent and important information, of which none of you will ever see, because some of it, most of it, has to do with stuff that got turned over to law enforcement or state's attorneys or Interpol. Moby DeJujuj, I reckon Easy does it because of all the Nicolina haters. He doesn't care. You feel that they're just acting it all out for views. And I've come to feel that way too because of the consistency, because of the lack of ability to move on from it. Yeah, all of them are problematic. Not just kind of. I mean, apparently, from what we've seen now, Jimbo has pill, or, is involved with pills. Or at least that's what was said. I don't know that for certain. But that's what was said by multiple parties. Let's see. Yeah. Now, I gotta say, I have some friends who were married young because their family was religious. So I can't, he lived in the backwoods. And yeah, he did marry a kid. There's problematic things that are way beyond that. It's a cesspool. And unfortunately, people are becoming like the people they hate. That's the problem with it. Back to the story. That morning, after the conversation, despite the fact that everybody could have really balanced out, I want to also remind you that every time I tried to give everybody an off-ramp, and there was twice at least, if not 3 times, that I said, I think we've reached an off-ramp, I think we've reached an impasse, I think we really shouldn't go further. Easy said, no, let's give him a chance. Or Mike wouldn't give in, or E-Black, and it was to the point where I think everybody just wanted to get off. Oh, man, I've been talking shit. All kinds of stuff. And that morning, and now I'm going back to what happened with the mic and stuff. At the end of it, Mike had the point of view that I had set him up and was telling people on his channel that those white people this and that, which was unfair. It was bigoted, and it was his fault for missing that shit out. And if this had something to do with his decline, I'm sorry. That sucks. That's really terrible. But that's on fucking him. Same with how it was on him for overspending on a on a country club or whatever. But you know, he can tell you that shit. He that's what the story is, because the poor man is homeless right now. Nobody deserves that. Nobody deserves to be homeless. Nobody deserves to be without. We do pay the penalties of our mistakes in life. True. But not always are they the correct penalty. Yeah. So, just know this. My empathy extends pretty far. But I also cut some fucking lines for when people are just terrible human beings. And the character of a human being is about whether or not they actually have emotional regulation and or control over the interpersonal interactions or cognizance, comprehension levels enough to see the bigger picture and not pick out the most petty points. And I'd ask you this. Hey, Resto, as a question. And I'm not trying to mock in any way. And I want to ask you this. What would you think of someone who doesn't believe in space? Or what would you think of someone that thought the Earth was flat? Would you trust their comprehension after that? Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is the dumbest thing. Well, you might want to ask some questions. I never did, because I didn't want to get into an argument over the firmament. Hold on. Where is it? There it is. There it is. I didn't want to get... Oh, you haven't seen this one yet. I didn't want to get into an argument over the firmament. And now back to our regular scheduled program. Anyways, yeah, that's the new cam. Anyways. That said... That's what I was told. And then there was some argument started, and I literally said, I don't remember what it was, but Dave said, well, you know, he doesn't believe in space. And I said, no, man. Photon DNA. By the way, if you want to see someone who is trolling people, I can tell you for certain, Photon DNA is fucking people up. Anyhow, yeah. That's what I was told. I started to, it kind of came up, and it was like, oh, this is really, oh wow, he does believe that. Okay, I'm not gonna go into that, because that's where it's like, I can't, it's just gonna cause a fight. We're just here for the show. Anyways. And these are the things, by the way, folks, just so you know, as a performer, as somebody who, engages with many others, who has to find a line to work around folks and with folks. These are the decisions you have to make as a decent human being. Not only that, but as a professional, you don't just fucking say everything. Don't be Lauren De La Hoo-Ha. Which, by the way, if you want to see who's going to be on the next fascist panel, it's going to be Lauren and Destiny working for Shkreli. Anyways, so Jelly goes on this panel, spends a day, doesn't call me and tell me that she's just been on a panel where my name got brought up and all sorts of stuff. Dave doesn't call me. Easy doesn't call me, although I don't know if Easy was on there. Rude wouldn't call me. And Jelly I spoke to, and she didn't mention any of it. And I didn't actually find out about any of this that was on Monday until Wednesday, because I happened to be contacted after the fact. And then I only saw a little of the video before I did my show. And I didn't actually see the whole of the video until the next day, which I think was a Thursday. So therefore, what you see in that episode, by the way, of me looking at the video and just going over the first 2 minutes, I didn't need anything else. I'm a grown fucking man. That lie that I saw, knowing that she had just spoken to Lita, had not told me later, that was everything. Later on that evening, by the way, and by the way, let me divulge this. I had spoken to Jelly earlier before I put the show up, and I said, yeah, no, you're going to come up and you're going to apologize for what you fucking said, because you know that's not true, and I'm going to hold you to task. And she agreed on that. I said, you're probably going to want to get trashed, because it's going to be fucking tough on you. She said, okay. So she did. And instead of holding firm to being apologetic, she started to fight back. That's fine. Do what you're going to do. You're a human. Do whatever you want to do. But don't expect me to play like I'm unbiased while allowing a biased scenario. So I started to let people up on the panel. Dave had been waiting for a long time. And at some point, towards the end of the night, Easy said, yeah, well, don't look at that stuff. You know, I apologize for whatever I said. And I accepted that because I didn't know what had been said. I didn't know what had been done. But the next day, I realized not only had I been unfriended on Discord, and several other people had unsubbed from me. And in fact, there was a good bunch of people that unsubbed that day. But also, my viewership dropped. And mind you, none of this really means anything to me other than like, oh, wow, somebody's fucking really influencing a bunch of folks. Okay. Sad. It doesn't change who watches me. It doesn't change what my real life is. It doesn't change my impact on the world. It doesn't change my accomplishments. It doesn't take anything away from me. This is fun. Yeah, someone was in their feelings. And here's what that, I believe, and I could be wrong, was about. I had been trying to reach Easy to let him know that there were several of us on the outside working our way in towards information. Somewhat, gang. Gang, ice cream. Gang. I had tried many times. I had called, I'd left messages. Gang, ice cream. Tasty. Smells like tame. Anyway, sorry, I kind of lost my place there. Yeah, I had basically been very open with everybody. I tried to be very open as much as one can in the scenario to let people know what they need to know about me and what's important. In the case of, just being cut off from the Easy crowd, I didn't even know what had happened. I was none the wiser until I was called and told what had happened. There was a bad thing and that I would need to review it. I started to watch it. I was like, I only watched the first couple minutes, and then when I brought it back on the show, that's all I needed to watch. Yeah, you thought it. Moby Jujush says, you thought I was a hater watching Nicolina and Easy shit, but I knew it was BS. They all love the BS drama back and forth, hop on each other's panels and argue for a bit and then review it later on. 100%, it's entirely a game. If you don't know it's a game, then you don't know that's part of the show. I have tended to stay away from it. I could totally go into that. I could fucking call people names all day long. Anybody who watched me on Mike TV back in the day or seen me quip on a panel knows that I am dangerous. I will hurt people's feelings. I don't care. It's a panel. If you're not performing up there, if you're not part of it, that's a different thing. Now, there's a lot of folks running around doing bad behaviors, both on the scamming, the grifting. Look, art, we make our money off this. That's those people that are actually doing this full time, they make their money off of it. I was including myself there. I don't make any money off this. It doesn't matter. Although Lizard Tree is damn near my shit. You should move in, pretty much. Damn near renting the room. That said, patronize your favorite artists, always, please. You're about to say something about Easy and you're talking about behind the scenes. Oh. I did lose my place on that. It'll have to come up at some point. I have to run it back and find out. Oh, behind the scenes. I had contacted him many times trying to tell him what I was finding out, or to call me because I couldn't put it in writing. And I wanted to share certain things with him that were very important for him to know, that were activities about to go down. I never heard back. And the only time I ever interacted with him was when I got on the panel. And then I wasn't going to share that publicly because that's not the way you fucking do that shit. You don't do it out in the open unless you're trying to put on a show. So I don't really know if there was like some intent to keep me from sharing that information with him, or just that he didn't even really recognize it and he had too many emails, or whatever it was. Doesn't really fucking matter. The only time I spoke to him was on the panel, and I never got to share the information, so I just said, fuck it, I'll be a secret agent. That's what I've been this whole time. And I'm very serious. When I say I'm serious, I don't think people realize, no, I'm serious. If you record somebody's phone call and then later claim intent to use it, I will report you for extortion. Because that's how the world works. Especially if you do it publicly and then you share it repeatedly. Give me a fucking break. I don't care that you're across any border or in another state, or if you're committing an act that's a crime, doesn't matter how much you cover it up with "you're all my friends," doesn't matter how much you cover it up with "it's a troll," it doesn't matter if you've got a fruit attached to your name, it doesn't matter if you start with Smokey. Because, by the way, I'm not talking about Guru, by the way. I'm talking about other groups that maybe you're not very aware of that are much bigger. Much bigger. That everybody should stay clear of. 8-hour streams of nonsense. Yes, indeed. Anyways. So, yeah, I've been trying to give them heads up of what was coming. That there was about to be a full tilt strike going down. On multiple tiers, and that I had found some real important information that I was hoping that he could pass on, because he had so much interaction at that time with traders. I never got a response back. I never heard back. He never called me. I don't hop in the VCs. It just wasn't. I don't do that shit. And I especially wasn't gonna. The one time I shared something in a VC because I actually caught it. He had jumped out, and I shared it with folks to be like, hey, let him know. And they're like, don't tell people here, in some paranoid delusion. Oh, let's talk about how, I invited a couple people into a think tank, and instead of somebody being like, cool, let's go, I was actually given the grill. Well, is Easy in there? Yeah, I invited a bunch of people. Whatever. Paranoid is as paranoid does. Point being, when Christmas came early, it was because of a concerted effort of a lot of people. It wasn't just the copyright strikes, no matter how much they want to claim that. That was involved. But it also took a bunch of community strikes that had to do with the attacks on people. And in the process, I also wanted to bring traders up to light so I could do something about her too, because it's much harder to actually hit her. And she did exactly what was expected of her. She must have made 8 videos, 5 to 8 videos, and posts and all sorts of things. It was just an onslaught of nonsense that I just went click, 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 click to. Of course not, Moby. And it's sad because that's the character of those people on YouTube that don't want you to know there's more than them unless it's convenient to them. Or that anybody else is involved and they don't want to recognize you. And he's not the only one. If you think he's the only one, look at Mike. Mike was an actual group event. There was lots of people feeding him info. And by the way, it wasn't long ago, somebody tried to get access, not legally. And yeah, they're in this YouTube world. One of these schmucks tried to get access to information in my world that is not directly associated to me. And that's going to come back to fucking haunt the fuck out of them What an idiot. We'd have to ask Resto about that one. I honestly haven't been watching enough. I catch on and off. Yeah, Mike is a TV presenter. Although that when he's on panels and he's using that presentation voice, yo, Mike, if you're watching, bro, cut it out, man. Speak like you normally do. And by the way, when you were recording me on the phone with the audience while lying to me, telling me you weren't streaming, I knew you were immediately because you were using the voice. And when people do that, they are being performative. You know who else does that? Mike? Lima Bean. Do you know who Lima Bean is? You should probably find out, Mike. This might be more disturbing than you could imagine. Cut it the fuck out. I mean, I know it works because it's interesting to some, but it's just not cool, man. And it's not, I mean, like, if you need attention, I understand you're playing into it. But that's one of the things, folks. Moby pointed out earlier. You wouldn't find these people going back and forth if it wasn't something they enjoyed. And Nicolina could have been taken down a long time ago. Traders could have been taken down a long time. All these people could be taken down a long time ago. Just like how Mike got taken down. Just like how Tommy Sotomayor got taken down. Just like how Pearl got taken down. Takes a while. But as long as you're consistent about somebody who's doing something bad and keep reporting them to YouTube, you know. Did I find out who it was? Yeah, their viewers enjoy it. It is entertainment to them. But this is one of these calls that I call to the higher sensibilities of people. Look, are you doing yourself any favors? Is that a quote-unquote community of health? Or is it just a community of people doing something terrible? Oh, yeah, well, let's talk about all the information dude got from McKenna. And then he outed her. And just ousted her, too, when she didn't do what he wanted. And this is one of the things in comparative. If you notice people are just ousting when they get pushback, or they get angry or scream when they get pushback, that tells you everything about the emotional capability regulation. Oh, did I find out who it was? I believe I did. Yeah, I believe I did. It wasn't who I initially thought it was, thankfully. It seems to be a weird sense of belonging because people are having catharsis. Now, one of the things I would point out is that white YouTube needs to learn from black YouTube. Straight out. Is black YouTube sees itself and the large as a community as a group of people. Not because of this channel that they're on. There are sectors. But white YouTube is all about, oh, I'm a DGGer. I'm a Avalonist. I'm a, and you're a. Look, I know you can't be bigoted anymore outright. And I know high school seemed like the best time for some people. But what the fuck are a lot of you doing? Other than playing into a Russian and Chinese propagandist meme mill scheme to disenfranchise the American public so that the next time the vote comes around, all the QAnon folks are fighting, all of the people who don't like each other are fighting, there's distrust amongst everybody, and we end up voting in some fucking tyrant who brings the world to a crashing halt. You want to be part of that? Is that what you're interested in? If you're like, oh, Aaron, that is such a large jump from just a talk show where everybody's talking shit. No, it's not. It's not. It's crazy, Moviges says. They feel like they know each other, and a lot of them are young or older people, black YouTube creator sectors, while saying it's not really sectors. We just move around. I'm like, yeah, exactly. Well, there is a similarity there. But one thing that black YouTube does not do in general is go, oh, we're this, except for one little group, and they're called quacks, and they maintain a massive sector all on their own, and they separate them and segregate themselves. And the quacks are Wild. Oh, he did? Yeah, no, I downloaded it. Hopefully it doesn't go away with the download. It might, though. Okay, so how does it end up that all this gets any worse? Well, when somebody says to their audience, we're a community, we've got to drive someone out, and that person doesn't even exist, meaning the person that Jelly was referencing in her story was Lita, and Lita didn't say that shit. Yeah, Quack Sector even asked, what sector are you from? Yeah, true. Moby J says, they've come to realize that all entertainment, well, for the content creators, I'm not reading this correctly. I've come to realize that it's all entertainment. Well, for the content creators, most of them. Yes, it's all entertainment. And if it's not taken with that grain of sand, recognizing that it's entertainment, you're buying into some bullshit. I would also say that most of them would expect someone like me to go show up and challenge them. I don't need to. I can sit here and talk shit all day long. And when you go to court, who provides the evidence? That's another one. Who provides the evidence in court? Those that are accusatory. Like Angela with her grifting red pill shit and then she realized it's dying. Yeah, I think that's a thing too. The more I've thought about it, yeah. But I also think that she was disenfranchised. I think she was disengaged from it because the job that she was supposed to have was so horrible and it just got worse and worse. And I can tell you, I've been there too. I stopped touring because of this. I didn't want to tour anymore, especially after my last experience. My last experience was wonderful and terrible all at the same time. And the side of it that was wonderful had nothing to do with the work. And it made me realize I didn't want to do that at all anymore. I didn't want to get on a bus or on an airplane unless it was really by my choice. She was charging $300 an hour. For what? Angela! Where are you? I know she occasionally watches. Come on, Angela! Don't lie, girl. Come on. Where are you? Holy shit, $300 an hour. That's like, that even Brittany Simon only charges $200 for like a hour and a half or something like that. Red pill grift. Yeah. And wouldn't you love to pay $200 for an hour and a half to be told about something that doesn't exist? God love you, Brittany, for coming up with your own psychosis evaluation. Anyways, that's just a lot of this shit, by the way. The psych people, erudite, no psych degree, but she's practicing, basically. Oh, and then when she got in trouble for it, she had to just start charging for an eval sheet that apparently, from what I've read, you can get them for free. Charging $50 for that thing. A lot of it's a grift. This is why anytime I've ever raised money, I'm always like, look, this is patronage. Or the one time I did raise money or it was twice actually, for a funded thing, it was like something I could walk to. I brought it down there. And even then, they were like, why are you bringing us cash? That was a pain in the ass, by the way. That's why I didn't do it again. Because it was like, oh my God, I got to find some better way to do that. I also don't have enough viewers. I don't think people have enough money out there. That's why they're watching YouTube. Yeah, COVID-19 made a lot of people seek out the grift. And when they saw the amount of people that were watching them sitting at home, it became easier to call them out. That's why a lot of people used to become preachers when they found that the general grift was too complex and the easy confidence game is in God. Because you can gain trust when you talk about the Lord, so long as you remain truthful to the message. And trust me, I could have done that too. I am the king of that shit. You want to hear a funny story? At the age of 14, I decided I wanted to take the day off school. Except, I got caught. Yeah, then Kevin Samuels. Yeah, that's when I started watching this train wreck starting with Sinji during COVID. Oh, yeah. Then Kevin Samuels. Oh, man. I can totally imagine. So when I was 14 years old, Oh, thank you. I wasn't just an extremely experienced orator. I was also a champion already at expository speech and storytelling. I had already worked professionally as an actor for, well, let's see, I'd had the SAG-AFTRA since I was 8 and applied when I was 6. So, yeah, 6 years, right? I was in plays. I'd already started producing shows with my colleagues. And I was well informed on many subjects because I was constantly reading. I always had books in my backpack, and I always kept up with the information. And I was a big fan of world peace and hippiness. And there was an organization that used to, and let me see if I can remember who they are. Oh my God, I'm blanking on it. There was an organization that used to get people to write letters to ask for world peace. And, oh my God, it was through the Who, and I can't believe I'm blanking on it. Oh my God, it's such a good story too. Anyways, for some reason, the person who was supposed to do the seminar on writing letters to foreign governments and basically the show that everybody was going to get them out of school that day or class, that person didn't show up. Now, here's where I go back to the beginning of my story. I was trying to leave campus. Where I was going, there were no fences, and I was sneaking off campus. And the assistant principal, who knew me very well, decided to pull me into the office, and I thought I was in trouble. And she said, Aaron, we know you're a performer, and we're wondering if you know anything about this topic. And she showed me a couple of pieces of paper that were involved with what we were supposed to be talking about. World peace, sending letters on behalf of others, asking world leaders to bring peace and stop fighting, nuclear armament. And I said, yeah, I could help out. She said, well, that's good because the person who was supposed to do these speeches today didn't show up. Would you be comfortable doing this? Sure. At 14, I didn't give a fuck. I was like, I can do anything. I rule the world. I started reading the paperwork. I went out there, and for 7 periods, I entertained what was about, 700 people at a time, telling them shit that I literally had very little clue but what I read on that paper about, to be frank. And I repeated that shit like my life depended upon it. That said, I convinced... I guess that would have to be 3/4 of the student body to write letters, because there was over 1,000 letters the next day in the box. And if I remember right, I was told that was the most that this organization had ever seen from anyone's school in one day. The power of oration and control in what you say is palpable. The actual influence on people's minds, it isn't just accidental. It's purposeful in most cases. And I would warn anybody to be aware that some of these folks who are using these tactics, whether it's the pain point reflex and the pain point sales mechanism, never giving you a solution, but continuing the pain, or the call to help so we keep this thing going, or the you can help others even though you'll never see them get help, or send me the money and I'll send it to them. Just don't do it. Stay away from it. Avoid it like the plague. You can watch the show and support actual artists otherwise. It's pretty easy. When you see art, and I mean art, Anna Akana, Wick TV, he has a great panel. Prime Cage, those are real panels. When you see those people, they're really talking about something. They're really trying to get somewhere. When you look at Erudite, what do you really see? The girl that everybody goes to after they've been looking at the hot tub streams, and now they got the girl that may be accessible, and she'll talk shit to you like a psych major. Meanwhile, she uses the same dialectic attempt that never actually gets the synthesis that Destiny does, because she's a copy. And you said it, Lizard Tree, I didn't, but yeah. Yeah, there's some definite tones of being something like that. Yeah. Moby to judge whom's to blame, the grifter or the person buying into the grift without doing any checks on whom they watch or follow or whatever. Both sides. Everybody's at fault in that case. And, yeah. Because fascism, or authoritarianism, or witch hunts can't begin without people taking part. It takes a group of people all screaming for a witch to cause that witch hunt. Now, I'm going to go back to the story. Easy at some point on the panel had said, don't watch the video then, or if you watch that, if you've already seen it, I said, I haven't seen it. I apologize, is what he said to me, and I accepted his apology. And when I went back and watched it the other day, the next day, it made me take a pause and take a beat to step back from his channel for a couple days. And I was actually going to go back. Just going to take a breath and be like, all right, see how I feel about this in a week. Well, week didn't even go by, because then on Monday, I did the Healthy Streamer show where Jumbi showed up. And Jumbi, being, by the way, most recently won another championship belt with a fighter at Madison Square Garden. So keep in mind that happened. Hell of an accomplishment. Way to go, Jumbi. Jumbi came up on the panel because he had a lot of input as to how fighters use the same techniques that I was describing. And that panel literally said, Jumbi, panel for Jumbi, call in Jumbi. I did get other calls. I did welcome other people. But only one person didn't want to talk about the topic and then got upset and jumped off because they didn't get the answer they wanted. And literally the answer was given to them at the time. I didn't have any answer about who that person was because there was nobody. And they didn't want to listen to that. So I was just going to keep telling them, yeah, I talked to Jelly, but I'm not going to ask her. There was no point to asking. In fact, that conversation I had with her that day was keep my name out your mouth. Draw the line. I don't feel comfortable. And I can verify this by there's a comment where she tried to bring me back up on some other topic and post about me, and I literally wrote, please don't at me. Don't put my name out there. I have no trust in you. I have no faith in you, and I don't want any involvement. Because here's the truth. Jelly is an agent of chaos. She's out of the beef sector. She's from the troll world. Basically, Black Kiwi. If you don't know what that is, well, you don't need to. And be happy that you don't. There's also Smokies. There's also Trollville. There's King Trolls. There's Trolls 2.0. There's sectors all over the fucking place. Beef sector is super wild, right, Resto? Like, it gets big. I don't know if I've ever sent you King Troll 2.0. Spaceship. You found Spaceship. Holy shit. Spaceship is dangerous, bro. Be careful. People get hurt in Spaceship for real. That shit is like, people get, like, pulled up on and shit. And I found that on a day where they were literally showing a video of that shit. Like, somebody, like, held the phone up to the camera. And it was like, oh! Like, in any case, these sectors are huge, and some of them are dangerous, and some of them you can piss off without even knowing, and then there's 1,400 people at your door. That said, healthy entertainment, it's like food. It's what we put into our psyche. What's healthy about maintaining argument or hunting down people if you never actually finish them? Oh, she was in the conscious. I was always wondering that. Jelly does seem so chill. She was in the conscious community. She said that she's also beef sector, though. You're talking about Jelly. Yeah, okay. I'll take your word for it, but yeah, no, and which is even weirder because you know that I know some of the founders of that conscious community. He's actually in one of my videos. Nobody ever notices Sean in one of my video. Hello, this is Sean. I'm here with my stunt double, Aaron. It's one of the dudes who started Conscious Collective with his fucking wife. Jesus God. Which, by the way, if you want to know how old Granddaddy Aaron is of YouTube, I go back to Beetle, bitches. I go back to pre-platform. We had to make our own. I go back to HOB TV, where nobody could see that shit because the bandwidth was too wide. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say she's a troll. I'd say she's an agent of chaos. Inadvertently or advertently. I think she's well-meaning on some aspects, but I also think that she's fairly petty, personally, in my opinion. I think that what she did was disingenuous, and she tried to act like she didn't understand. But I also say that about everybody in that situation. Because that's true. And instead of all being accountable for what they did, blame it on me. Tell people not to watch me. Fuck up that guy, but don't, disappointing? Sure. But it's also one of those things that just know this. When I experience that kind of thing, personally and professionally, I'm like, thank you for telling me. Fuck yeah. Now I can walk on. I don't need to fucking get caught up in that shit because thank you for telling me. I didn't know. Too many times in my life, separately and personally, I'll tell you this, a little inside to me. Too many times in my life, I've hung out trying to fix scenarios that were already broken that nobody wanted to fix. And although sometimes it was obligation by contract, I have also been there and stayed too long and now learned my lessons enough in life where for a good while now, I've known that when you experience that point, you just get the fuck up and walk the fuck out. Yeah, that was part of it too, sector etiquette. I would also say there was a lot, she played into it, the other side played into it, but that's just one more example of like why I was like, all right, everybody. Oh, and then let's talk about how offline, I was talking about this earlier, somebody accused me of trying to protect all black people. What the fuck is that? I will protect anybody I love and care about who are my friends. It doesn't matter what their background is. So if you're using pejoratives or you're using ad hominem or you're just fucking being a bigot, dropping the N-bomb when you're not black, or I'm going to be like, yo, that's not fucking right. If I'll tell my black friends that it doesn't make me feel comfortable, then I'll definitely be telling white people not to fucking say it. Yeah, Mikey says it all the time. I mean, like, this is the thing. There's a lot of people who say it. And it does make me feel uncomfortable. Why? Because it's foul. Why do I have to explain? And this is the other thing, is when somebody asks me, why does it make me feel uncomfortable? Why? I should never have fucking explained it. Yes, it was not you, Lita. Definitely not you. You would have laughed at me if I'd ever... that would have been funny. It's a funny thought. And I say it's a funny thought because it's like, I don't think of people like that. I will literally just stand up for those people that are my friends. And if it's something bigoted or something wrong, I'll point it out. You also have to know when to let things slide because people are going to use locution in one way or another, but when it's locution used and then ignored as cynicism, just for the convenience, because, by the way, once again, one of these people who actually accused me of trying to protect all black people was the same person that we all had to tell multiple times that, no, the use of the N-bomb, even in private, is not okay. It doesn't matter what Destiny said 5 years ago. That dude is a piss-poor example of a human. He doesn't have any real friends. Everybody should look at him and be like, oh, that's what YouTube is about. Stand up for all the tethers, just not the... No, well, okay, so this is the thing. Tether is actually a term that is not just race-related. Tethering is associating yourself to a topic that doesn't impact you, that you're not involved in any way, shape, or form. And I can assure you that I have been impacted and involved and seen it impact my life or involve me inadvertently or through the side or try in all facets because of the business, who my friends are, where I grew up, the environment I've lived in my whole life. What do I need to explain? And I know it's hard for some people to understand, but I was bused in LA. Into the inner city where I went to school. I did not go to a white people school, let's say. And really, truly, and let me be frank, I didn't enjoy it. Not gonna lie. And I say that because there was less of a mix at the place I went to high school. And I regret that. I don't regret the work we did there, but I regret the fact that I didn't have the friends and the family that I had before that. I had to regain that later on. And let me tell you, there is no community that has loved me, no actual community that has loved me, included me, treated me as family more than the black community surrounding me. And let me just be frank, white people have always decided that I'm a Jew or that I'm weird or that I'm this or that, okay? That's why I will protect the people and my friends and family. And yeah, maybe, I will bring up the fact that my great-grandfather is a Creole. Not that that shines through me in any way, shape, or form, but the truth is how many of y'all been welcomed into the Zulu Club the night before the coronation in New Orleans? Zulu Society Club is one of the most important black organizations in the country. If you don't know what it is, go look it up. Judges, attorneys, lawyers, senators, mayors, everybody who's anybody becomes a member of the Zulu Club. Why? Because they are the ones who throw Mardi Gras and the Zulu Coronation Ball. One of the greatest events I've ever seen. Astonishing. Amazing. Look it up. It's magical. Someone made a post on the channel calling Aaron and really all of us racist. Yes, they did, Lizard Tree. They did. Someone also called me a people pleaser. Hold on a second. Let me give a little react to that. Fuck off. You know who said it. And I hate that she said it because it's like, what? At some point, I don't give a fuck if you're pleased or not. If you're watching, I appreciate you. But if you're unpleased, the fuck you watching for? Hate watching is terrible. That's the shit I'm talking about. Weird. That's weird. That's weird. Anyhow. Oh my God, to me! Tasmanian Devil, it's been forever since I seen you. Good to see you. Yeah, it's a weird thing. It's a weird sense of gathering when people gather together over their doom, over their sadness, over their pain. And by the way, hold on a second. I've lost all hope. Let's see what Tom Dark is being sour about, by the way, just because it's up in my face. This is another whole group, by the way. You probably
the comment section on my videos have always been pretty bad, pretty cancerous, because you guys are all insane people who need to be...
Right off the bat. So my comments have always been cancerous because you people are all insane people. What kind of environment are you building then, sir? Diversity, inclusion, connectivity. These are the ways we wipe out the disenfranchisement. Creativity, creative minds, enthusiastic fun. Positivity in general, avoiding all this shit. Which, by the way, I don't want you to think I don't have solutions. Oh, I have solutions. I wouldn't be talking about this shit without solutions. That's why I was so glad when I finally got the okay. Like, yes, it's okay.
Be institutionalized and not be allowed to like interact with anyone, any normal member of society forever. You cannot function. You do not have jobs. You do not have strong interpersonal relationships. Every single one of you has something very wrong with you, and I'm convinced by this. Okay, I'm extremely convinced. But
Tom, have you been watching my show? No, he hasn't. He has no clue who I am. But if you don't know who Tom Dark is, Turkey Tom is one of the best editors and probably one of the he's the good example of what is happening in our youth in his age range of the 20s, the doomers and the scrollers. These people are nuts, and he's not wrong. His takes are generally absolutely on the mark. I almost never disagree with this kid because he's perfunctory and he points out the obvious. Now, that said, his audience is feeding off of his dry lack of care.
recently, something has been happening, okay? There's been a phenomenon. And you guys, I mean, you saw the title, you know what this is. The Tom Dark is the type of guy phenomenon. So I'll go to any video these days. Literally any video I make. It could be about anything. We'll take this video, for example. WTF is Dream doing? Hello, ladies. Okay, so I'll go here. I'll scroll down. And the third comment from the top is, Tom is the type of guy to look downwards and twiddle his thumbs when nervous.
Okay, so, I mean, that doesn't really apply to what we're talking about here, but where in the story am I? Oh! Yeah. Once I took a couple days off, and I really got some perspective on the situation, I started to realize it was fucking super unhealthy, which is why I went and said, you know what? I think we need to start sharing some healthy streamer practices. We need to start sharing. I need to start sharing some of these things that I do to warm up and prepare my mind, prepare my spirit for the onslaught of nonsense that I experience here. Because this is not my whole life. I know it is for some people. And this, by the way, Easy and Nicolina and the Stan guy, they all feed off each other. This is the kind of a thing. And I, seeing it across YouTube, would pose one solution for it. It really has many, but it takes many tears to this. But this is my solution. Troll. And I don't mean actually troll. I mean be an open voice. I mean talk back against it and see how quickly you get pushed out. And be the example. Because, as always, it takes us one at a time. It's never going to work in Forest if you just try to take someone down. They're just going to put up another channel. So, Tommy Sotomayor. They're chasing them around. Yeah, Resto is his own. Guaranteed. I will defend that till the day I die. Truth is, if you've never seen the Glass House or the difference in his crowd, you wouldn't know. But yeah, Resto's is very much his own. And every side is often going to think they're right. True, Resto. The right and the wrong of the matters, though, come in that how people are actually impacted. Oh, they on Daryl's channel? Glass House! Yeah, shout out Glass House. Great people, by the way. Potato. Anyway, if you don't know who Potato is, you're missing out, people. Real talk. Resto FM. Point being is that's just one little group. when it comes down to it, the whole of the affair was not just absurd, but instead of being rational or reasonable, folks played into the content. See, this is, some people don't like, oh, Mo is up there? Oh, well, fucking hey, now I gotta watch this shit. Daryl, I'm sniping you for a minute. Holy shit. Mo is on the panel. Ain't that fucking interesting? Sniping second channel, Daryl.
Hey, the bitches that you fucking ain't the women you talking about online. That
I know they look like Mo. I know. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'll do better.
Oh damn.
Wait, what?
No,
Right away.
Stop rolling your eyes, Lauren. Don't do that.
Come up here and play.
Wow. That's dope, Resto. That's really dope. Yeah, because that's the only thing we can do. That's the solution. You got to just step in and be like, yo, this is fucking nonsense. Stop. Give it a break. Take a break. Go make something else. There she is. Good Lord. Sorry. That picture's been touched. That's a frightening prospect. That is a super frightening prospect. Let's talk about Fatty and Prince Sala for a second. Fatty is a person from who has a basketball channel, a Portuguese basketball channel, and apparently let that go, where he had thousands of followers, to basically push what I find is a constant propaganda of, well, let's talk about them. The fucking willingness of pedos, of fucking child chasers, to freely express themselves as if it's norm, and it's becoming some norm here. Whether it be food shops, and by the way, I'm going to say this again, I defended food shops initially because it seems that she was trying to drag out the child chasers. Turns out, no, she was just like them. No, she actually is interested in that. And whether it's intrusive thoughts or the lolly, yeah, fuck food shops. Outright. Now look, the gender bang sector gave us mustard pussy. So I gotta, I hold a little love in my heart for the gender bang sector. And yeah, I do wish that there was a white gender bang sector, but that's hot tub streams, and we know how that goes. It's just a bunch of incels. It just doesn't work out. Doesn't work out. White people get laid. Hey, white people, for real? People like me? Is mustard pussy B sector? That's not bang sector? How did that end up as B sector? Somebody explain the sectors! Yeah, it's just so confusing. There's so much. Point being. Oh, so wait, Daryl is gender bang? You two become Marvel Avengers, for real! For real. Small doses of anything. Small doses of anything. It's when you drink the whole bottle of vodka. When you drink the whole, I'm sorry, that was the first thing that popped to my mind. I apologize. I know there's somebody here who loves the vodka. You drink the good shit though. It's all man versus women over there. Manosphere adjacent. It is manosphere adjacent. This is true. Red pilling bullshit. Which, let's talk a little bit about the red pill and the term alpha male. Male versus women bullshit. I just had this video on the other night where the man, Divorce, who came up with the term alpha male, said, I wish I hadn't used it. It doesn't apply that same way, and alpha males are empathetic, caring, and make sure everybody does well. Alpha males are not bullies. Period. Well, most of this shit about how I can be a bully, how to be more authoritative, how to be more without having personality, how to fake your way to fake. None of that works. Ever, never has. And I would challenge anybody to show me how that has. Much less the fact that there is a large gap between the 1950s and now. And in between there was ERA and the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s and the 2010s. Yeah, dummy, there are so many more that I could have possibly imagined. And by the way, early on, I encountered somebody who tried to get me to normalize it, and I said, hell no, and reported them. And by the way, there's only one reason to record somebody without their knowledge. If they are actually, and this is the law of my state, much less the law of the nation, if you hear somebody in there admitting to committing a crime, you have an obligation to report them, and you can record them. We looking up over here. Kishan! Latent delay. Kishan! And you know what time that means it is. Come on.
Ooh, well damn, baby. Did one of y'all just turn the heat up? Or did it just get
gang
sexy in here?
It got fucking way sexy.
Back again, baby. With Aaron After Dark.
True. Which, by the way, if you haven't already hit the likes, please do. Helps push this stuff out into the the algorithm. I was gonna say I flipped through Easy today, and he was saying something about Nick saying algorithm. By the way, talk about terrible humans in the Nick sector. Like, calling yourself nasty or mean and enjoying it, it's not irony when you are that. Just clearly. There are no innocent sides to that. Everybody's making money off of being shitty. Now, one side is really grifting and stealing from people. That's true. That's a difference. And that's horrible. But at the end of the day, if you're creating an environment where it's an authoritarian sense of being, or there's a fascist mindset to disagreement, meaning that actual disagreement can't go down, or that something you say will get an outrage response, or you'll get booted because you just say something wrong. Oh, Kishan, I decided to go dark arc for the evening. I've had some other things open up. I've got some opportunities happening in the near future. I'm actually going to start focusing on the trials and tribulations of the homeless population, as well as the reason they're homeless in Los Angeles, and the housing crisis that is a manufactured process caused by ordinance and originally rooted in redlining. Yeah, pretty much you miss a week. I'm glad, though, that you missed it, because it means you've been working. Good for you. Yeah, so that's my next thing. I'm going to take basically what I've been dealing with for the past 5.5 years, and I'm going to start telling that story. Because that is a real story. That is news. And that, well, that impacts real people. And all this drama llama stuff, it's well, it ran its course. Oh yeah, we're still rocking, and it's only gonna get better. I do want to bring more to the show, and I think actually the opportunity that's coming up, cross your fingers for me, because it should work out, will allow me to bring not just some more, but a lot more. Yeah, so cross your fingers for me. there's still some hurdles to get over, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Anyways, how does one voice change any of the rest of this by just saying stop? It doesn't. Not gonna lie to you. The solution is the toughest thing about this. Yeah, because Sean, Lita Caproni actually hasn't been here. She's a ghost. Lita, did you ever get kicked out of that community? Because weren't you the other person? Even though that's not what you said? No? Okay. Anyway. So right now, poor Mike TV is homeless and fighting for attention. And hopefully he's running his marketing company and getting that off the ground again. And hopefully he'll have focused his ways, because whatever he did sent him into that position. But once again, I'm really curious about the $3,000 thing. Because 8 days before he announced he was homeless, he was asking for $3,000 for legal fees. What community? You have a YouTuber that you're sub to who blocked you, and I don't know that she did. Do I really have a company? Oh yeah, it's called The Warren LP. You got called out for telling Easy to call his tits? Yeah, Mike can't stop. He can't stop. And good on him that he's keeping it going while he's homeless, so he has something to earn from as well. I gotta give him that. But you know, he's doing the same deal. Nothing new. Yeah, that dude. Yeah. You don't know why she did? I mean, was it Princella? Because that would have been weird. Speaking of which, we have people like Princella telling women that men are only aggressive. Yeah, and it's only going to blow them all up. And what I heard today, you know, to be honest with you, Restro, he's making plans about stuff that I can just tell you right off the bat. It's like, man, don't make those plans. You got to start from scratch and you got to build to that. You can't just jump into it. That's the worst mistake anybody can make. But hey, what do I know? Anyways, and by that I mean, like, yeah, don't try to go out on tour when you haven't actually booked any gigs before, sold tickets, or any albums. It's not a good call, even if you've got an audience of, say, 200 or 300 watching. I say this because even tours with ABBA and Preacher only selling several hundred tickets. It's never translated. The online to the real world is never translated well, and you have to build it separately. And the audience from the online can't be required or expected to show up. They don't. As one of the people who did the Digitour, I can assure you that even the greatest of all the YouTubers that we had all there, I think it was like over 20 million subs between the groups. On average, they only pulled 500 to 1,000 people. Oh yeah, the lyrics to that song, Kishan B. What was that guy's name? The lawyer that went after, and you know, this is the other thing is I really wish Easy had not become friendly with Black and at least gone after the other people. He could have done a lot of things in that situation. Yeah, it is tense over there, by the way. That's not healthy for anybody. It's not a Dennis Spurley. Yeah. That song was crazy, and that's what he used to copyright strike him 6 times. That's insane. Yeah, Mike didn't lie about him. No, that's the thing. This is the thing. Oh, are you talking about how tense it was? She got, yeah. To be fair, Mike wasn't wrong with that guy. No, absolutely not. No, this was the thing. I had Mike's back on a lot of these things. The way he took care of Real Femme Sapien. The way he took care of what's her face. I mean, he did really tackle a couple of big folks, and he was working his way up. My thing was, though, is that there's plenty of bad actors out there that could have been paid attention to, that could still be paid attention to, and instead of branching out, everybody failed themselves. Because that environment, that's all mine. That was all them. Yeah, Melanie King, thank you. That was a slam dunk. Well, you have to be able to afford to fight the case, unfortunately. And Dennis could just send him through that for years, clearly. It's really unfortunate. But I also point out that when you have 12,000 subs, which you gain fairly quickly, and you restart your channel and you only get 1/10 of them back. Yeah, legal fees, no joke. As somebody who hires attorneys for others, and as somebody who has attorneys themselves, and you know, I know there's several people here who could attest to the fact that attorneys ain't no joke. Ain't no joke. They will just suck you dry and then be like, thank you. Oh, what's up with the iPhone sound? Come on, meow. Did I have it turned down or something? Oh, painful, no effects today. Oh, I know why. I know why. Hey, let's see if that'll do it. Yes, show the video output. No? No glove? No love glove? Let's see if it's saying it doesn't recognize it, because I want to go blah, 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 blah without my voice. Hold on a second. Maybe it's this one? No. No, it said no love. Anyway, all right. I'll work on that tomorrow. People fighting from the same thing, turning on each other. Yeah. And that's part of the despicable portion of this, and that I'm pointing out that there's a larger effect and problem that is societal, that will increase as we get closer to the vote, that is not accidental, and it is a portion of urban warfare. And I've been meaning to talk to you all about this. If you didn't know, I've often said it. One of my pastimes is wargaming. It's more than a pastime. I understand and have a greater grasp than most people do about urban warfare's propagandist, subversive efforts. Now, I tell you this because it's important for you to understand that I don't come at this half-assed. I come at it from a place of real concern. That all of this hiding on YouTube and Rumble and Twitch and fucking these other places, they are undermining the well-being of our entire nation, if not the democratic world. Now, if you think it's accidental, you're a fool. If you think that this isn't being permeated by a group of folks on purpose, you're a fool. Why? Why would I say this? Because only the foolish don't see what's being propagated and want to buy in. And trust me, if they can convince you to buy something that's foolish, they can convince you to commit an atrocity. The fact that Andy Tate was the most Googled man on the planet for over a year should tell you that something is wrong. The fact that the algorithm was broken for the majority of this year should tell you something is wrong. The fact that there are groups of people that are literally ousting others for not having the same idea as them, and they're Americans, should tell you something is fucking horrifically wrong. Hashtag Allen, Texas. All day. Think about that. Now, as somebody who sat on a line with Eric Toller and several other people associated to Reuters, which at that time I was subcontracted to via a reporter who works for them. I saw with my own eyes, Eric Toller shared with us from on .ru website, the Allen, Texas massacre shooter and his personal diary. We read the majority of it and we saw the pictures and we saw the references. It was definitely his. And we were also there as it was wiped away. And who wiped it away? We'll never know. A foreign government? Our government? The website? The owners of the page? It doesn't really matter. We watched it get wiped away in front of us as we were reading it. YouTube takes 40%, which is highway robbery. 30, I believe, 30. But yeah, all of that stuff is pretty highfalutin considering how much they make. By the way, great point was made today. The guy who owns Spotify is worth $3.6 billion, while he pays people cents per play. 0.00146 cents, actually, last time I checked. And as someone who gets mailbox money occasionally from things that I've recorded or produced or mixed, I can tell you, there's no Spotify money. In fact, the record industry, unless you've got a major hit, you don't make a lot of money. Most of the musicians you see are barely breaking even when they come home. You can show up to a performance where there's 10,000 people, and because that stage took up all the cost, and the backstage environment or the trucking or the, you name it, the costs are so high, travel and stay. And every person on the crew, the cheapest person on the crew is generally $1,200 to $1,500 a week. And that's literally 1/5 of what I charge per week. Not to mention my retainer. If you ever wonder why didn't he work? Yeah, it's because when I do work, I don't have to work for a long period of time afterwards. I picked that job on purpose. Big artists living off loans. Yes, Moby DeJuge. They're making like 0.10 cents. Yeah, 0.1 cent on streams. Yes, that's true. Rap girls have OnlyFans now. Yes, they do. And because it plays to another audience. And it's more income. I will tell you this also, streaming doesn't make much money. The way that streamers really do make their money are in the folks who pay them to stream. Deals to keep them on so the viewership are there. Most of them are really in debt to the record label chains. Okay, so this is something else, Moby DeJuge. So it used to be like that. I'm glad you brought that up. It used to be like that, but it's worse than that now because there is no such thing as a non-360 deal. What is a non-360 deal? It is one where you still retain ownership over your masters in some case, or will retain in retributive process, meaning that after collection of the money owed, which by the way, most people don't realize that record deals are loans. You didn't make that money off the back. You don't make the money. You have to actually sell albums to make the money that they paid you. Or you don't make another dollar. Prison streams. Yeah, Twitch was kind of prison streamy, by the way. I felt really bad for the way that Twitch is set up. It's like if you don't continue on the schedule that you set for yourself, you'll lose demonetized. You'll be demonetized. You'll be all sorts of things. That's a scary environment over there, by the way. Blueface, yeah. Why do you think he does that bullshit? Because they have to. They absolutely have to. They got to pay the bills. And knowing the difference between these things, knowing current artists, how they make their money or what money they've made, if at all, comparative to the older artists, like when I worked for D'Angelo. D'Angelo's set for life. Although he's not 100% well off, he will always make that money back because his music is always being used and the price is set and negotiation terms were set back then. So I never finished the 360 deal. 360 deal, they own your name, they own your rights, they own everything. And they're paying you as an artist fee a certain amount, and the returns at the end arbitrarily. But you don't get back your masters after 10 years. You don't get any claims. You don't even own your name if you didn't make sure you did. Which is why, for a period in time, Prince didn't own his name. It's a fact. Yeah, it's ridiculous, but that's how it's been. And the 360 deal is the common thing now because what they do is they set you infrastructure. They give you the entirety of the project and basically amazing image employees. That is an amazing way to put it, dummy. Holy shit. Amazing image employees. That is absolutely it. And yeah, you might get rich off that if you stick to that program and you sell albums, but you can also be shelved quicker. Because if you're not something popular next year, you won't be there. One of the artists, yeah, and it can make you lazy. And that's the other thing they expect, because one of the things you should notice is all the artists you see that are very popular are between the ages of 19 and 28. Now you might think that that's youth. Well, it's several things. One, that's when they don't know any better. That's when it's harder for them to fight back and easier to get taken advantage of. Two, that's when people are prettier. Three, that's when all the angst occurs. All the greatest music, all the greatest lyrics have all been written by people that were under the age of 28, because that's when all the angst, and we believe that we're all infallible, and yeah. Which, by the way, this is why I relate constantly. And people want quick money. They do. And there's nothing quick in the money scene about music. So it might feel that way once you get to that point, by the way. Didn't have a lawyer present. They never do, Keyshawn. Hardly ever, unless they're very smart. And then it is, I mean, I've seen all kinds of scenarios where, you know, they tell you don't need a lawyer, just trust us, or your manager goes through with it, and your manager may not be totally trustworthy. Maybe they got other artists they're trying to get through. I actually was in possession for many years of the last and the longest of the proper old school, let's call it gangster music business contract. It was 1,000, if not more pages. I don't even really know how many pages. It was 10 legal boxes filled, including all of the releases, ownership, business file, and the permissions, the clearances for the samples. 10 boxes. Legal boxes. That's how long that was the entirety of the contract. And I read the majority of it over time because I ended up having to and referring to different portions. And guess what was amazing about that contract? In the first 3 pages, and at the bottom of the first page, it returned the rights and ownership and the business and the masters back to the artist after the completion of hard copy sales in record stores and supermarkets. Well, hate to tell you, but there hadn't been a record store at that point for quite some time. So I was able to use that to leverage to get back the masters and the $275,000 that the record company had been holding. $275,000. And trust me, these guys needed it really badly. And it took another year to get it. It was one of the most amazing things I'd ever seen on that level. But let's also talk about how that contract was written to confuse. And there were 3 different A&R people, who, well, one of which was very famous, who none of them completed it. And the last guy didn't even know what was in it and signed it. So that the artist got one over on the record companies because it was so confusing. That same tactic is now used and was used on artists. And it's very rare that that situation comes out. I can tell you this. The more I read the contract, the more I would refer to the first 3 pages. Contract writing is an art. And I won't name their names, but the 2 people who really wrote the majority of that contract and presided over it as attorneys are very respected, very well known in the Los Angeles music community. And we had a really funny nickname for one of them because she was always cranky. So we call her So Cranky. I shouldn't even say that. Wonderful people, by the way. Hard-nosed motherfuckers. But one, the one who I refer to most often always had an answer and was quite astonished at how deep I got into that contract. Now, what about the conspiracy behind how many artists on Empire Distribution dying off? My question there is, how many of them have death clauses in their contract? And that would be the answer. Because insurance, especially on tour, is a big deal. And the way things work. Now, the dark ritual thing. Some people think that that's what's going on, but I would say I have never really seen that in the music business. I know that there were some things going on the East Coast with some of the groups as inclusion, and that actually comes from gangster traits, not dark rituals. I can tell you where the dark rituals are. They have nothing, and I'm going to be covering that coming up here soon. It's one of the last major things I plan on covering while covering drama before I go into the LA County stuff. Yes, if they die, the label gets the rights, and retributively gets paid off for anything they're still owed. Oh, after listening to the psychic, you're completely quacked out. Yeah. The insurance money, act of God, you name it. There's a bunch of things. And I can tell you this is knowing somebody who cleared out the storage of a very famous musician who passed away. And actually I've known, oh man, wow, when I really think about it, it's fucked up. I've known a number of very famous musicians who passed away. It's fucked. That's so fucked. Anyways. I don't know if you guys know this, but when you live with people on the road, you do become really friendly. And in the tolls of what it takes on the people playing the music, there's a thing that happens when they go home. And life is no longer the road. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. So the dark practices, by the way, they're not in the music industry, although some may end up there. They're just not really part of it, not for a long time. And when it was, I can point you right at where it was. No, it's more gangster and military, like African military practices. In other words, usury and abuse to create ownership and fear, leverage. The gay clubs were a way to get everybody on film. A way to get everybody so that they all would capitulate. That's definitely a thing. And I heard firsthand the Tupac story. I was in the room while that story was shared. The details of which are, I mean, here's the fact. Pac wasn't the only person to say that stuff. Yeah, rest in peace, Pac. Jam Master Jay. Still, we don't know the totality of who killed Jam Master Jay. And, you know, I gotta say, Jay, that was a good dude. Not only that, but the problem there was that he trusted too many people. And he let someone into his studio who assassinated him. And here's another story. I got offered to be Daz's recording engineer back in the day when I worked for the DPG. And I turned it down because I wasn't a recording engineer. I mean, I mix and I can record, but it wasn't my forte. I was a live guy, and it was in the 90s, and I still was working my way up. I didn't want to get mixed around, and I had found a really solid gig that was taking me someplace. And it was right about that time that I got offered the gig with the Gap Band. Well, I'm glad I never took that gig, because if you know the history, the only person that died in the night that Daz was shot at Michael Jackson Studios was the engineer sitting at the console. Yeah, I think that there's definitely people in that block, as I've seen the documentaries now, who know who shot him. And I think that we shouldn't take it too lightly that there are problems in that community and that there are people acting as gangsters, because gangsters are who started the music business. Let's talk about the dark influences. The actual child abduction. 29 Palms. Let's talk about the abuse of children. Because that's real, and that's not in the music business. And it's not completely in the TV or movie business either, because there's so many oversights there. No. It's in the world of power. It's in the world of money. Those are the places of access. It's on the outside of that. And there may be those who take part who are in those fields. But they're just doing what the Joneses are doing. And the Joneses are government. And the Joneses are military. And the Joneses, they carry badges. Yeah, Moby, and I don't think anybody realizes all the stuff that Michael Jackson was doing in Saudi Arabia, or how he had moved $1.6 billion over there, or how he was spending all his time in the royal grounds as a guest of the royal family in a secluded area, or how he had a private island. I'm sad to say, but one of the tells of MJ was the fact that you never heard anything come out of his camp. You even heard stories coming out of, R. Kelly's camp. I hate to say it, but many of us were aware of what was going on there for years. Horrified. I remember Uncle Charlie talking about it in the late 90s. He did sleep in the same bed. Something we would consider unthinkable now. And the payouts to the family. Diddy. Yeah, I'm not as familiar with some of those actions, but I knew a bunch of people who worked in his camp. You couldn't get anything out of them, and they looked afraid to share it. That's not just an NDA, because hush money and fear is a motherfucker. Which brings me back to, by the way, shit was unthinkable then too. Yeah, but now even more so. People would have really gone after it now. It would have been talking about cancellation. Let me take this video down. Hold on a second. Go back to this one. Destroyed in seconds. Diddy has a lot of money, an ironclad PR team. and a whole group of security around him that was not going to let him falter because he pays them to not let him falter. And there's a lot of people who have money in him who won't let him falter. I did read the lawsuit. It is horrifying. Yeah, they would want $1 billion off MJ. Yeah, true. Well, it appears he was overseas because of the lax rules in Saudi Arabia surrounding children. And, I mean, if you didn't know, I don't think, hold on, let me share this with you. This is what actually Lita and I were talking about earlier. And I'll come back to the topic at hand, by the way. Where'd it go? I thought I played this earlier. Yeah, I took it out the mix. Hold on. I think I took it out the mix. Yeah, let me search it out. Let's see. Michael. Sounds like Michael Jackson. Jackson Sone. Here we go. This is what we were talking about earlier, Lita and I.
I really don't. I prefer to perform than talk, but...
Lita, that's his low voice. Come on. That says Sony Kills, by the way. Once again, you want me to roll that back? That shit says Sony Kills.
I prefer to perform than talk, but...
Yeah, somebody needed to come forward in that situation. And you notice how, by the way, I just want to point out, Sony Kills. But what about all the other voice? That's the voice I think everybody's used to hearing. No, he's down here. Yeah, he's holding a sign that says Sony Kills. And if you've never seen this video, this is about to freak you out.
You know, let me just say this. The tradition of great performers from, and I really want you to hear what I have to say. The tradition of great performers from Sammy Davis Jr. to James Brown to Jackie Wilson to Fred Astaire, Gene Kelly. The story is usually the same though, you know, these guys work really hard at their craft, but the story ends the same. They usually are broken, torn, and usually just sad, and the story is very sad in the end.
Did you hear all the people that he mentioned, by the way? Half of those were his influences. Well, he was harmed growing up, Lizard Tree. His brothers made him watch them have sex repeatedly with women in the hotel room they were staying at when he was a child. They hooked him up so that he'd lose his virginity with a woman that was 19 when he was 14, and she's very famous.
Because the companies take advantage of them. They really do. And
he was worked like an adult from the time he was a child.
Sony being
yeah, his dad was very abusive.
You know,
hi Genevieve, what's happening?
At Sony, I've generated several $1 billion for Sony, several billion, and they really thought that my mind is always on music and dancing, and it usually is, but they never thought that this performer myself would outthink them.
Yeah!
If you ever wondered if there was a motive behind anything. The side baby, you called him dad? Yeah.
So,
What's going
we
on?
can't let them get away with what they're trying to do because now I'm a free agent. I just owe Sony one more album. It's just a box set, really.
By the way, my late music partner Michael Sherwood had a song on that album, and there's a very funny story I've shared here before. Just real quickly, Michael Sherwood said that when Michael Jackson came to the studio and actually sang his bit, they got one chance. And he came in and he said Michael sang it perfectly. He knew all the lyrics, sang it perfect the first time, one take wonder, except he snapped with it the whole time. Later on, when they went to mix it, to put it on the album, there was a bunch of problems with the producers and the record company they didn't like. The fact that there was a click on the track. And Michael and the other person who had been in the studio with him had to say, that's not a click, that's Michael. And as the story goes, Michael would do that to cause mayhem, because he would have hundreds of tracks to put on an album. And that's how you would get the 10 or 12 best, is by the hundreds, the prolific amount of music he had recorded. And there have been a ton of entertainers turned away from the enslavement of Hollywood. True that, including myself. I was going to be an actor. I was on the way. I was very much working. And I went to a couple of house parties that my agent sent me to, and that was the end of that. And I can't tell you how it impacted me, but it definitely did. I never felt the same way about the business, and I never felt the same about being involved in it. And it wasn't until I was an adult when I knew people who were making movies and TV that I started to consider, well, maybe that might be possible again because I can work through them. But no, I went to 2 house parties, and both of them were exactly what you'd fear. And as someone who has been to the sex clubs and stuff, that's not what that was where I went to the parties. That shit was coercion and all the wrong shit. Well, the ritual side of that, Moby Dishish, that comes at a higher level. At a different level of all that. And you might end up in there in some subsect, but the most of it, it's just usury. It's just leverage. It's just getting you off the path. Because they use people through power. And what folks hope they can get into. Now the rituals, you want to talk about some of the cult groups that actually use power and avatars. Templis Ordo. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn and its subsidiaries, including that group which has done more damage in the 21st and 20th century to humans which I hate to say, but they are the darkest and the most powerful of those cult groups. They're called the Order of the Process. And they started as an extreme religious group. And they devolved into what we know as the Son of Sam. And if you don't think that that still exists today, you're fooled. because I've had interaction directly with the two people who run it. And trust me, it's still here. And they're still dangerous. And those of us who have had interaction with it have to be very careful about what we do and who we deal with. And if you don't think that I was concerned for my safety while dealing around that, and still to this day, you be fucking fooled. So when I say there's way bigger fish to fry and way bigger concerns for me and how I take stuff seriously, you ever wonder why I took Duke the Don so seriously? It's because, motherfucker, I don't know who you are. You went to that too quickly. By the way, you remember Duke the Don? You know what's amazing? That clip is still up. He never took that shit down. Oh, selling your soul. Oh yeah, Legba. Selling your soul. Now, this is an interesting thing. Because anybody who's been on tour or on the road or dealt with that stuff, we all talk about it. We sell our soul in exchange for the experience. And that's because you literally become stuck in that world. And it's hard to get out. And people outside the world, when they see what you do for a living, they don't really respect it. Doesn't matter how complex your job is or how much tech or whatever you can do. Trust, I've experienced that repeatedly. Doesn't matter that I've made people millions of dollars in return on ROI, or return on investment, but rather what matters is that people see rock and roll. And that's abused on all levels because the people in rock and roll give up their lives, their normal lives, to go do that. And it's dangerous. You have to have trust and faith in everybody around you. It's a very tough job on all levels. Yeah, it might have been an act. It was crazy. Hold on. Let's take a look at that. Hold on. I haven't looked at that forever because it really was. That was nuts. Hold on. I got to bring that up. Hello, Shorts. Sort by Shorts. Hello, Shorts. Why is it not saying I have... Hold on a second. I got to go back to my channel. It's not letting me pick up Shorts there. All right. Shorts. Oh, hello, Shorts. Damn, I got a lot of shorts. By the way, does anybody remember that one of the first things I did here was interview Akil, the J5 MC, about how people thought he was Tupac, still alive? By the way, I came to find out that Cut Chemist, somebody was saying that he's Kurt Cobain still alive. Somebody was saying that Charlie Tuna was... if I get their attention, I'm being watched. If you stay in their lane, they'll let you play. Then they let you stray. It ends in dismay. They create the outcome, not you. Yes, indeed. Genevieve, that is the fact. That is the truth. Oh, did she roast it? I don't think I ever saw it. Hold on a second. Here it is. I can't believe this is still up.
I'm ready for it. People don't understand that. There are people like me that walk around this world and don't give a fuck. Y'all think this is internet for me? I can find you. It's not that hard. I'll pull up. I got no problem with that. I'm scared, nigga. I carry too, nigga. Like, what you gonna shoot? I know you're not gonna I'll fight me. I'll knock your ass out and I will shoot you if it comes to that. So I'm not worried about nothing.
I'd only been on for about a month and a half at that point.
Understand that. There are people like me that walk around this world and don't give a fuck. Y'all think this is internet for me? I can find you. It's not that hard. And I'll pull up. I got no problem with that.
And he was talking about me, and he was talking about Mike, and he was talking about, I can't remember the guy's name, one of the mods that went over there. That we were talking shit in his chat. Because he was being insane.
Ages ago. Because every album that I record, I write, like, literally, I'm telling you the truth, I write at least
yeah, he was talking.
120 songs.
He was talking about everybody in the chat. Yeah. No, I didn't see Janine roast him. I missed that.
Album I do, so I can do the box set and just give them any 2 songs. So
he did. He threatened Bridget too. That's correct. I remember that.
So I'm leaving Sony a
That's
free
crazy.
agent.
So Jackatt said he got himself free by basically giving them a throwaway album because he had all the material already.
Owning half of Sony.
She is the nicest lady. Did you hear that? Let me run that back for you because this is very important. If you want to know what the actual motivation could be behind any conspiracy or, you know. Oh, damn. If you want to know what motive there could be behind this, this is pretty
Giving
explanatory.
Sony a free agent. Owning half of Sony. So I own half of Sony's publishing and I'm leaving them, and they're very angry at me because of it, but I just did good business, you know.
So he ended up with 6 seats on the board of Sony Records and owning all of the publishing. The majority of it, I should say. Meaning that he owned Sony. And if you're ever wondering why we saw so much Christina Aguilera and why we saw Justin Timberlake and why there was a whole period of pop music that just kind of resembled Michael, there you go. And that's how that works.
Tell him!
I just done good business. Facts.
But, so, the way they get revenge is to try and destroy my album.
I think he was thinking a little too short there. By the way, there's other footage of this that none of us have ever seen. There's another camera crew there. Where's that footage? You actually get to see him close up, right? This is just somebody holding a camera in the audience. It's like the camera at front of house.
But I've always said, you know, good art never dies.
There's some irony in that one. Whew.
Thank you. I love Unbreakable. You know. And Tommy Mottola is a devil.
Moby Dishes.
I'm not supposed to say what I'm gonna say
True.
right now, but I have to let you in on a secret.
Say it.
Please don't videotape what I'm going to say, okay? Turn that off, please. No, what? I don't mind. Tape it.
Michael is getting gangster today! Yeah.
Mariah Carey, after divorcing Tommy, came to me crying. She was crying so bad I had to hold her. And she said to me that this is an evil man. And Michael, this man follows me, she said. He taps her phones. And he's very, very evil, and she doesn't trust him.
This
And
was about a year before he
is a
passed away,
horrible
so
human
that
being.
would have been
We
2007.
have to continue our drive until he's terminated.
Oh! There you go!
I don't know if you caught it all, Resto, but he admits that he owned the majority of Sony's publishing and half of Sony, and the specifics of that was he had 6 seats on the board of directors, and essentially he's telling us that he hooked up with Mariah Carey to help calm her after she broke up with Tommy Mottola. Oh, if you don't know Tommy Mottola, that is the guy who used to run for a long time Caroline Records or Caroline Distribution. And just so you know, Caroline is the name of Gotti's wife, which is what the company was named after. And then he went on to Capitol. And yeah, it's pretty gnarly. This whole section is...
And Michael, this man follows me, she said. He taps her phones. And he's very, very evil, and she doesn't trust him. And he is a horrible human being. And we have to continue our drive until he's terminated.
Oh! There you go!
I'd also just remind you that that person is related to, that they're talking about, Tommy Mottola, is related to other folks who probably wouldn't have liked hearing that.
We can't allow him to do this to great artistry. We just can't. I just want you to know I appreciate everything you've done. You've been amazing. You're so loyal, Diana. Everybody, Waldo, all the people here, I love you all. You've been amazing.
Thank you!
I love you.
Well, so if you ever wondered if there was ever a reason why, you know, they wouldn't want him in the picture, there's the explanation. Once again, and going back to the whole idea of how people get out of control, just one more time, let's share the, you know.
People don't understand that. There are people like me that walk around this world that don't give a fuck. Y'all think this is internet for me? I can find you. It's not that hard, and I'll pull up. I got no problem with that. I'm scared, nigga. I carry too, nigga. Like, what you gonna shoot? I know you're not gonna.
Now, mind you, we aren't really experiencing any of this right now.
So I'm not worried about nothing.
But it gets to this, and it was over.
People don't understand that. There are people like me that walk around this world,
which is why
y'all.
I have to remind everyone that the further down the stream you get, the further down the rabbit hole you get, the further down the nonsense you get, the closer to this you get. Now, we've talked a bit about usury of artists and the abuse that's had within there. And if you don't think that there is some abuse of the audience trust, like artists have been abused, then you're missing the point here. Because these people who are here, who may call themselves a community, are looking for a place to be included, a safe place, let's say. But if you're not providing a safe place and you're only creating environments where there will be instability, you're just as bad as anyone you would ever fight. It's just the simple truth. I don't need videotape receipts to show that. I can show you in the impact. Because you end up with some schmuck.
I think this is internet for me. I can find you. It's not that hard, and I'll pull up. I got no problem with that. I'm scared, nigga. I carry too, nigga. Like, what you gonna shoot? I know you're not gonna. I'll fight me. I'll knock your ass out, and I will shoot you if it comes.
Right
to
on, Resto.
So I'm not worried.
Always welcome to have you here, man.
I'm ready for it.
Yeah, just the guy literally said he was gonna shoot us. I mean, how far out? How far out? Man, all my sound effects. I'm going to pull this out just to have them in the background. Hold on. Oh, well, that'd do it too. Is the volume down? Oh my God. Hold on. No, it's really not happening. Hold on, let me reopen that. I was about to say, holy mackerel. How do I not have the... That's better than nothing. I listened to a minimum of 2 lives at once. I was doing that for about 5 months there, while I was still following a number of different things. And there was literally when I had an assistant at that moment in time. I had a bunch of people around doing stuff, but there was literally one point in time, Resto, no joke, where I would have 6 screens running and recording 3 of them. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a certain number of folks that are always good to keep an eye out here. And one of the things to keep an eye on, you might be interested in this, is the influence of a certain political group that presses PR that I found at the root of the Pearly Things world, behind Andy Tain. And, I say his name carefully, but Sartorial Shooter. I still don't know his real name, but the closing of Fight Club, trust. Oh, yeah, people are looking for some place to recreate the energy, right? I think you're right. Wow, with the end of Fight Club. By the way, does anybody know? I would love to hear what got Aaron O to end Fight Club. Because I watched the last one, and there was no clear explanation. He just kind of TMBR. The millionaire bitch review. I'm sorry. I'm just. They wasn't making any money. Big fucking surprise. There's not a lot of money to be made here on YouTube. You actually have to stream to massive amounts of people. Like really a shit ton of people to make money. Don't get overwhelmed by, don't get overwhelmed. Many intentionally get themselves involved and latch on for notoriety and not for opportunities. And this is another thing. We should recognize that there's a lot of mentally unhealthy people that are latching on. Saxon 7 is not one of them. That's a LARP, folks. Saxon! Come on, bro. Now, if I find that Rezzy's on another panel right now, then we know this is true. But honestly, it's a lot of bot subs. Check the Social Blade. Oh, yeah! Oh, there's a whole bunch with that, man. I mean, I have found a lot of curious shit. I found one channel with 65,000 subs and an average of 11 people watching in the live. That was amazing. And that's part of the Lapeith network. And even worse, I do believe that person was caught up in exactly what's being described, where they got caught up in the scene and people were helping, and they're an earnest person and they just thought it would be good, but when that person didn't want to take the line of interests that the others were telling her to take, she kind of bowed out and went her own way, and boom, no love. Drama farmer. Yeah, people paying to kick someone or bring them on. I mean, honestly, I think that's a good modality. I don't think that's a bad way to create a space out of, for that. It's intentional. It's prescriptive. You get the choice to kick someone or put them on. And I actually think that's fair. That's a little more fair. As opposed to being drowned in nightmare, in nonsense, hold on, in a back and forth that makes no difference, that has no impact, that actually isn't fulfilling, but is rather a matter of a false sense of self-love. And I'm going to share this. Yeah, it's too much. It's all too much, yeah. 10 minutes after the latest scene replay, crude comments. 10 minutes after the live starts. True. Tell. Yeah. Regurgitations and recruitments of old methods. It is. And as someone who was there on the bus with all the earlier YouTube millionaires, when YouTube sent out the notification that they were going to start removing bots, good Lord, you should have seen the palpable fear in certain people's eyes and their commentary about how unfair. Bomb Cherry created the whole Fight Club concept. Oh, with the bounty payments. Yeah, I honestly think that's a decent thing. But you know what it is? It's pretend self-love. It's completely pretend self-love.
A lot of people these days have this really limited view of self-care. They think it's all about being self-indulgent and just pampering yourself, but that's not even close to the real deal.
Nope.
And there's actually a term for this. It's called self-coddling. Self-coddling refers to the act of excessively comforting or pampering oneself, often to the point of indulgence or avoidance of challenges or discomfort.
Imagine that. Coddling to the point where you don't want to feel discomfort. You ever seen that? Oh, yeah, we do. And that coddling can be had in, like, you know, running people off who give you any pushback instead of acknowledging or looking for some common ground. That used to be the way that we found common ground, is finding for the things that we did agree with as opposed to looking for things we don't agree on. It's like sex addiction. It's like any kind of addiction. Which, by the way, addiction is so close to pain. It's so close to love. It's so close to need. We saw it the other day in Helen Fisher's video. She talked about where those things come from in the brain. Which, by the way, just jump off to Princella. Talk about coddling oneself inappropriately. This is, by the way, this is for you, Princella. I can't wait until her phone number, I haven't caught it. I haven't caught her when she's live and the phone number's up. But by the way, the moment that phone number's on, you know I'm fucking calling. And I'm going to be sharing the videos from Helen Fisher, and I'm going to wipe that logic out. Because I don't care what background you are. I don't care what gender you are. I don't care if you're telling people to hate others simply because you're angry. Guess what? That's how the worst things in history have been created. It's always at the end? Fuck. All right. Yeah, no, I gotta see. I didn't know that. I watched for a little while and I'm like, where's the number? Where's the number? And then my right ear starts to bleed. My eyes slowly bleed. My dick shrivels up. Literally goes innie. And then I get angry. Sorry.
Be surprised how often self-love is disguised as something harmful, like self-coddling. In today's society, the term self-love is thrown around as if it's the latest trend, and it can sometimes be used to cover up.
By the way, Gen Z, you didn't invent shit. You haven't invented shit. You don't do shit. Grow up. Most of you have kids. And those of you that are incels, go outside. You don't think that's easy enough? Log off. Stop playing video games. That's the real deal. Unless you're Resto. Resto, keep playing video games. Please. It's TMI, sorry. But for the majority of y'all, okay, Lita, you can too. You do things. You have a life. You have children. You take care of a house and your family. But most of these people don't. They hide in a dark room, afraid, pretending that they're doing self-care when they're just coddling their fears.
Unhealthy habits. This is why we're breaking down the 5 signs that you don't want to miss, to help you understand the crucial difference between self-love and self-coddling. Only what's comfortable. Imagine this. Your crush asks you out on a date to go hiking. You can't believe it because you've wanted them to ask you out forever. But you're more of an indoor activity kind of person, and you worry that you'll embarrass yourself if you go. So you decline. You convince yourself it's self-love because your social battery is low.
I just don't have the spoons for that. No, what you did is you missed an opportunity. You're coddling and you're hurting yourself. Because when you're uncomfortable, that's where change happens. When somebody presses you because they might have an idea that you don't, and you can't get to a middle ground, or you can't find a way to understand or want to understand that says something about the character of the person that is not trying. And in this case, oftentimes in this day and age, it is a form of self-coddling, back-patting, saying, oh, well, I don't feel comfortable with it, and I'm okay with being pushed, but not this way. It has to be the way I want it to be. Well, then you actually can't take the pushback. You want it a certain way, you need it a certain way. That's called coddling. It's not self-care. So are the owners of Google involved? Well, I can tell you that I have met one of them before. I don't know that person. I have met them. But I can tell you by the people that they keep around them, that would not be likely. I just don't, and have never gotten the sense. Hello, Detective Javier Gallardo. How are you doing this evening? I've never gotten the sense for them. By the way, Detective, PPP. Detective, what division you with? I'll wait. It's live. I was wondering what you might think of somebody recording a phone call in another country and without one person's knowledge, and that person that didn't know was in a two-party consent state, and then they were threatened. That same person who had the call recorded, they were threatened that that call would be released. Yeah, what sector are you from, Detective? By the way, hell of a way to put that out there. Good on you. Anyhow. Lita Caproni, don't play that. True. Are the owners of Google involved? I doubt it, highly. I think that this is misuse of the platform. I guarantee you that there was somebody who had their fingers at the top of the algorithm box, the black box they called, in the programming phases that has still affected that program. My understanding is they aren't directly associated with it any longer. As a group of us did make an effort to push Alphabet and YouTube under Google to pay attention to that person's behaviors offline, and then we saw a change. And I was doing that, by the way, right when I came on to Easy's channel quite often. But yeah, Detective, I would wonder what you'd think about that, and you know, whether you'd be interested in the fact that a form of extortion was had, although I don't think it worked out to anything. It was covered up because the other person who was affected by it lashed out in terrible, horrible ways, and then ended up dropping a bunch of racist-ass bigotry, which didn't help anybody, but you know, all sides being bad. There was some really odd stuff, and I have a thing about, you know, people recording without permission when it's not a criminal situation. But hey, you tell me. You're the one with detective in their name. Anyhow. By the way, you're welcome to be here, Detective. I don't want to scare you off. But we were just watching. I think that was an accidental text. I think one of our floaters left an accidental text. Anyhow. Thank you for your support. Oh no, is it dead? Oh no, it's dead! Oh. Butt text. Oops. Oh yeah, and by the way, can we talk about how Nicolina likes to refer to her, I think it's her brother, who's with law enforcement, which is how she's gotten around a number of issues. Although that shouldn't happen anymore. Just saying, that shouldn't happen anymore. Also, you know, the fact that she called in and was utilizing a false call into the police, actively not giving over donations that she said she would. Man, the list goes on and on. Doxing people, calling police on a homeless woman who was living in a hotel and telling them that she was running a meth lab. Now, mind you, Traders did that, but Nicolina was there on the phone. They doxed Easy's mom. Yeah. Who respects that person? Nobody. Not to mention the fact that everybody around that person is doing something either mildly illegal or totally illegal or hiding what they're doing. There's too many questions. There's too many issues. And by the way, the longer you involve yourself with people like that, the more likely you are to become that. Especially when you're fighting it so hard that you actually start to behave the same manner. Recording is only admissible when both prosecutor and defense agree to have recording entered as evidence, or else it's merely based on definition of character of the parties involved. True. I have things pending on her criminally impersonating others in making false calls. This is what I'm talking about. Genevieve, there are many. There are many. Ka was in the wrong sector. Yeah, had to let him know about Lita Caprone. True. True. Genevieve knows, by the way. Genevieve deals with this stuff. And that actually, under those terms of the definition of the character of the parties involved, it would have to be, it would go to extortion or attempted extortion or something of that nature. And I would say that that's, but we've got that on a number of sides. And it's not just one party. It's the attempt or the intent or just the behavior. And here's what I said about Reservoir, by the way. Nice guy, very smart dude. And I'll use him as the example because it's a pretty good example. He was getting somebody on recording that didn't know they were being recorded at the time. Somebody who trusted him. And he was asking the tough questions, and that person admitted, Food Shops, that they did have, or they paused and then admitted that it was more complex, that they did have an interest in children. Or lolly, which is pornographic cartoons of children in some cases. I don't want to fucking take any of those arguments of like, oh, well, it's some of it. No, it's just fucking, it's porn that mimics kids, okay? In a lot of cases. And, so yeah, she's wrong. She's horrifying. But then again, so is the person recording her. Because you can never trust that person in a private call again. Same as how I'll never be on the phone with Mike again. You can come up on my panel all day long. Never be on the phone with you ever again. Not because I'm going to say something wrong, but because you broke the basic human trust. The basic. Jelly? Why did I say don't mention my name? Because of that too. Who's coming to visit? Michael Afton? I don't know you, Michael. Hello, good evening, Michael. How are you feeling? Can you hear me? Oh, wow. All right. By the way, disavow, and you're still here, so hold on a second. Oh, you jumped too quick. By the way, there's a log. I'll know which channel you're from. You fucking morons. Oh my God. Let me just put it out there right now. Yeah, that's what they are. Limp-wristed dog fuckers. Let me just put you right now. I'm the last person to troll. See, there's trolls. Then there's Fruit Pile. Then there's Bones. And at the top, those of us who invented the game. The LARPs. Half the fucking confusion. There are the subgenius. And amongst them, there's several zones. But just call me a high priest. You don't know what that is? Go look it up. That, my friends, is Nicolina and Easy World. That is because I'm saying things that people don't like. Now, it's not Easy's people. No, I don't mean people to disagree or misunderstand that. Rather, no, that is from that world. I mean, there's a bunch of folks. There was one dude on the panel one night who just thought that was his third word. Which, no, that's not your third word. That's the last word you get out on the public street before three dudes pile on you. Oh, damn. What's going on with this? Huh. Am I not actually plugged in? Hold on. Oh, yeah, it wasn't actually plugged in. Oh, my God, my phone was about to die. That was a human impersonating a chainsaw with a bus. It was a recording. It was on, like a Discord or it was on a sampler. And this is what they do when they don't like what you're saying. They want to take you down, so they were trying to get community standard on that one. Which, by the way, that ain't gonna work either. I'll just turn you in. It sounds like MJ Scream Beats in the mix. Yeah. Kinda. Yeah, it's the same smack beats. Anyways. So yeah, when people do that, by the way, something to let you know. I'm not just technically inclined to be able to track those things and keep track of them. That's been embedded since, like, before I got the rest of the rig in here. If you ever get to the root, you're gonna see that my shit says track and capture. By the way, Nicolina, how's that new computer? Anyhow. Remember when she wasn't on camera for about 4 weeks? That coincided with somebody trying to break into the transmission computer. So I'd have to gather somebody who's now in prison and being shuffled around, probably helped her to try to access me. Found you out, huh? Yeah, absolutely. Now, it was one of the funniest things. So there was a period about, actually, Lizard, that is, I hate to tell y'all, but I don't, 100% the truth. Full Yeti-blooded high priest to the Church of the Subgenius. Likely to take over for some of its leaders once they pass. Now you might be like, what's that about? Well, my friends, it's a fringe group of artists and creatives who are here to message you in art about those who would take advantage of you. And our whole game is to play the jester, to LARP so hard that you don't know what's real. If you're one of those people who would also do that to the public at large. You see, our focuses are never on regular people. No, my friends. No, we go after monsters. And some of them don't even know when we're standing with them. Some of them think that they can take advantage. Well, then they're in denial. They think they're immortal. True. Little do they know when they're surrounded, or when they have been, which I thought is hilarious. And yeah, all that other stuff is offshoots of us and bastardization. And we started before the internet, when you could just call and troll or take over a TV station. And yeah, that was a subgenius. I even know who. Even though that's a great mystery, right? No, it's something that's not a mystery to some. But I will tell you this, it is directly associated to the Toynbee tiles. When I tell you the LARP is huge, you might not have any clue how big it actually is and who's involved. Anyway, moving on from all of that. When kids call up, and they're adults actually, and I'll check at the end of the stream, I'll send them a message, or I'll just trigger them straight to YouTube. I don't give a fuck. All these pissant bitches. Really, truly, let's talk about it that way. If you're that low of a fucking, if you don't love yourself, if you really hate the way other people are out there, fucking get offline. If you're a 14-year-old, that's one thing. But if you're a full-blown adult doing that kind of shit, not only am I going to take you to task, I'm going to do it in a way where you've forgotten about it and then it comes up and bites you straight in the fucking ass in the most legal way possible. That's the beauty of it. We play above board on the high road. So even when I get dark and start calling people out, none of them show. Isn't that amazing? Because the conversation, forget about the videos. Those don't matter. That's all red herring to fucking move away from the points. Well, see, this is how it is. You can just start talking about something else. See, this is what actually happening. Well, sure. But if you're not cynical and you're honest, you don't need a video. You can just talk about what happened. That's what normally goes on in life. There's no videos to replay in most fucking ethical situations in life. That's why I don't fuck with that. I can. But I'd really actually hurt people if I did that. Like, really hurt people. Because the videos I have clipped to share, they show people's hypocriticism. They show people's cynicism. They show people's affinity for being in control over being correct or reasonable or right in any way. What matters is clout to these people, these same people, and it's a sickness. Let me quote ABBA, even though I don't like to. It's a sick. Hold on. It's a sickness. All right. Poor old Prince Albert. Did they ever let him out of that damn can? Man, it makes me want to go run and grab my can of Prince Albert, and I'll find out for you. I have a can of Prince Albert in the other room. I swear to God. I am not. Have you ever seen a can of Prince Albert? I want to go. It's all the way on the other side of the house, so it took me too long to go get that. All right. So who have I not covered? Oh, well, let's talk about pearly things. I don't really need to do much. I think this is, hold on a second. Yeah, hold on. This will sum up everything we need to know about. Oh, damn, it's really not letting me go to the shorts page from there. I have to go to my channel. Let's talk about pearly things real quickly. Pearly, who, for a long time, I had the Zoom number, by the way. And let me see if I can find that King Rich's video that when I did the interview. Where is Pearly? Oh, here she is. Here's Pearly. Just to remind you, this is what's important about Pearl. Well, what I sorry. You have to. I don't want her to show up. I don't know if I'm making mating calls or something scary. True. And that, by the way, is absolutely making fun of her for making fun of other people calling them whales. Because that is a big girl. And she is not very well kept. And apparently, from one report, she smells like fish. And that came from a naval officer who she later, fucked over, by the way. Totally screwed them up. In any case, yeah. That's Pearl. Pearl, the hidden Nazi. Pearl, the girl who sang songs about why can't we talk about the Jews. Well, you can, unless you're that fucking bigoted that you know better to not mention. Nobody's going to take you down. By the way, Jews are performers. We don't run the music business anymore. We haven't run it in a long time. That was Irving Eddigan in the 1920s. And Irvin passed. Lovely man, by the way. But a user. And a lot of those folks in the business, in the rap business, they were terrible people. Everybody's a scam artist. All right? At the manager level, there's a whole bunch of just scammy behaviors. And they're not all Jews. In fact, nowadays, the majority of people in the music and, let me tell you, the movie business, maybe in the lawyer roles, maybe in the acting roles, maybe in some directing roles, writing for sure. Producing, okay. But at the top of the heap, they're patriarchal, Catholic, and Christian, and Protestant. Literally only. Now, there may be more diversity now, but that's who owns the movie business. The Jews may have started it, but they don't own it no more. Let me just say. So, all of that stuff is just propaganda left over from, fucking the 1600s. Get it together. Like and subscribe, as Chad would say. But yeah, the whole hidden Nazi thing. Let's just call them Nazis. Stop calling them Aryan Nation, white nationalists, right-wingers. Call them pretend Nazis, wannabe Nazis, bitch-ass Nazis who won't admit they're Nazis. Because they don't like the term. But they are acting like authoritarian fascists under the guise of something else. And as somebody whose family was directly associated in the fact that they were affected, to the point where, I literally need to go to Germany this year and go collect our property that was taken from my family in the 1940s. So, they are Nazi whores. And I'll say that all day long without any dismay or feeling like it's wrong to say, because you know what? That's the only people, those are really the only people we can all just hate, because they hate. Oh, anytime, Jimmy. Anytime. This one over here just woke up and she's in her lovey-dovey mode, by the way. So she's crawled up behind me. Hold on, let's give you some ASMR. Oh, that wasn't ASMR. She's purring every time I don't put her to the mic. Is the mic scaring you? All right, girl. Anyhow. Oh, what am I doing? What just happened? All right. There's more, by the way. One of the things I notice on the panels that happen quite often, and I wish Tom was live, because it would become immediately apparent if I shared his stream, is that there is a puritanical, virtuous, virtue signaling, valor signal that comes from religious undertones, even though people aren't maybe religious now. Yeah, Ruby hates Chad. Yeah, true. She was all over him the other night. What are you doing? Yeah, he wanted $20 to give her back. She's cleaning me right now, by the way. The panels. It's signaling with no solution. There's dialectic without antithesis. And if there is antithesis, it never gets to solution. There never gets to a third party moving it towards there. It's just getting people to fight. So anybody who's doing that is just as bad. And that mindset, here's where I'll connect it to the terrible, that mindset allows for an argument that has no solution, which seems to be the constant amongst the Twitch poll users, because they're really without any authority on the subjects that they speak of. Very rarely is anybody on any of these panels that has any expertise. Tom has been honest about that just recently. But I will say, any of these panels we see are tend to be an act of valor signaling just for the sake of it. Here's the reverie. I'm just going to pull it to any.
I don't like the concept of having,
Doobie's the man.
Obviously, maybe this is a little bit self-serving. I don't like the concept of having, online content be leaked and then that affect your professional life, right? That would be pretty horrific, I think, if people want.
Well, if you're doing shitty stuff that ends up getting leaked and ends up affecting your professional life, that's why Tom wasn't on. He's on the reverie. Lactoid, meaning in your legal affairs because you're trying to be a lawyer, right? Well, guess what? That's what you get for being shitty online. You can't pretend to be shitty online and then go out in the real world and say, no, that doesn't affect. That's just a show. Well, guess what? It may be a show, but it's not entertaining somebody. And if you fucked yourself because of that, because you were doing something wrong, like, supporting white nationalism and without actually saying it, or, pushing agendas that are essentially myopically and quietly bigoted. I'm not saying that you are, but if you're pushing that kind of stuff, well, then maybe that'll get you in trouble. Or maybe when you're saying abhorrently obnoxious, cynical nonsense, that might also might also bite you back too, because if you're supposed to be somebody with authority, if you're supposed to be somebody who has to pass the bar or something, you have to be held to a higher standard. And, just like erudite, you can't just say anything when you're trying to later on pass examinations that include board review. Because that board is going to take that shit seriously about your character of personality, character of being, and that character that comes into play. Now, as someone who's very imperfect, who's fucked up plenty in their life, who's also done a lot of great shit, I can tell you, your character matters. And it may be the only thing that saves you. If you have one worth saving. But if it isn't, trust, you're getting the boot. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Which word? I should just put up a definition of the dictionary. And not what I feel the definition is, but the fucking definition. Because, by the way, that's a whole other thing. I've talked about that at length. Use a dictionary, kids.
Keep different aspects of their life separate. That's reasonable. If it's becoming a serious disrupting factor in school where none of the kids are going to listen to her because she's a porn star, then I guess if she can't do her job, then you would have to let her go. But I would hope that it wouldn't get to that point. And I certainly don't think that just because somebody has an OnlyFans,
valor and virtue,
lose their job. I think they should only lose their job if it truly becomes disruptive beyond function.
Valor being noble action, or an action that seems noble to those around you or important, and virtue meaning earnestness or positive value. Virtue is also can be construed as Puritanism in some sense, a greater virtue or a greater value. That virtue is a positive value, and it tends to be that you are without guilt with virtue.
Hey, thank you so much. Let's go to friend Scott.
Yeah, so I kind of struggled
to figure out how I wanted to talk about this, because there's not a contradictory, a bit of a contrary in the way that I feel about this, which is that, I do believe that people have a right to engage in prostitution. Like if you want to be a whore. I don't really care. Like that's your prerogative. Especially if everything is between a consenting adult.
By the way, I agree with that. You want to be a whore, be a whore. If it's between its consenting adults, go for it.
But I think the way that I have to start this is I have to start this with a basic premise of the philosophy here, of why conservatism exists as a
Is he flipping us off?
Sorry. Because I think that's what people are missing and not understanding, which is that institutions, traditions, intuitions that people have, these are all things that I think many people dismiss, right? They dismiss with tradition because they go, well, just because we've done something in the past doesn't mean we should do it as we continue forward. Or just because you have a gut feeling, but you don't have any actual evidence to suggest that, then you shouldn't do that. Just because society dislikes something doesn't mean that it's bad. And all of that is kind of...
Okay, so this is a deflectionary away from admitting that what he's actually saying is those practices were either jettisoned because they don't work anymore, or they're not good for the health of the people. So those that do choose them, I would honestly say in response to this person, they're choosing danger. They're choosing poorly. You can. But as it was once written from an engineer to my contractor, sure, you can choose that. That's not what's suggested. Doesn't mean that you should. That's not saying, yeah, go for it. It means, yeah, not the best option. And probably best to avoid that. Once again, valor and virtue.
True. But the problem with that is that what we have to understand is that because we exist today, then all of our traditions and all of our intuitions and all of our societal behaviors combined probabilistically are functional. That is to say that they are more likely than new traditions, new behaviors.
Okay, so no, that is a fallacy. That's actually a strongman fallacy, because he's assuming a monolithic trait. When you jettison practices through society, it means we no longer need them. We've decided we don't need to moonwalk anymore. We're not wearing Izod. We don't think women have to stay in the house. We jettison those ideas and those practices. Sure, some can keep them, but it never bodes well for anybody who's living in the past. It doesn't mean you have to each their own, but there may be a reason why society jettisoned those concepts. It's never included. Once again, valor and virtue, religious-based conversation. Prime K's, more power to him. He's great. Doobie, awesome. Tomfoolery, awesome. Lactoid, suck a ball.
New things that we try to work at maintaining the species in a functional way and engaging.
Okay, once again, strong manning, just taking it to a level that it doesn't apply to. And it's a nice idea, but get outside, kid. Hold on, let me find something else. Oh no, he's not on. It was 11 hours long. Damn, he went 12 hours. Damn, Daryl. Damn, Daryl. You're marathoning, motherfucker. God damn. Oh yeah. Here we go.
I'm just gonna have Lavloon playing in the background live with Lycan clicking in the background with
I mean, there's a lot of overlap.
Yeah.
Conditions, right? So maybe if
steal his footage. Okay. Wake up to a YouTube strike from Lavloon, making racial slurs.
Uncategorized.
Where is this happening? I kind of want to see Oh no, yeah. Okay, so Lycan, I don't know if you all remember this. I'm so glad he's back on, because maybe I might get a chance to interview him. Because Lycan, he currently lives in a house, from my understanding, with Destiny. He's his cook. Now, Lycan is the one who wrote... Jump on in, Demi. Lycan is the one who wrote the burn notice about Stephen Bennell. And I still want to know when the second part's going to come out. I find it very interesting that he wrote that. And that now he lives in Stephen's house. I find it interesting that this was an article. Hey, you want me to look it up? Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. It's called Destiny. It's a Reddit subreddit, by the way. Destiny burn notice. And so my question about this, by the way, and I only covered this once. I only read it once. And it got like a ton of Destiny viewers, and they were all freaking out. Lycan is Destiny's cook. Yes, indeed, he is. Lycan Substack. Isn't this from 2022? A year ago! It was a year ago! Oh, holy shit. Hold on a second. It's gonna take me there? Yeah. This has been added. Some names have been changed to protect those involved and prevent further retaliation or compromise. The truth about my friend Steve. Now, mind you, yeah, Destiny is a female stripper's name. He named it after a video game that he played, which is, you know, ridiculous. And you're an adult. So I want to point out here, this is a year ago, from 2022. This is a PSYOP. This is counterintelligence. And it's written as one would write counterintelligence, which is what interested me. It throws his colleague under the bus in a way that could be construed as outing an agent if this is true. But there would already have been action or reaction to this if it was true. So I don't believe this. But I want to know why this was written. Because this suggests something very dark. And, yeah, COINTELPRO. It's kind of like that. But it is more insidious because this points the blame of Stuxnet. And if you don't know what that is, go look it up. This points the dissemination of Stuxnet at Stephen. Some names have been changed to protect those involved and prevent further retaliation or compromise. The internet's short-fused firebrand Stephen Bennell II. Destiny is many things. A pioneering political streamer, a Twitter antagonist, and a deceiver. No shit. He has inspired numerous hit pieces and manifestos that try to pin him as a racist, a transphobic, and misogynist. Yeah, because he's played all those roles to incite the audience, which, by the way, is what propagandists do. Stephen is often derided as a relentless bully who gives more time to airing personal grievances against political opponents than the issues he claims to champion. That is fact. Hassan Abi. These fabrications, exaggerations, and gossip have contributed to his success as a manipulative subversive. Once again, how many liberals named Omni-Liberal do you know that have a long gun on their wall? For the better of 12 years, Stephen has been more than an agent of chaos for several online communities. Between the summer of 2011 through October 2019, Destiny worked as an agent for intelligence services in the internet. This has been edited. This is not the same as when I read it last. Destiny worked as an agent for intelligence services in the United States and, unknown to him at the time, North Korea. As an agent of the NSA, he aided in deploying malicious code against a target believed to him at the time to be the North Korean intelligence services. As a joint CIA-FBI informant, collected information on various public figures in the news media. As a joint CIA FBI informant, collected information on various public figures in the news media and online politics, and in several cases he has attempted to subvert growing political movements under handler direction of his own accord, all while growing his presence as a StarCraft figurehead and later a prominent pundit in online politics. The tell that this is bullshit is the StarCraft figurehead bit. Note, in espionage, an agent isn't James Bond or the spies directly employed by intelligence services. That is fact. James Bond is an amalgamation of multiple roles, often executed by more than one entity or branch of government. Also a fact. In the case of this matter, most of the government personnel involved are what the CIA calls case officers. Also a fact. They work on behalf of their respective agency, identifying intelligence leads and opportunities, and recruiting personnel with particular skill sets, access, and or vulnerabilities that make them valuable. Those recruits are called agents. And as we know, there is a personality test they give them that shows the aptitudes, willingness, morality, ethical values, and limitations. Adding this in is interesting to me because although it lends credence, it also pulls it for me. It's kind of the tell, alongside several other pieces of misinformation. It is truth, but it seems like it's working hard to prove itself. An unspoken sadness. It is well known to those in the online politics world that Destiny is of Cuban descent. His mother, Mary Bennell, is a Cuban immigrant, staunchly anti-leftist in her politics, and a United States Air Force veteran. Stephen grew up with similar political bent, where for many years he modulated between staunch Reagan Republican and devout libertarian. We know this to be true, until not long ago. What isn't known is that her son's great uncle on his grandmother's side, this has been changed. Which is why his grandfather didn't show up. I'll have to check this information now, because this has been changed. What isn't known is that her son's great uncle on his grandmother's side was Pepe San Roman, commander of the Brigade 2506 during the Bay of Pigs invasion, a former Cuban lieutenant colonel. Pepe spent significant time. See, what throws it off is he's using the word Pepe. That's the tell that this is some kind of it's some kind of right-wing bullshit that's being used to tag anybody who would find it and blame him. It's counterintelligence. So that this is why his buddy with Fresh and Fit. Oh yeah. Absolutely. If I was to just take this at face value, this is exactly why. Yeah, this is why they're all embedded together. I think this is cover to hide the actual action so nobody would ever question it. So enough of his sycophants would doubt. And there's enough misinformation in this to make it so that the actual information is negligible. So you got someone like me reading it, who's written one of these things himself. I know what to look for. And Lycan has some splaining to do. Lycan, what you been doing, bro? You know, Lycan was a writer, right? Anyways. In November it explains about where the connection is with his great uncle. There's a picture. That's not real. San Roman's final operation was to experience devastating defeat during the slaughter of the Bay of Pigs, on top of bungled planning and internal strife with CIA. Vital air support had been cut by President. Anyways, this article goes on. The Korean interlude in July 2011. Stephen was the world's first full-time streamer and a household name in StarCraft 2. That's not true. When he was approached, he was like 5th in the world or something like that. He's taken 5th in most of the competitions, so yeah. He was approached by, and now some of this I have actually verified. He was approached by Chris Metzen, creative director at Blizzard's World of Warcraft. The meeting occurred at a hotel bar on the second day of the Major League Gaming's Pro Circuit event at Anaheim Convention Center. Also fact. Metzen at the time was acting as an agent on behalf of NSA and analyst Colin Reed. Colin Reed, NSA. True. Fact. Top secret program called Torque. Can't be proven. Plausibly deniable. Reed reached to Metzen through a mutual friend and former Blizzard colleague Walter. Unknown. Not true. an engineer who had played a key role in developing Blizzard's Battle.net software. Walter left for the NSA in 2008, where he met Reed, likely a cover name. Metzen was offered to, which has also been changed, I do believe. I'd have to go back to the video and see the original. Metzen was offered $200,000 in exchange for his assistance with Project Torque. The objective was to covertly deploy software behind the South Korean national firewall system to surveil North Korea operatives south of the DMZ. VPNs are not an option. At that time, South Korea's National Intelligence Service aggressively monitored, or outright owned, nearly all global VPN ingress-egress points. Chris would use his access at Blizzard to merge code into an upcoming StarCraft II Wings of Liberty multiplayer update, obfuscating the source of the code for deniability, should anything be discovered. But there was another catch. The program would have to be executed by a designated account to avoid heuristic detection, anomalizing the payload delivery. In other words, it had to be put in by a specific account that had the right cover, heuristic cover, or else it could have been found. This goes on to say, oh shit. Hold on. Yeah, this is fictional. You see that? You see the digitizing? Somebody looks at these pieces of paper all the time, like I do. Directorate of Operations, Counterintelligence Central Directorate. Yeah. No. Although I could FOIA this. Yeah, I should FOIA that. That'd be fun. Let's FOIA that. So it goes on to explain how the program was disseminated, and essentially what he's describing is the time and place where Stuxnet was delivered. And that's pretty fucked up, because that affected everybody in the world, and it threatened to set off nuclear, and did actually destroy a nuclear facility in North Korea, or was part of that nuclear destruction. But I digress. I shared that because Lycan is a person of interest to me. He's curious on a number of levels. Let's see if did that get taken down already? Food shops, or is it still running? Hold on, let's see. No, he's still running. 28 watching. Food shops. I'm sniping you, food shops.
Feet panel, I'll give you. Go talk to Tom.
Is Tom live?
Hold on.
Did Tom jump off his panel? No, is he even on right now? He's on the Reverie. And not iTomfoolery. No, Tom's not live right now.
Yo! Lycan is offline. Boo! Unbelievable.
Yep, out of content, are you? I'm not. I got a lot of people to cover. Look, there's Hassan Piker. Over there. There's the biggest idiot on the internet right now. That's literally a know-nothing doing news reporting. This dude, let me go. I don't know if I covered this at all, but hold on one second. Let me pull him up. You guys know I'm a huge Willie Mack stan, because that guy does excellent work. And we're gonna watch a little of this thing. Here we go. Here's a new one.
I confronted Twitch's biggest political streamer when it comes to his pattern of behavior of covering breaking news. He will immediately jump to conclusions, acting like he's an expert on stuff he knows nothing about.
I was right about Ukraine. That's right. War is not imminent. Oh, shock.
Yeah, this guy's a fucking moron, and it's because he's got money and he's related to somebody who had a news outlet that he's actually reporting and has as many viewers as he does. If that's not an example of how stupid things have gotten, how people just want to hear something from somebody that will sell them a line of bullshit they don't even know, and are happy to hear it. They're happy to watch his chair. That should be concerning to everybody, even if it's only like 25,000, 30,000 on a regular. They are devout followers, and then all it takes is 1,700 people storming the Capitol. And mind you, same kind of people, all from Discord. That's what sent them all to prison. Discord, YouTube, Rumble, or was Rumble there? No, it was the video channels. Discord, everybody left it up because most of these folks are nimrods. Low experience, low IQ, sure of themselves to the point where they never have any humility or ask for anything. They'd look at someone like me and laugh and say, I haven't fucking succeeded despite traveling around the planet multiple times, knowing plenty of famous people, being guests at all kinds of events and all sorts of stuff, having a choice, making changes in my life, like actually like making the point where like, okay, I'm done with that. I need to move towards something else and change because I've already done that. No, that doesn't matter to these people, which should tell you we should be concerned about the involvement with all the bad behavior. I didn't even have to get far into that stream. God, Willie Mac, I fucking love you for that, bro. Didn't even have to get anywhere in the stream just to be like, oh, look, there's a moron. And yeah, I'll talk about people like that. I'll deride them. They're only as smart as their teachers. True. Cheers to that. True. Let me see if it'll kick in now. Hold on. Did that cable get pulled? Is that what happened? Let me see. Yeah! Yeah! That's what I'm talking about. All right, one more snipe. One more snipey snipe. And it's live.
Me, right? Like, I pointed out the hypocrisy because Nicolina talked about Ocean Lover. I don't want to be caught. She said, I don't want to be.
Okay, let's just clarify that. There's fraud when it comes to Ocean Lover. They collected money for Ocean Lover's liver. There was question about Ocean Lover's sickness, which is fucking illness on the part of the people who did that to basically confabulate the situation. And like a bunch of money wasn't given to Ocean Lover because Nicolina didn't think it was real. That's as far as it needs to go. That's as far as you need to understand. Call the authorities if it was real.
Looked at as a scammer, like the Ocean Lover thing. Nicolina brought up Ocean Lover. I don't know why everybody doesn't want to take accountability, but yeah, Nicolina brought up Ocean Lover.
Well, people don't want to take accountability because then they'd have to actually have some humility. Then they won't have a game to play. They won't be able to fuck around with other people. And by the way, let's talk about Nicolina being a sadist. It's not bad enough that it's just her chin sitting on top of the table, 5'2" by 5'2". It's also the fact that she enjoys the pain she causes others. It's quite clear. She said it. Also, I would question much of what she said about anything. And that includes everything. Because I've heard 5 different stories that she uses, 5 different ones that she uses to claim she's a victim while she victimizes others. So that, she's no good. Jimbo, man, I don't even know what to make of that guy. I mean, talk about wrestling scam in life. What the dude said the other day about him, also on Easy's stream, was that there was pills involved and stuff. And I don't know that to be true or not. But if there is, well, then these folks are all fucking bad. And by the way, as a stoner myself, long term, the length of time on the streams, let me just tell you, I wonder about it myself. I have. To each their own. Everybody's got their own energy. But I just wish people were more honest about what was going on. That's me.
Yes, Naomi, I want the regular.
Let's catch up. Oh, I was caught up. Sometimes I gotta go to the lower quality. Go to auto.
It's old Simile down there.
Good night, Caitlin.
What?
Thank you, Faith Bigman Fear.
What
You
is
always
this?
want to say the three of you up there on panel are great people, and I'm happy to call you all for good friends. Thank you, Faith. I'm happy to call you a good friend too. I don't know about Kimber and Leslie, but I like her.
I love her. She's one of my good friends.
She is.
Is he falling asleep?
I do. She's good people. She is good people.
Okay, remember when I was talking about healthy streamer stuff? Know your own energy, folks. Don't run out your own show. I mean, I don't know what's going on here, so I'm not going to make any judgment, but man, easy. Come on, bro. By the way, this is what a tour manager is really good for, is to come over and be like, bro, time to go to bed. Please. That's why they call us adult babysitters, by the way.
Thing that really pisses me out, especially about, subscribers that don't even hardly say much at all, and then they want to, huddle everybody up in a group, and it's not like that. It ain't.
That's all you're hearing is him fucking hitting his fucking head off his microphone. Holy
that's what he was doing. Coming out of context, that made no fucking sense. That was concerning as fuck.
I said, I'm to the point, I don't care no more. I don't. Like earlier, him plastering my picture and Peachy's picture up there, that don't bother me. You're not getting there.
I mean, Lizard Tree? That was concerning shit. I'm sorry. Let me run that back a little bit. That was kind of concerning shit, right? It was what I didn't know what was that was all about. Glad we figured that out. Okay, so one of the questions I would ask is, what service does it do anyone to keep driving into a troubled atmosphere if you're not going to put a pin in it? At what point is enough? And by the way, I have a lot to say about that veganism debate. Look, one of the biggest things that I notice in all of the debates, and I keep saying this, is the lack of authority or knowledge. And that was a great example of two sides that are both on basically the fringe extreme examples. Using fringe extreme examples. And Vegan Gains, yeah, he may have a ton of fucking viewers, but he's still a nonsense motherfucker. He literally made examples that just made no sense to anybody but him. A lot of it was rhetoric. The whole of the thing was rhetoric. It's not even worth fucking covering. I watched some of it and was like, man, this actually makes my eyes bleed.
Illusion. Being aware that collective illusions exist is the starting point. The only way to discover those is the same way that you actually dismantle them. You gotta have conversations.
You do.
You gotta talk to each other.
You do. We have to talk with each other.
If you understand that fact, and you create the enabling conditions that allow everyday people to reveal who they really are to each other, these illusions can crumble in a hurry, and social change can happen at a scale and pace that would otherwise seem unimaginable.
Aha! This is why I say the solution is 1 per 1. It's up to us. It's up to the conversation. It's up to actually addressing and engaging. Not fighting, but addressing and engaging. Finding the commonalities, not the differences. So yeah, anybody got something to say? Anybody got something that they disagree with me with, or want to take me down a peg? No? Okay, well then, how about this?
If someone disagrees with you, what are you making it mean about you? If somebody disagrees with me about gender equality, I know I'm right. Everybody's free to disagree with me.
And by the way, once again, everybody's free to disagree with me as well.
I'm Cindy Gallop. I'm the founder and CEO of Make Love Not Porn. The approach I take in the consultancy and business speaking that I do, I like to blow up. I am the Michael Bay of business.
She is. She's pretty amazing if you don't know who she is.
What's the biggest lie you've ever told yourself? With the benefit of hindsight, back as a teenager, young woman, thinking I wanted to get married and have children because that was what everything around me told me I should. My father was English, my mother is Malaysian Chinese. Very entrenched within them is the belief that for a woman to be happy, she must find a partner and she must have children. From the moment we're born as women, we are told that our entire life is a search for the one. Every social occasion we go to, will he be there? And I speak heteronormatively because I'm straight.
So, what she goes into is an explanation of the hopes and dreams that we have of expectation. And then we place all the weight in those expectations and become saddened, depressed, and hold ourselves back from future experiences because those expectations are not met, being not realistic.
Life, She lives under a bridge. Yeah, she does have that troll thing about her. She does look like a troll.
Snipe!
This kind of makes more sense, actually.
He's been on since noon today, by the way. That's a hell of a stream.
Leslie's face looks like she would have just a head and feet coming out of her chin to walk around. I don't know why. It just reminds me of something like that,
At what point are we no better? At what point do we become what we fight? At what point do we become
Let's talk about this Billie Eilish situation. And this time it all stems from this Variety article titled, "Billie Eilish was made for this. Being a woman is just such a war forever." And also Variety saying she went off into a rant, with Eilish reportedly saying, "Nobody ever says a thing about men's bodies. If you're muscular, cool. If you're not, cool. If you're rail thin, cool. If you have a dad bod, cool. If you're pudgy, love it. Everybody's happy with it. You know why? Because girls are nice. They don't give a fuck because we see people for who they are."
Billy, isn't the... Well, let me just clarify here. I have never, ever met a woman who didn't specify the physical body part or thing they wanted from a man. I don't know where people are getting this fucking extreme and exceptionalist point of view. It fucking makes no sense whatsoever, but she's gonna say something about it.
To you. Why is every pretty girl with a horrible looking man? I don't understand. Listen, I'm not shaming people for their looks, but I am, though. You give an ugly guy a chance, he thinks he rules the world. I swear to God. Like, you're still ugly, though. Can't change that. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's, like, why, like, guys with small dicks get, like, huge mansions to make up for it, you know? Or, like really nice cars.
No,
No, I think it's safe to say people are commenting on men's bodies too.
True! What comes around goes around. All's fair in love and war. There is equal amounts of everything going on. It's whether or not we become part of it. It's whether or not we allow ourselves to fall to its depths. Which is why I've just been flat out about all this stuff. Why tonight I can finally share some of this stuff, which, by the way, the worst offenders and the worst practitioners and behaviors I found were those in Discord, carried out to YouTube by people who would undermine the well-being at large of the audience. And it's so perverse and so wild that you can have a show that incites all of those people and get them to come to one place because they want to seethe and writhe and get angry about what is nothing more than a salacious story. And they'll spend months trying to prove that everybody involved with that salacious story is an evil person, not knowing that they are all of them, being viewed and reviewed by the authorities. Why? Because one show in particular was a honeypot for deviancy. Because although the show may have seemed like the people who were on the show were the deviants, my friends, the show was the audience. And it only concluded about a month and a half ago. And it's amazing how many of these YouTubers who were untouchable, documentary, monotone freaks, it turned out that they were the things that they kept screaming about. It's not just me thinks they do duck protest too much. It's anybody who's pointing the fingers openly and saying it like it's comfortable for them. That's kind of what it looks like the perpetrators are now. So next time you see male or female, straight, gay, trans, doesn't matter. Anybody who seems so clever to themselves and free to use that, guarantee you they're using that to hide their own behavior. So next time you hear it, just be like, you must be that, because nobody around here would ever use that term and nobody else would ever think of that, so it must be you. And every time I've done that, like to people in the Chud Logic circle and that spicy camp, they go running and disappear. Why? Well, shit, their big spicy chat news page run by a fucking incel who's basically a transparent fucking white nationalist. It's all very thinly veiled white nationalism, by the way. It's all fucking Nazism, basically. Hate of others and fascism. Falling in line and thinking that talking shit about others is funny. Well, I caught one of them with, what's-his-face Avalon's trans porn video in his tabs that he forgot to take down, and didn't see him for a while on stream. Maybe it was the embarrassment. I didn't even have to pull up the video. I just said it. Which, by the way, most of the time, I'm just going to say it, because if I say it, it's because I have the evidence. House of Cards. Truth. House of Cards. Smoke and bullshit. Truth. And how easily it comes down because, you know, like in the case of traitors, all I had to do was say it. I didn't have to provide any of the evidence I had, and I have plethoras of it. Now, I provide that in the right space. Now, here we're on YouTube. None of that fucking shit actually even matters. What matters is the reaction. How do people behave? Do people come face forward and go, no, that's just not true. I don't need to deal with you. Are you fucking nuts? Or do they go, oh, it's not true. I can't believe it. Fuck this guy, fuck this guy, fuck this guy. And never address that. That's the tell. Do they go running away because they don't get to talk about what they want to talk about? That's a tell. And most of it is embarrassment. Because most of these people don't play cards. They don't play chess. They're just pigeons shitting on the board. Speaking of pigeons shitting on the board, let's talk about Tree of Logic. Tree of Logic, that's all she does. So if you buy into that shit and you try to argue with Tree of Logic, you are arguing with the pigeon shitting on the board. It's your fucking fault for getting involved. What she does is what a dom does. She turns the screws. It doesn't matter if it's real or not. She doesn't care. She'll make it look real because she's doing a show to entertain in a frothy, angry, vitriolic mess. That's fairly well put together. Sometimes entertaining. And fun to talk shit with, by the way. Because most of it is meaningless, and she knows it's meaningless, and unless you're actually doing it, you won't respond to her. You'll just be like, fuck you, Tree. Or if you aren't actually somehow impacted, actually, you won't respond to her. Now, she does occasionally say some shit that's just straight slander. Then do something about it. But most of it's just easy target. So here's the reality. Buy into it, argue with her. You are playing chess with a pigeon. A very smart pigeon who knows to just shit all over the board so they can flap their wings and say, I won. Because she's going to move on to something else next week. If you don't know how, that's how the actual shit talkers on YouTube work, you haven't followed this. Now, there's other obsessive folks in the Kiwi world, in the Chud Logic world. These are people who actually likely have, one, social issues, psychological issues, and they're the people who obsess on one or two creators and follow them and try to get them thrown in prison because they think they're doing something wrong. And sometimes they're right. But the truth is, most of those people have been indicted themselves in some way, shape, or form, or gone to prison themselves for other bad behavior, whether it be fraud, wire fraud, impersonating others, doxing, which is a crime in some states, and a civil crime. I mean, there's lots of these people who are just not innocent. At least I'll tell you, I'm not perfect. I'll tell you, I'm made up for anything I ever fucked up. Tried, at least. Tried to be a better person afterwards. But I've also tried to be a good person to people. Be kind. And rewind. I'll always have a discussion, but you know what's very funny? Most folks who don't want to see people as themselves, well, they often will make you out to be a monster. Because it's easier to depict another person as the outsider than recognizing that they are actually someone that is feared. Someone like me, I'm feared because it doesn't take very much for me to out a person. I tend to catch all the shit that a person is missing because I have perspective on these things. Sometimes, most of the time. I'm imperfect. How often do you hear that, though? As a matter of fact, shit, I've had to say retraction because I said the wrong name about Yablonsky and shit. Like, I mean, come on. The come on there is, what kind of action does it take for some of these people to apologize and retract that they've been leading folks down a primrose path? Anybody who wants you to remain angry is selling you a bill of goods. Anybody who never resolves the problems and they keep keeping them up and they don't actually get rid of the problem or move away from it, they're utilizing it to keep you watching. And this is supposed to be show. This is supposed to be show. Entertainment. You know,
individual to use copyright-protected materials
Oh.
when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on
Thank
a
you.
website like YouTube. Fair
Thank
dealing
you.
provision for specific purposes.
Good timing.
Like research, private study, education.
This is Canadian. I already did the,
satire,
US.
criticism, review, and news reporting.
There's the U.S., by the way.
Just in case, you know, these,
Thanks, you did
just
me a
to
favor
give you
there.
a reminder. Speak easy, you need to give the trolls 6 fingers and toes. True. That troll's got too much of a normal looking body. But alright, long gone. Thank you for being here, lovely. I hope you have a great sleep. Sweet dreams.
Oh, the Reverie isn't live. Damn.
Alrighty.
Food shops is. Anybody else got a panel that I could look at real
Interesting
quickly?
side tangent. Yeah, so
Tom, why aren't you live? Damn it!
I don't understand the point of like moral grandstanding and such. I get what Connor
Zania
is saying, but I don't know. I guess because his more conservative leaning on certain things, he feels the desire to gatekeep certain things so that they never become too normalized. That
that's
we
her
end up
cat.
having to
I'm
deal
like
with them as,
looking
like, an
around for
everyday
Ruby,
thing.
like what?
I guess I can understand that perspective. It's the slippery slope problem, right? Which is a pretty consistent conservative view.
By the way, if you haven't watched Zania, it's a little boring, but it's pretty smart. And most of her takes are fair-minded. In a lot of cases, she's fair-minded, but in some cases, she goes hard when somebody crosses her. Oh, hello, guy. Oh, okay. The producer's trying to take his chair. By the way, that's a funny freeze. I don't think I'm finding anything there, but ooh, look at this.
You said you want to go on a date with oh god, please don't lower the camera any lower.
Yeah.
You want me to put on a shirt? No, we're good. Just don't lower the
He's
camera.
just making sure you're not naked underneath.
I know this dude, so I'm not
by the
worried
way,
with him, but
put a shirt
I know
on.
his face. I watched
Dude,
it the other night.
put a
But
shirt
haven't we
on.
gone on a date? Didn't we go on a date last time I came on here?
Yes.
No.
I've already gone on a date with the other girl too. I got rejected.
Oh, well, you should do with both of us tonight then.
Okay, a double rejection.
You said you want to go on a date with
Okay. Oh man. Wow. I mean, in a certain way, were they just trolling that guy? Sarah's a good-looking girl. The other girl was a good-looking girl. That dude was kind of a dump. Sorry, guy. I mean, Also, one more time, does Alex look like his picture?
You said you want to go on a date with oh god, please don't lower the camera any lower.
Hold on a second. Let me look up PWF. I hope he took it down. I hope he took it down. It's on every single one of these. Oh my god. It says Tree of Logic Lies exposed, and he's got the AI fucking face maxed picture. Doesn't even have the same hairline. God damn, man. Oof, what the fuck? Anyways. Oh, here.
how easy it can be to get laid on dating apps. He opens this girl, pretty cute chick. I like your style. She doesn't respond, so double text her. Seems like a whole lot of trouble. What do you mean? Your eyes, they tell me things. I'm a good, smart sweetheart with a bit of wild side. Everyone does, hon. Smart indeed. How goes that weekend? Pretty bad, not gonna lie. Here's the text that makes the combo. We should change that. If you came over right now, yes. Address. She gives the address. Perfect. Show me your number. My numbers are working. No services. My Snap and Insta. Okay, added on Snap. Heading now. Wear condom though. So yeah, you don't always get this lucky, but sometimes you do, and that's what counts.
I don't even know what to say about that. Other than none of that is proof that happened. None of that is proof that actually culminated. None of that is proof that was gonna happen. She could have been trolling him. No aftershot of the walk of shame. And there was some froth in the mouth, if I didn't miss it. Anyhow, look. Drama may be fun, but it's rotting people's minds. And the more people play into it, the more folks get normalized into it. The more normalization, the more likely you see more food shops. The more food shops, the more likely to see more anger, more fighting. Oh, is Aiko? No, Aiko's not live. Damn, am I the only alive one right now? Other than Easy? Interesting. Here's the stand. Had to block Ocean Lover from harassing. All right, it said...
Send me my money. After Nicolina was going to... yeah, I know, penny positive. Best to have 12 is 12.
But yeah, that takes like a month for it to get there.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the month, like, let's say at the end of November, whatever money came in the month of November, you get paid for on December the 21st. Well, between the 21st and the 26th. There's been a month recently where I didn't get mine until the 24th. But, yeah, normally you get it on the 21st of the following month. So that money wasn't readily available to her at all anyway. And I heard Nicolina say today that she wasn't going to assume with Ernie and everybody filing strikes on her that, I'm going to be honest with you, I probably tried to file a strike on her around that time myself.
Yeah, well.
But if her channel goes down, that monetization's gone. Ask Ernie, he'll pay it. So if her channel would have went down and she had paid that out of her pocket.
Well, she was going to offer that money anyways. Because it was given to her and she had to pay it out of her pocket there, buddy. If it was given in donation for somebody else. Because if she lost it due to her channel loss, that's on her. It's called liability.
When she got that monetization, or when she got her channel took down, she would have lost it. Then it would have been her donation to you, Ocean Lover.
Yeah, as it should have been.
Hello, Leslie. But, you can't ask somebody to put their family at risk for you. Wait your time. Wait till it gets there, right? But
I don't know if they're talking about the U-Haul thing or they're talking about the liver transplant thing or liver illness, the med needs. Either way, I've heard cope before. I've heard people coping on a concept of trying to act in denial cynically. But these folks are just lost in the sauce. Doesn't even sound like it makes sense, to be honest with you. But hey, it must make sense to them, right? Is that what it is? Honestly,
you couldn't wait. You had to hound the shit out of it.
Yeah, she
This is why I don't cover
that
this
any
shit.
money was taken up for her.
Yeah.
Like, where's gratitude when people do things for people? I don't ever expect anybody back.
Oh, actually, Kemper, gratitude comes when people actually commit to the action and don't just do it halfway, or you find out that they fucked you over in one way, or it became a nightmare. Thankfulness or consideration after that is kind of a non-issue. But that's kind of the theme of the entire environment, isn't it? Here, let me fuck you in the ass. No lube. And then, when all is said and done, thank me for it. No, thank you. Why do all of these people get involved with each other's private life? Oh, it's because a lot of these folks in this case are Facebook, but Discord is no different. I heard a story about one of these people getting a credit card or a debit card from one of the viewers to use for StreamYard, and they ended up running up $7,000 in a tab on it. None of these people, none of them come from a place of authority. What was Easy doing before he came online? He was working in cement and trying to make a music career. But how many tickets was he selling? How many albums was he selling? Was it going well? I don't think it could have been going well. Maybe it was okay. But, mind you, one of my longtime very good friends, who's actually the focus of a very famous song by a rapper, she's still a major promoter across the entirety of Canada for Live Nation. And out of curiosity, early on, I asked her to just do me a favor and send me a copy of Polestar and let me in on whether or not she knew about a certain performer. She'd never heard of that person, and there was no records in Polestar of any ticket sales. And singles and some albums had been sold, but not the kind of amount that you would expect where like an investor or a manager investor or somebody who wanted to take that to another level had actually shown up, and not enough that it would draw the attention for somebody to sell it. Now, I will never hold it against anybody for changing art or moving into another art stream or making their art better or trying to include things or do more with what they're doing. That's fucking how you do it. That's why I was very supportive. That's why I was like, man, you could do this in a different way. At the same time, that ends when there isn't a fusion of that art any longer, when there isn't an inclusion of it as the premise, when it isn't something that all the drama done on the side and the art is the focus, and that happens to be an adjunct. It's different now. It's not the same. And the thin blue line moment, long gone. There were moments to blow open the Ernie Shell, Jimbo, Shelby shell case even further. I, in my opinion, think they were lost. Commit. Whatever you do, commit. Don't go half-assed. It never works out well. And always seek authority, those who know what they're doing, those who've had the experience. So if you're watching a show about psychology and there's no psychologist, turn it off. Please. Find something else. Find something healthy. Find a psychologist. They're out there. There's plenty of them on YouTube telling you. I tend to share them with you. There's no need for an erudite. And people are like, it's erudite. No, the word is erudite, not erudite. I think that's where I'm going to leave it tonight. Folks tried to come after me. And really, truly, from my perspective, they just made themselves look very silly. Did they hurt me? Not really. So what? Viewership took a dive? Well, those people watching me, on average, there's at least 3 people always who have about 30,000 between them who are always watching. One who's never in chat. Big ups, man. I need to call you, by the way. And let me just say, it's important the effect we have. It's important who we influence. It's important that the message we carry is not one of degradation, derisiveness, disinformation, or petty disagreements. I mean, you can do that, and there's a big sector for it. But the longer you're involved with it, the more you become it. And then you shouldn't be able to point fingers at anybody at some point. And that goes for everybody that does that, including me, which is why I don't really spend much time like this. So here's my end-all be-all message. There is a solution, and there is a problem. And the problem is that there are those who would take advantage of your trust to contain it into an angry spiral, to keep you pointing, looking at others, so much so that you would just take their word over recognizing what you would see in normal life. There is the need to capitulate because you believe that's what everybody else believes. But the truth is, most people won't believe it. It is a fallacy, and it is a generalized illusion caused by societal need to be included. And that societal illusion is easily broken. And when it is broken, it brings things crashing to the ground. So if anything, this is a warning. You don't want things come crashing to the ground. Because I'm silent. And my real actions, the real things I do, they don't happen on YouTube. Because I go after people who do actual bad shit. And I make sure they don't do that bad shit any longer. And each time I've done something about it, it's had its effect. And I do it without parading it. Occasionally I have. But then I move on. That's because if you're really doing bad here, there's nothing to do on this platform to get rid of you, or bring you to the light of the authorities, or get you to capitulate to better reasoning and behavior. And the only way that tends to be the answer is by, well, getting the authorities involved, or hitting you where it hurts. And trust, the last thing anybody wants to do is actually find out all the things that I am capable of doing. I don't do that shit. Why? Because I ain't trying to hurt nobody. I'll turn you in if you're fucking doing illegal shit. I'll make that call all day. Law enforcement is a thing, and YouTube is not bereft of law. So it's better to apologize for illegal behaviors before they catch up to you. Okay? And that's an overall message. It's probably not going to get heard, but it should be. Because there's a whole group of motherfuckers that have it coming for them. That said, there's a difference between the misinformation of a Princella and the outright grifting of the mean girls and the easy anger and the stand while sitting. There's a lot of better discussions to be had than in the manosphere, with those that would have you believe that there's an irrational argument for 14 to 16-year-olds being attractive to them. This is all normalization of bad behavior by adults, no less. So this is why I put out this message. The dark arc will continue until my deeds are done, and I will move on to the next story. But it's going to be most of this week. So if you feel like call on in. Let's talk about it. Let's see what you got to say. Because I'm amazed at how few people actually called. Well, what's happening, Resto? It's just about to wrap it up. I was just reviewing this craziness real quickly. Just as one of the other examples. In the end, it's about mental wellness. It's about a call to authority. And not letting people who never prove that they're going to finish the game, never prove that they're going to actually do something about the problem that they're facing, and don't move on from that problem. Those are the ones we need to kind of stamp out or ignore or lessen their influence. And that takes one at a time, individually breaking the social illusion. Because the social illusion relies on a group of people all thinking each other is thinking something they're not. Yeah, and the pedos, that's easy. That's fucking easy, be honest. But it's so much in the manosphere, in the red pill world, in all of that. It's all an intent to take us back and be back before ERA. And if you want to be back before ERA, it's not long before people start saying we don't need civil rights. And all of that is bullshit. By the way, the last piece that I didn't cover in complete total tonight, but I'll talk about it this week, is the QAnon Connect. Part of the thing that drew me around was the underlying connection to QAnon that I kept finding. And as someone who knows way more about the origins of that than anybody really should, and how a meme mill propaganda practice by a Ukrainian meme mill run by the Russian FSB was taken over by a LARP. And then it really got out of control. My friends, the world is more fucked up and wild than you could possibly imagine, and it's really interesting to be involved with it. But this isn't the world. This is a little snapshot microcosm where, in some cases, those who have been forgotten find their way to be part of a group. And although some may call themselves community, what community is formed if everybody's angry, if everybody's fighting, if everybody's looking for someone to scapegoat? None. Unless you like living in fascism. And I think there's some people trying to get everybody normalized to that too. It's hard to ignore. At the end of the day, what's more important than making sure we're listening and learning from those who have the experience and authority to speak, and ignore those who are talking out their ass, keeping you there with a poison pill? The answer to break the illusion is one at a time. Because when you tell someone that they didn't need to follow the illusion, they'll tell you they thought everybody was thinking that they did. One at a time, break the illusion. And the whole mirror comes crashing down. I'll use that tonight instead of the obelisk. If we don't care about each other, who will care? If we don't care about the environment, who will care? If we don't invigorate art, creativity, and use this platform as it was meant to be, it will be overrun forever by the Twitch Bowl leftovers that turned into the drama circuit. Edgelording and doom lords and negative attention seeking in mass. Which, as you know as I do, it's just a pile of bullshit. A long fart from a lot of lonely people. Sorry. That's what it is. So please, I urge you, reach your hand out, find a new link, go somewhere you haven't been, find a positive entity, and limit your negative intentions if you can. But most importantly, don't fear the love. Don't fear learning. Don't fear saying to these negative spaces, quit that shit. I don't want to be here if you're just going to continue on the drama. I don't want to be here if you're just going to fight something and never end it. Because that's hell. Literally the description of hell. And by the way, we live in heaven because we experience it. My friends, there's nothing more wicked than those who would turn a blind eye to wicked behavior because they're included in it. That is called the banality of evil. And it's been known to cause genocide. We live in a world that's interconnected. We live in a world that relies on each other's truths. We live in a world that relies on each other's care, empathy, and reliability. Absolutely. Michael Jackson playing Come Together on the TV. Oh, no shit. Synchronicity. Sometimes I am really convinced the world is a hologram. Especially when that synchronicity kicks in. And yeah, the histories have been defrauded. We've only now started to get to a point where we were coming out of that defrauding of history and it was taken away. And now we're back to that revisionism. It's too bad. But you and I, together, we fight this one at a time, calling it out where we see it. And it's up to us. We have an obligation if we want to be upstanding. And not everywhere can we fight. No, be smart about your battles. Be reserved when you need to. But when you need to, stand up, point it out, say this is some bullshit, and most of all, scream it out loud. Tell everybody all at once. Hey, you fucking idiots! I love you. Don't fuck up. Look up. Thank you so much for being here. It was a long one this evening. I did not anticipate going 6 hours. Holy shit. I'll be back, I believe, hold on a second. I will be back Wednesday night. I'm going to try to do an earlier show. And I will be covering a lot of this. I'm going to try to panel hop. I'm going to be contacting some people tomorrow to see if I can get on their panels. I'd like to talk a little bit more. I've been avoiding the panels because I didn't want to, you know, really like argue with folks. But now, I don't have any argument. I don't think anybody will be able to argue with me on these points. And if they do, they just make themselves look like idiots. So, yeah, Jimbo, get a non-Walmart hat. Easy? Bro. Find something else, man. You could do something else. For real. You could do a lot of other things. You're bringing a whole fucking group with you to a place that ain't so great. Princella, you're so full of shit. It's unbelievable. You don't know anything you're talking about. It's amazing you have 1,400 people watching. Daryl, Simp Nation. Yerp. Come on. Glass House all day. And support people who treated others well. Show up for them. Because it's only us. The world is dangerous. The universe is chaos. And all we have is each other on this little blue dot in the farthest corner of the universe. it's for all of us to stare up at the stars and remind each other to look up. Have a wonderful night, y'all. Thank you for being here. And of course, have fun, be safe, or whichever comes first, or both. Be well. Hot damn, click!